उसको स्टॉक में रखे वहाँ पर। डब करने बोले वहाँ पे। हाँ ठीक है। ठीक है। आप पीपीटी सुचिस्मिता जी, इनका पीपीटी एक मेल है पीडब्ल्यूसी का।
Check.
পরে 7 নম্বর মাইকটা অ্যাড করা হয়েছে। কোথায় গেছে 7? দেখো 6টা মাইক হয়ে গেছে না ম্যাডাম? 6টা কিন্তু
Test. Test. Hello. Test. Test.
Hello, good morning. Thank you to all of you for joining us today. We are waiting for some of the senior speakers of the opening session to join us at the venue. We understand they're stuck at traffic, so they will be joining us any minute. And as soon as they join, we will commence the program. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you to the 15th edition of the Bengal Chambers Environment and Energy Conclave. Thank you again for joining us today. And apologies for the delay in commencing the program for about, I think, 5 minutes. And thank you for bearing with us. We understand that some of you are waiting to be seated. My colleagues are there. We have informed the hotel. They will be putting up the chairs appropriately. Once again, thank you. And please bear with us. We will make the sitting arrangements appropriately very shortly. In a few minutes, actually. So here, we begin the opening session, Clean Energy Ecosystem Development and Integration of the 15th edition of the Bengal Chambers Environment and Energy Conclave. The program schedule has been shared with you by email. The link of our website has also been shared with you. To restrict the use of paper, we have requested all to refer to the website as we are not circulating the program schedule. In case someone, however, needs, you may inquire at the registration desk. So I'll request the dignitaries of the opening session to please join us on the dais. Our President, Mr. Abraham George Stephanos, our Senior Vice President and the Chairperson of Energy and Environment Committee, Mr. Gautam Ray, our guests, Ms. Shakuntala Dole Gamlin, former Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India, and former Chief Secretary, Arunachal Pradesh. Dr. Viva Dhawan, Director General, TERI, will be joining us virtually. She came to Kolkata yesterday to join this program, but she had to fly back very early morning today to attend other important meetings. And she has flown back really early so that she can join the program on time virtually. Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra, CEO, EESL, will also virtually join from Delhi. Mr. Daniel Sim, Acting Consul General, Australian Consulate General, Kolkata. Ms. Melinda Fabek, Consul General, US Consulate, Kolkata. Ms. Libby Green, Climate and Energy Lead, British High Commission, New Delhi. Ms. Anna Shotbolt, Deputy Trade Commissioner to South Asia, British High Commission, Delhi. His Excellency, Well Mohammad Awad Hamid, Ambassador of Egypt to India. He is here at the hotel and he will be joining us very shortly as we start our program. Mr. Shudhendu J. Sinha, Advisor, Infrastructure, Connectivity, Transport, Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata. Mr. Suresh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Power, Government of West Bengal. He will also be joining. So I would request the dignitaries to please be seated. I'll request the President of the Chamber, Mr. Abraham George Stephanos, to formally welcome all.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure in inviting you all, welcoming you all to this 15th edition of the Bengal Chambers Environment and Energy Conclave. This journey has been very fascinating and we have crossed several milestones. The theme this year is COP 26 to 27 and beyond. India formally committed to focus half its electricity generation capacity on clean fuels by 2030. The country has reiterated a demand for its due share of financial assistance to go carbon neutral by 2070. It is also reported that India would submit its updated nationally determined commitments, or NDCs, to the United Nations. India has initiated a series of policy measures, including production-linked incentives for manufacturers of electric vehicles and batteries, amendments to energy use laws, and India has also introduced a national hydrogen plan. The United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, was held at UK's Glasgow in 2021, while the COP27 is to be held later this year at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. We are delighted to have the participation of both UK and Egypt at this forum today. Australia has passed the country's first climate target updates, while India and Egypt have updated their Paris Agreement pledges in preparation for COP27. The Australian House of Representatives moved to pass a new bill which includes legally binding emissions reduction targets for 2030 and 2050. The United States and Egypt launched a joint group to prepare for COP27. The focus is on concerted efforts to cut carbon dioxide emissions by a minimum of 45% by 2030 to be able to reach a pollution-neutral planet by the mid-century. As you would see in the proceedings going forward, we have representatives of both the USA and Australia here to share their visions. The Bengal Chamber participated in COP26 last year, presenting a 90-minute session on electric mobility. A delegation visited Glasgow, and speakers joined from Kolkata and Delhi virtually. The Honorable Transport Minister of the Government of West Bengal, as the chief guest, addressed the session virtually from the Chamber office in Kolkata. The Bengal Chamber understands that to address the issue of climate change and achieve the mission of Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG 17, the needs include appropriate policies at both government and business levels, financial models for implementations, and technology backup. Collaborations would be essential to enable these. Therefore, the Chamber focuses on B2B meetings with international participation. The Bengal Chamber engages extensively with stakeholders from the level of industrial regions at districts to the international level to facilitate sustainable approaches. The Chamber has organized multiple workshops on ESG and sustainability reporting in recent times. The encouraging feedback suggests that corporates in India are becoming increasingly conscious of environment, sustainability, social and governance, as well as sustainability. The Bengal Chamber feels it is important to reach out to MSMEs as well to create sustainable value chains. We believe we will present a rewarding day to you with visionary addresses and offer a forum to network and engage. Our reward would be the collaboration that you may initiate from here. I welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Welcome, His Excellency. And I would now request Mr. Gautam Ray, Senior Vice President of the Chamber and the Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee, to take the session forward.
Good morning and welcome to you all. His Excellency Wahed Mohammad Awad, Ambassador of Egypt, Mrs. Shakuntala Dole Gamlin, former Secretary Government of India and former Chief Secretary Arunachal Pradesh, Mr. S. Suresh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary Government of West Bengal, will be joining shortly. Ms. Melinda Pavek, Consul General US, Daniel Sim, Acting Consul General Australia, Mr. Nick Lowe, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission, along with that whole team. UK is the partner country this time with this conclave. Ms. Levy Green, Anna Shotbold, Mr. Shubhendu Sinha, Advisor, Niti Aayog, Dr. Viva Dhawan, Director General TERI, and Arun Kumar Misro, CEO, Energy Efficiency Services, will be joining in virtual mode. After 2 long years, again, we all gathered here in this very flagship event of Bengal Chamber, and the participation itself reflects the eagerness, the commitment from the whole of Calcutta as well as the state. The purpose of this conclave, it was well conceived long back, and the purpose is to bring in commitment, collaboration, participation, and to foster the ideas of innovation and really move towards sustainability. And in fact, President Abraham Stephanus was mentioning that I feel personally very proud for getting the opportunity to represent Bengal Chamber along with our past President, Mr. Debe Mukherjee, and the whole team to Glasgow to participate in the COP26. And I have seen how all the head of the states gathered in one conference. In my word, I will tell it, it's a conference of commitment. It's a conference of convergence and collaboration. So it is a need of the hour that we have to see that whole world should move towards sustainability. Definitely, there are views, there has to be disagreements also, but from the disagreements, we have to come to a collaborative mood. India also has a very tall commitment towards sustainability. All of us know we have committed to achieve net zero by 2070. And there have been an ambitious plan of having 50% of the generation from the renewable. So, I mean, every year, the strategy is primarily, because we are adding after almost 50 million connectivity every year all over the country. And if we can strategize to cater that growth from the renewable, that also is a very, very fast and moving towards the target. Already we have 160 gigawatt capacity out of 400 gigawatt what is there in the country. And with respect to capacity, with respect to grid, all of us know that India is today is one grid. And it's probably fourth largest grid in the world that India is operating. But definitely there have been dependency on import with respect to petroleum, all of us know. And if you think today the transition what is taking place in the energy sector, in the country in particular, that the legacy was sort of a monolithic structure, little monopolistic nature, huge AT&C loss. All of us know the lack of agility, governance issue, non-remunerative tariff. The present being the consumer expectation is very high. It is changing very fast. Present being that there have been huge restructuring and reforms taken place in the country with respect to energy sector. We know that how the renewable is getting integrated. And the future is we have to meet the consumer aspiration. And definitely there are a lot of new technologies are coming in. The whole framework of technology is getting changed. So another very, very important aspect is to managing the disruption and the uncertainty. So all taking into consideration, because all of us know the whole world faced this COVID, which was absolutely not known to any of us. Incidentally, I represent an industry, energy sector, which could not stop for a minute, even during the deep crisis, anxiety, and stigma on the COVID. So that level of uncertainty we have to manage. And taking this into background, in the context, the whole framework is going to change, and we have to manage it worldwide through a collaborative approach, and that will lead to the sustainability. So we hope and believe the discussion what we'll have here, leading to COP27 in Egypt, we will definitely be able to provide some input and add value to the process. Thank you. I would now request Mrs. Shakuntala Dole Gamlin, former Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India, and former Chief Secretary of Arunachal Pradesh, But beyond that, what I can tell in one word, she is passionate and committed towards sustainability. Mrs. Gamlin, please.
Can somebody just help me? Good morning, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here, with delegates and distinguished guests from the United States, the Consul General, of course, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, the President, and the delegates from Australia. And I believe there's somebody from Terry and also industry, sort of representative technocrats and the media. My association with, sustainable development and renewable energy has been quite long. My association is more spiritual and organic rather than, somebody who has been in these posts. My last brush with the energy sector was when I was director, looking after climate change in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. In 2001, when I attended the Conference of Parties 8th, and when we were trying to get the Kyoto Protocol of, special but differentiated responsibilities of putting into place the operationalization of the carbon trading, which, of course, graduated to the Paris Convention and the Glasgow Convention, where we're looking at energy intensity reduction and national sort of determined objectives. And the paradigm of the dialogue has now shifted by way of which, it requires accelerated action on energy mix, and also from the point of view of preserving maybe us as human species. We are also going to be vulnerable to the very sort of, severe climate changes in terms of rainfall pattern and in terms of coastal areas being inundated, in terms of floods. We can all see it's not happening just in our country. It's happening in the high altitudes and it's happening perhaps even in countries like Canada, where you never heard of floods and temperature rise. So I would try to bring in the Indian perspective and what sort of our country has been doing and how we can contribute towards, the cleaner energy, in terms of solar, in terms of, hydrogen. We have a hydrogen mission. So I would like to first start with this is just to give you the history of the primary energy sources and how the world has moved from, the pre-industrial era, from a non-fossil fuel biomass where we burnt wood and we depended on, non-electricity kind of sources of energy, and where even now we have in rural areas women collecting wood, firewood. But as and when, after the industrial revolution took place, coal, oil, and hydrocarbon sources took over. And gradually, when we had the oil crisis in 1975, I think we moved towards renewable. And we did think about, say, renewables and nuclear. This is so far as the carbon energy trajectory is concerned, and from moving from a non-fossil to carbon, now again we are moving towards renewables. But when you see the share of renewables, coal and gas, you would find that over the years, coal has remained almost like plateaued, and some of the developed countries, especially Europe, have always been promoting and propagating about cleaner energy technologies. And wind and solar technologies saw, some of the emerging emerging wind turbines and, solar and solar photovoltaic cells, application of cleaner technologies in the energy mix. We also see that gas also has been constant, but renewables is slowly taking making a small incremental increase and growth in the energy mix globally. This is so far as, the primary energy source is concerned for the world, for the USA, India Pacific, and China and India. But why I thought this is important is not only in terms of generation of electricity, in terms of terawatt hours, but when you look at the CO2 emissions, you'll find that USA has 14.2%, and then we have India Pacific, which is 4.1, and China 7.1, and India 1.8. So in terms of population load, perhaps we carry 17% of the world's population. And also in terms of electricity consumption, we're still way below. We are only 1234 kilowatt hours. But in terms of per capita, emissions also, we are quite low. However, we do need to see that CO2 emissions of the India Pacific, including China and India, we need to work towards mitigation, and we also need to work towards cooperation on how to cut back on the energy emissions, because we are looking at global responsibilities, national responsibilities, and also regional cooperation in this whole scenario. This is the electric installed capacity. Now we're not talking of energy, we're talking of electricity generation. We have 404 gigawatt, which is about 4 lakh installed capacity, of which you can see more than 20% we have wind, biomass, small hydro, and solar. Solar has been really one of our strong points, and we are now looking at how to sort of also address, grid connectivity, and already we have solar energy, solar electricity being fed into the grid. However, you will know that solar and wind are intermittent power, which has plant load factors of, say, 20% or so. And also solar has a peak, it peaks when the sun is up there at the zenith, so you will need storage capacity for later use. So when we talk of intermittent power, we also need to look at how to stabilize the grid and how to ensure that, it takes off the major load, and it contributes towards electricity and household, and also maybe to some extent semi-commercial and semi-industrial sort of consumption. This is, as you have seen, that we are moving towards a carbon neutral sort of a way of ensuring that whether it's for household applications, whether it is for the transport sector, we're looking at a net zero emission status by 2070. Our Honorable Prime Minister in the Conference of Parties in Glasgow has already sort of, outlined that we have 5 objectives to achieve, and we finally are moving to a zero net emission sort of status by 2070. And how do we achieve this? We achieve this by 5 mid-term goals, short-term goals, and also long-term goals. One is, of course, we move towards a non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt hours, which is going to be about 50% of the installed capacity, and meet 50% of energy requirements from renewable energy, and reduce the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2021 level, and reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by more than 45%. The long-term goal is, of course, to achieve zero net emission by 2070. And later, of course, the Union Cabinet has also updated and approved, and we have updated our nationally determined contributions and reported this to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Reduce the emission intensity of the GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 levels, and achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy sources by 2030. So this is the Central Electricity Authority sort of, the snapshot of what the energy mix is going to be looking like. So we're looking at sources which is hydro and pump storage. We have to move towards pump storage because we have to see that, you know, even in hydro, we have to use, you know, the electricity as and when required. And as all of you know, that electricity, once generated, it has to be supplied to the grid. It cannot be stored. But when we look at non-fossil fuel, whether it is, you know, hydroelectricity or solar, we also have to think greatly of storage, not only in terms of pump storage, but also battery storage. So coal, gas, nuclear, solar. And you'll see solar has a major share, wind, and then biomass. We also have policy, stated policy in our electricity statutes that renewable purchase obligations will be mandated, and by way of which every entity, even consumers, will be mandated to sort of, you know, purchase electricity which is from a renewable source. So this is basically some percentage share of wind, hydro, and other, which would also include solar, how it would sort of look in the years to come. By 2029-30, 43.33%, which is roughly about 50%, roughly about 45%, and as we had said that 50% of the energy mix would be from renewables. So whatever is fed into the grid, whatever consumers are consuming in terms of whether they are industry or household consumers, would obviously be consuming electricity and energy from renewable energy sources. This is the India energy scenario, whereby India's demand for energy is driven, of course, by the economic growth. And we also need to run our steel plants. We also need to manufacture cement, aluminum, and, you know, metal and non-metal industries, so chemical industries. So we'll have to look for bulk use of electricity from conventional sources, but we'll have to look for perfecting the technology, ensuring that, you know, the emissions reductions and emissions intensity take place, and by way of which energy intensity is also sort of looked at with some amount of sort of, you know, concern. And in that we see that electricity constitutes around 17% of final energy consumption, which is growing at the rate of about 6%. And major energy consuming sectors are industry, as I mentioned, household, transport, and agriculture. And demand for energy, of course, is price sensitive. But what is more heartening to note is there is falling cost of renewables. When I joined the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources, I remember solar was $150 per watt. Today, solar is price competitive, and it's even lesser than the you know, conventional energy sources. So it's very heartening to note that, you know, climate change mitigation commitments and the renewable energy purchase obligations, as has been mandated, is looking towards larger issues of climate change and environmental concerns. So use of green hydrogen, we have gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, as the case may be. Use of green hydrogen from renewable sources such as solar, wind, for transport and fertilizer, ammonia, and other industrial applications. We have this National Hydrogen Energy Mission, which has been launched. And I think storage, deployment in the transportation sector, and also delivery at its point of use, distribution, conservation, and you know, how to ensure that more efficiency and its larger applications come about in the near future is what we are looking at. So India is exploring prospects for exporting even green hydrogen. This is going to be India's global share in clean energy technologies as it looks in 2040. You'll see that photovoltaic share will be quite high, 30%. Wind will be about 15%, and batteries will be about, say, 15 and a little over 15. So regional sort of cooperation is what perhaps is the focus area of discussion. We have already started working on regional cooperation. We are actually transmitting electricity to our neighboring countries. And we are also looking at, you know, not only a one-way sort of interaction, a two-way interaction in certain border in the neighboring areas where we find that there is potential for hydro or potential for setting up a plant where, it could be a two-way process. So under the South Asian Association Regional Cooperation, cross-border electricity exchanges and trade are areas where we are working on. Cross-border investment in electricity sector, common standards and specifications for the electricity sector, and guiding provisions should be, of course, the infrastructure building and management of cross-border power interconnections. So you'll have to look at standardization of, regulatory mechanisms, wheeling charges, and, dispute settlement mechanisms, the grid sort of, protection, and also the transmission access, trading arrangements, including pricing and duty structure, and overall intergovernmental regulatory requirements. So these are some of the projects and some of the sort of, bilateral sort of projects that have come up in the years to come. They include transmission lines, they include certain, standalone projects, and we have closely addressed such power sharing and electricity projects with Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. I recently attended a regional conference in Guwahati where Bangladesh delegates, senior dignitaries were showing interest that in their energy deficit status and also to infuse some cleaner energy from the point of view of energy intensity reduction in their own countries, they would like to look at power purchase agreements with some of the hydro projects in the Northeast. We have, we cannot sort of, miss this. This is the Honorable Prime Minister and the first assembly of the International Solar Alliance in 2018 called for One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. I met somebody who mentioned this last evening at dinner, and this is basically that the sun never sets, at one given point. In some part of the world, the sun would always be there. So when we look at a One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, our Honorable Prime Minister has made this visionary statement. And also, how do we go about implementing this? The first phase, the Indian grid interconnects with Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia, and interconnected with the African power pools in the second phase, a global interconnection to achieve the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. The initiative is expected to realize 3 transitions of energy development: the transition of energy production from fossil fuel to clean energy dominance, and the transition of energy allocation from local balance to cross-border and global distribution, and the transition from coal, oil and gas, hydrocarbon sources to maybe cleaner energy, and looking at the future where we need to build partnership around these philosophies of growth in the energy mix in the energy sector. So at the Conference of Parties 26, the International Solar Alliance, UK has jointly also with India launched the Global Green Grids Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid, and the roadmap is under preparation. So the cooperation opportunities could emerge and could spell a pathway in areas for investments, R&D, grid management, trading and services. So these are the areas where we're looking at manufacturing of renewable energy products, energy storage, batteries, as I had mentioned earlier, hydrogen energy supply chain, support to startups, including through venture capital, mezzanine finance and angel investments, then R&D training in regional standards and specifications. You'll need a lot of human resource training, regional research and development, regional laboratories for testing for standards and certifications training, and grid management where you're looking at frequency management, grid behavior, digitized metering, joint venture with Indian manufacturers, regional trade in electricity, wheeling and banking and dispute settlement mechanisms and all kinds of legal sort of documentations, technical support and consultancy services, and so that's it. But Yes, I want to tell you that, you know, when we look at climate change, it's not about, you know, one country or one region. I have watched the climate change dialogue very closely, and I find that, you know, when we look at the asymmetry of energy consumption, and when we look at, say, China and India as growing economies, who would be also requiring hydrocarbon sources and conventional sources for their steel and heavy industries, it is but today the opportune time to ensure that with depleting fossil fuel resources, and also to ensure that infrastructure and development are sort of expediencies or imperatives that needs to be put in place, we are running behind schedule. So therefore we need to work together towards future cleaner energy technologies, the mechanisms, the products, the standardization, but we also need to ensure that the per capita consumption, when compared to, say, other countries, we are way below, while we are actually looking after 17% of the human population. 7.5 billion people are there. So we have maybe 130 crore people. We have now been able to reach electricity to every household. We have ensured that, you know, every school, every hospital must get electricity. But in terms of, say, industrial development, how much have we been able to achieve in terms of steel production, cement production? That are aspects which the industry must look at and ensure that our infrastructure, our industrial sort of, you know, need for electricity need not be compromised, but carbon emissions, as they collectively sort of, you know, contribute towards temperature rise and climate change, those are issues which needs to be addressed, and cleaner fuel energy mix is what the future is sort of promising to give us in terms of the energy mix. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You mentioned about this CBDRRC, which is very, very important, and also some other major highlights like one solar, one world, one grid, and also mentioned about the energy transition, what is taking place. Yes, we are also running little late of schedule. I would now request Dr. Viva Dhawan, who will be joining us on the virtual platform, Director General of TERI, the Tata Energy Research Institute, the Energy Research Institute. Dr. Dhawan, please.
Later in the day. The last talk, which was delivered by Ms. Shakuntala, I'll say she has practically covered everything, and it's rather becoming a little difficult for me to say things differently. But let me try to do justice. Well, we all know that when we look at the sustainable development and the global frameworks that drive sustainable development, apart from what we are doing at the national level, what are the announcements made by the Prime Minister, somewhere we are guided by the international conventions as well, whether it is Paris Agreement under UNFCCC and Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And it depends on the nations how seriously they take I won't call them directly, but the discussions which are held in platform. If we look at COP26, and as rightly mentioned, that Prime Minister had made some very important announcements. What, in a way, it gives us, first of all, it is that India as a country is committed. The second is the confidence of Honorable Prime Minister, both in the technology development as well implementation of the technology. And there I'll say that our industry is going to play a major role. But then it is not just the industry, it is also perhaps all stakeholders, because somewhere it will be that we are looking at that the emissions due to our excess flow. The other important thing is when we talk of the industry, the large industries definitely they are looking into for their own image or otherwise that they should be emitting less. But it is also our duty that we bring the small and medium entrepreneurs into the game, and we also provide them with the clean energy options. The other important thing is that India as a country still have to grow. And as rightly mentioned, that while we talk about per capita emissions, they are on the lower side. But it is also true that when we talk of electrification of villages and ensuring that electricity is available to every citizen of this country, their aspirations are also going to go up. And as we develop economically, perhaps our consumption is also going to go up. The other is when we are talking of made in India, again, it is that we will be requiring more energy. Now, it is both a sort of challenge as well as opportunity. When I say it's a challenge, and that is that we are talking of reducing our dependence on coal and going more towards renewable, which requires massive infrastructure. And I'll say opportunity, because it is not that we have to shift from one form to the other. Yes, we talk of energy transition, but we don't have to rebuild infrastructure. Rather, we have to build the new infrastructure. So it is not breaking something and building something new. It is whatever new will be created, and that is an opportunity for us. And it's a huge target when we talk of net zero by 2070. But without this, we can't also survive, for the simple reason that India is going to be one of the few countries which are going to be worst affected by the climate change. And not only that, it's the poorest of the poor, more than, I should say, the industrialized world. Because for them, any loss essentially means maybe their entire generation will suffer, but in other countries, they can rebuild or rebuy. Now, if we are looking at it, as I mentioned, that for us, the growth still has to happen, and therefore, the Honorable Prime Minister repeatedly is requesting that let's adopt more sustainable lifestyles and climate justice so as to protect the poor and vulnerable. Over here, I'll put a lot of emphasis on the younger generation, because when we talk of lifestyles, and I can vouch for it, the things which we have seen, the way our parents and grandparents live versus the way we are living and the way our children are living, I think we are moving from society which believes in sustainability to a society which is more on consumerism. And somewhere we have to sensitize, and youth will have to play a very important role, because they are the ones who are going to suffer because of the changing climate. Next one. Now, a lot has been mentioned by gambling. Like to mention over here is that when we talk of ambition of 1.5 degrees, somewhere we are saying that it would be very difficult even to control at 2 degrees and so on. And there are large number of talks happening at international level, whether it is COP, G20. But then at the end of the day, there are two things which are going to play a very important role. One is the technology development and sharing. and the other is finance to adopt those technologies. Because yes, technologies are available, but they demand a lot of capex. Will countries, they have all the intentions, but will they have that kind of capex? And perhaps one is not requesting for subsidies, but definitely it should be technology sharing. We are living in this world where intellectual property has become a means of economic returns. But let me put it that these economic returns are of no use, because unless and until this planet is inhabitable, we all have to live. It is not save the planet, it is save the humankind. And therefore, the finances, the technology transfer is required, technology development is required, technology development taking these countries, because the application of technology is going to be different in developed part of the world and developing part of the world. And then it is that those technologies are made available, and some soft loan kind of schemes are there which ensures that the initial capex is available, and over a period of time it is mindset these technologies are not going to be expensive, but then the initial capex is required. And the COVID has shown us one thing, that whatever happens in one part of the globe is going to have impact on other parts. So, as a global citizen, we can't leave any country behind, and everyone will have to walk together. Now, this point was already highlighted, so I'll just move to the next one. Now, when we are talking of transition pillars for industry decarbonization, improving energy efficiency in existing industries is a thing. And again, SMEs must be brought into this particular discussion. Switching from fossil fuels to direct electrification and renewable energy solutions, and that is happening. There was debate on phasing out of coal or phase down of coal, but then again it is that the developed part of the world, they have already used, or they are still using the fossil fuels which are available with them. So it is very difficult, or it is unfair to tell the developing part of the world not to use whatever little fossil fuel they have. Then decarbonization and hard to decarbonize sectors like cement and steel are required, and there I see a lot of role for technologies like hydrogen. So whether it is green, grey, blue, but then it is something which perhaps is going to be a game changer in the entire scenario, because of the wide applicability, versatility of green hydrogen. And already the way the prices are coming down and the global interest is there, I think within a decade it will become a reality which perhaps will replace most other forms of energy that we are using today. Now this basically, it just shows that what are the kind of chips that we are also talking about reforestation projects, but this time it is not to make biomass available, but this time it is more for carbon sinks. So that becomes very important. And one is looking at nature-based solutions for CO2 fixation, which are very good. And similarly, we are looking not only energy generation, but efficiencies to be brought out at different levels. Again, Shakuntala ji mentioned about the Panchamrit, which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. And beyond that, like whether we talk of the use of biofuels, the investments that government is making in biofuels, energy conservation amendment bill, which has been recently passed, electricity amendment bill, of the present government towards cleaner India, I'll say. Now, I will come back to that climate finance, and in every COP meeting where a lot of promises are made, one doesn't see this money actually coming on the table. And we are only talking about that this is essential, we will put in this much, and my request will be that the climate finance is both in kind as well as the real money. When I say in kind, it is basically sharing of the technologies and perhaps becoming co-inventor of the technologies, because our countries, developing countries, have different problems. The human resource is very dedicated and intelligent, so together they can look for solutions as well. Equity, again, it's a very important, again, a term which is repeatedly used, and that is equating and common but differentiated responsibilities. And it has to come because the industrialized nations have polluted coast, and therefore they need to bear the greatest burden of the global mitigation effect. And the developing world, they need some space to grow, because for them also, they also have right to grow and industrialize and gradually ease into a low carbon development pathway. So net zero, and that is why, while I personally feel we will be able to achieve it much earlier, but sure by 2017. But again, it is working together with the big industries as well as the SMEs that need to work towards net zero. Because see, the industries which are big for their own image, and they have resources to go for cleaner technologies, and they also know perhaps their share will also increase if they go adopt green technologies. But as a country of SMEs, we will have to work towards them as well. Next one. So, again, coming back to COP, that it shouldn't be a talk shop kind of a thing. It is that we have to work together. The other thing, and let's not take it easy, that per capita emissions from India is very low. We have to look into the sheer numbers, and therefore the thing is that we don't have to ape the West and say they have done it and therefore we have a right. We only have to look into that we cannot afford the mistakes which they have done, and therefore it is, while we talk of equity, let's not always blame the West, rather take the responsibility and move towards a cleaner planet. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that the commitments made by the Prime Minister at Glasgow, they talk a volume about the nation's ambition, and commitments in a way reflect sentiments of all stakeholders. Similarly, India's revised NDC targets, they are in line with the announcement made in COP, and the entire thing focuses on sustainable development at the center. And there have to be promoting a market mechanism and engaging private sector players to mobilize additional sources of finance for carbon transition pathway. And even today, if we look at India as a country, perhaps we are leading the developing, not only the developing world, but we are an important player in the global climate change negotiations and adopter of new technologies. So with this, I'll like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunities, and my apologies, I just had to rush back with all good intentions to be present there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. In fact, we missed you in person. Yesterday also you were here in Kolkata. In addition to all the points, very important points, I picked up 2-3 points like importance of the small and medium industry, life cycle management, and the technology matching to the requirement. Definitely these are very, very important aspects where we need to work on. All of us know that while we have been discussing on the renewable sources, integration, but energy efficiency also directly, indirectly is also a sourcing towards moving towards the reducing carbon emission. So now I would request Dr. Arun Kumar Misra, Chief Executive Officer, EESL. He is also joining us in virtual platform.
Good morning. I hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting me here today. I think the context is well said by Mr. Ray, and the broad picture is painted very effectively by Madam Vibhadavan and Madam Shakuntala. What I would like to say here is that as far as India is concerned, we have achieved our COP15 goals, and we have demonstrated our commitment by fixing targets for us through nationally determined contributions. And the area where I would like to share my thoughts is energy efficiency. So this is an area where Bureau of Energy Efficiency as well as in EESL is working for more than a decade. Of course, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is close to 2 decades, and energy efficiency has been cornerstone and the only pathway which we are looking at for a better world tomorrow. To share a simple story where EESL entered into the lighting sector, which accounts for 20% of energy consumptions and more if you population shift to the cities is only going to enhance this energy consumption in lighting. So that's the area where we focused initially, and we succeeded phenomenally in terms of our Unnat Jyoti project, where affordable LEDs were made available once initially through subsidy to the deserving consumers, and of course by market transformation, by enhancing the bulk procurement and creating a market around LEDs. That has already resulted into a success story where primarily the lighting choice has moved from incandescent bulb to LED bulb, or rather the CFL bulbs life was short-lived. Now that's the kind of intervention which we at ESL think will make the 45% reduction target by 2030 really achievable. To share the numbers, in case of lighting, what we are achieving in lighting is to LED you get 55% reduction as far as energy intensity is concerned, and the lumens are only plus. So the lumen part is better than that previous. So for a 100-watt bulb, we can use a 12-watt LED. Now that's an area which is known to at least all the attendees here, but what is not known to, that unless we believe in the dream that we can achieve it in a shorter span of time, we will have all the technology, but we may miss the bus of 1.5 degree Celsius reduction, or limiting our worldwide temperature rise to less than 2 degrees. So I urge through this forum to all the stakeholders that make available larger portion of the capital and think of innovative ways so the energy efficient technology becomes the primary choice, especially for those who cannot afford it, who are just trying to survive on day-to-day basis. So if they continue to make choice of the technology, they will make for what is the cheapest It is our collective ability to make the most efficient technology as the cheapest. That's where the difference will lie. Bureau of Energy Efficiency and EESL are already demonstrating within the field near the large and small industrial cluster, where we have chosen more than 27 technologies at more than 8 clusters, which will be demonstrating that how it translates into a economic choice as well, despite the high upfront cost. And that's the kind of area where industry may choose to partner, while the big industry players do have the wherewithal. It is the larger footprint where we have to intervene by making the technology available, by making an experience available, and by making a experienced and skilled pool of talented people available who can be tapped into as and when required. Remember, the MSME will not be changing their infrastructure for global warming. They will be changing their infrastructure for a better economic resolution. So they will change it when they need it. If this pool and technology is rightly made available at the right time, that will be the first choice, and capital is the key there. I'll be working with all the credit providers, banks as well as industrial, where they should be lending rate can be reduced. That can be one way, but more important than that, the energy efficient technologies lending should be prioritized. So those are the area where we can make a bigger difference as far as future lies for energy efficient technology is concerned. I'll urge all the stakeholders to reach out through technology means to EESL as well, where we can be of impact in terms of making energy efficiency technology selection faster, cheaper, as well as demonstrable and convincing. And that's where the role of technology lies, because unless you measure and demonstrate in terms of the language understood by the end consumer, you actually do not get the traction. In case of lighting, that's where we have made a difference. First, we invested in the needy, where we subsidize the technology available and through the distribution companies. And when they saw the impact on their energy bills, the rest is a story which is known to everyone. Now industry is selling the LED bulbs, and now, of course, we still have the unserved area, and that is the rural population. So ESL has launched the Gram Ujala program, where we are looking for more than 70% of the money to be paid through carbon credits, and technology is made available to consumer at very low affordable price, where the price points of the consumer. What makes it unique is that it is presuming that the world, the big capital, as well as those who see set context the agenda, and the market will pay for the energy efficiency, will pay for protection of the future. It is a big if. The results will be out a year down the line, when we'll bring these certified energy emission reductions to the market. If world is ready to pay them, then world should be rest assured technology and consumers will move their behavior. It is the money the barrier is technology's cost associated with technology's adoption. Currently, consumptions can always be, minimized. So that's where I'll rest my case, and I look forward to the overall deliberations as well as stakeholders buy-in in making available capital through transparent means so that the technology can be adopted by the end consumer and it is beneficial to our goal, which we have already set as the big orchestrator of the world environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. We all heard about the BE and ESL success story on the energy efficient lighting and rightly said that passion is required, but only passion will not serve unless it is linked with a proper economic model. Thank you again. I would now request Mr. Daniel Sim, Consul General, Australian Consulate in Kolkata, to say a few words.
Namaskar. It's a pleasure to be part of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry's Environment and Energy Conclave. I'll speak today briefly on Australia's climate change ambitions under the newly elected government, led by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and India-Australia cooperation on critical minerals and clean energy technologies. The Australian government is committed to taking more ambitious action on climate change. The Albanese government has announced a new target to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And President Stefanos mentioned that in his opening address. On 16th June, Prime Minister Albanese conveyed to the UNFCCC Australia's updated national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. And the Australian Senate is currently considering legislation which has already been passed by our lower house, the House of Representatives, to enshrine these emission reduction targets into law. Our 2030 target is part of global efforts to keep 1.5 degrees of warming within reach. Australia will play a constructive leadership role in facilitating the transition to net zero. We are supporting enhanced climate action in the region, the Indo-Pacific, through increased climate finance and new partnerships, and working with partners on the development of renewables, hydrogen, green steel and other clean energy technologies is a fundamental aspect of Australia's international engagement. India is, of course, foremost among these partners, not only through bilateral cooperation, but also regional groupings such as the Quad. So let me touch upon critical minerals, which is one area where the Australia-India partnership is flourishing. Indian ministers have themselves said that the critical minerals investment partnership between Australia and India is important to assist India to achieve its decarbonisation objectives. In March this year, the Australian Government's Critical Minerals Office signed an MOU with Kabul of the Indian Ministry of Mines. And this MOU covers mining and processing of critical minerals, as well as supply from Australia. And so following up on this, India's Minister of Coal and Mines, Prahlad Joshi, visited Australia last month in July to see some critical mineral assets and technologies for possible Indian investment. From the Australian side, a delegation of Australian companies and Australia's official scientific industrial research body, which is called CSIRO, will be visiting India at the end of September as part of the Australia-India Business Exchange, which is led by Austrade, our trade and investment promotion agency. And this delegation will be exploring commercial and research opportunities on critical minerals. And so why am I talking about critical minerals at this conclave? So critical minerals, as many of you would know, such as lithium, cobalt and graphite, are crucial to a range of clean energy technologies on which the transition to lower emissions will rely. And these technologies include lithium-ion batteries, solar panels, hydrogen fuel cells, wind turbines, electrolyzers, electric vehicles, of course. So Australia's large commodity reserves, our well-established mining equipment, technology and services sector expertise, and our high environmental and governance standards provide a solid platform for Australia to contribute to the global transition to cleaner energy and scaling up key global supply chains, which countries across the Indo-Pacific, including India, rely. In terms of bilateral trade, I should also give a plug for the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, which is due to enter into force either later this year or early next year once ratified by both governments, including the Australian Parliament. And under that agreement, tariffs will be eliminated on critical minerals from Australia, including lithium, cobalt, titanium, zirconium, which are essential inputs to Indian manufacturing and industry. I'll finish off by just touching on two more things. So a major focus of discussion at the Sydney Energy Forum, which was hosted by the Australian Government last month on 12th and 13th of July, and was attended by India's Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, R.K. Singh. And one of the focuses was on expanding and diversifying clean energy technology supply chains. So this is imperative not just for the climate, but also for economic and energy security. And so Minister Singh had the opportunity to set out India's renewable energy targets, but also India's steps to encourage manufacturing of batteries, photovoltaics and other technologies in India. And so that's an area where I think India and Australia, as well as regional countries, are looking to enhance cooperation. So that's just a brief snapshot of the extensive cooperation between Australia and India in the areas of research and energy. And I've got more detail online, but also in this update to an India economic strategy that the Australian government released out to 2035. And there are also strong prospects for R&D and commercial partnerships to promote and facilitate technological advancements that improve energy security and system reliability, affordability, as has been touched upon by many speakers, and also contribute to long-term emissions reductions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Daniel Sim, for giving highlight on Australian commitment as well as the India-Australia collaborative efforts, which also speak about the technology transfer, which is very, very important. Now I request Mrs. Melinda Pavek, Consul General US, Consulate Kolkata, to speak and share her views.
Good morning, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be here with the Bengal Chamber to talk about energy and environment. The presence of such distinguished delegates on the stage and influential leaders in the audience reflects that we all understand the existential crisis that climate change poses. It also demonstrates that we are willing and ready to work together to address this challenge. Our partnership with India is one of our most consequential relationships. In fact, it is impossible for me in this short speech to really even give more than a sliver of what we're doing with India in the important realm of climate change. But of course, there are 4 million Indian Americans who live and work in the United States as well, and that is where the dynamism of our relationship comes from. These ties between people have made both of our nations stronger and more inclusive and more innovative. 2022 is a momentous year for the U.S.-India relationship and the U.S.-Kolkata relationship. It is, of course, the 75th year of our diplomatic relations, and it is also the 230th anniversary of the first U.S. consul to Kolkata arriving here in Kolkata. Our first president, George Washington, appointed Benjamin Joy as the first U.S. consul to Kolkata in 1792. So the depth of our relationship goes back through much of history. As two of the world's oldest and largest democracies, we continue to engage at the bilateral, regional, and global levels to deepen our cooperation on the issues that are most vital to our people. And these, of course, include countering the climate crisis, deploying clean energy, improving the health and growing the prosperity of our people, bolstering the security in our democracies, and upholding a free, open, rules-based, and Indo-Pacific order. On May 23rd, President Biden met with Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo to reaffirm their commitment to work together for a more prosperous, free, connected, and secure world. The leaders discussed their shared belief in the urgent need to address climate change. They looked forward to accelerating India's just energy transition, including through the U.S.-India Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030 partnership. Their sites were focused on deploying renewables, decarbonizing the energy and industrial sectors, advancing zero-emissions vehicles, innovating for adaptation, and mobilizing related investments in India. On the same day, President Biden, Prime Minister Modi, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio met for the fourth Quad leaders meeting. Recognizing our growing need for transition to a net zero economy and society and enhancing resilience to the impacts of climate change, the leaders launched the Quad Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Package, or QCHAMP, with mitigation and adaptation as its two main themes. Among other activities, QCHAMP is working on greening the shipping industry and ports based on tangible experiences from each of the Quad countries, so that the movement of goods from Kolkata to Kansas City today and from Tajpur to Tacoma tomorrow can operate on a shared green corridor. Enhancing research and development in climate, smart agricultural innovations are another activity under QCHAMP that have potential to benefit farmers in agricultural-dependent economies in our region where erratic weather and rainfall patterns are adversely affecting crop yields and food security. President Biden was very busy during his Tokyo visit. At the Quad Leaders Summit, he also launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. A dozen initial partners, including India, joined IPEF to focus on 4 key pillars. The third pillar, clean energy, decarbonization, and infrastructure, is the most relevant to today's theme. But Pillar 1, trade, and Pillar 2, supply chains, and Pillar 4, tax and anti-corruption efforts are also indirectly relevant. IPEF nations seek to establish high standard commitments that deepen economic engagement in the region. The United States appreciates India's engaged partnership in IPEF's clean energy discussions. It has been a long, hot summer in many parts of the world, demonstrating that climate change is not a future thing, it is a now thing. For that reason, on June 17th, President Biden reconvened the leaders of the Major Economies Forum on Climate and Energy to further galvanize action. Citing international scientific assessments that urgently underscored the narrowing window for decisive action, President Biden urged leaders to step up their climate efforts and achieve further progress at COP27 this November in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. MEF leaders representing 23 countries that together account for roughly 80% of global gross domestic product and global greenhouse gas emissions agreed to join new efforts aimed at tackling the climate crisis while advancing energy security and food security. These efforts include, among other initiatives, putting more zero-emission vehicles on the road and decarbonizing ocean-based shipping. I am glad to note that at a local level, Indian state governments in our region are already promoting the use of electric vehicles and inland waterways transport. Low-carbon transport is an area of much interest everywhere. Since the MEF meeting, there has been heartening news in both our nations with respect to the global fight against climate change. We've heard many wonderful stories about what India is doing today, and I was happy to read recently that India is making good progress towards its goals in the solar capacity sector. And in fact, in the first quarter of 2022, the nation added 3 gigawatts of solar capacity. We look forward to working with the government on additional bold initiatives. Also this month, President Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. The legislation will invest $437 billion in energy security and climate change. That is the largest investment the United States has ever made in this area. Those who watch the U.S. congressional action are aware of the significance of this success. The legislation offers tax credits and benefits for companies and consumers, and as we have heard, it is very important that it is economically feasible and viable for consumers and companies to move to new technologies. Tax credits are available to companies for investments in wind, solar, geothermal, nuclear, and hydrogen energy, biofuels, methane reduction, and technology that captures carbon from fossil fuel power plants. Consumers can receive tax credits for energy-efficient home improvements, up to 30% of the cost of the adoption and use of solar heat pumps and wind energy systems through 2032. Tax credits of up to $7,500 for the purchase of an electric vehicle are also available. This investment will motivate consumers and companies in the United States and around the world to change their consumption. As he signed the act on August 16th, President Biden stated, "For a while, people doubted whether this was going to happen, but we are in a season of substance. Today offers further proof that the future of America is bright and the promise of America is real." Real progress is happening now. On a local level, I meet U.S. companies that are implementing path-breaking solutions to combat climate change, including large-scale carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration projects. We support the U.S. Agency for International Development and the U.S. Development Finance Corporation on greening transportation and other climate mitigation and adaptation investments and efforts. We partner with think tanks to engage with state governments to shape policies that encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. We work with non-governmental organizations to better understand the impacts of climate change in particularly vulnerable areas like the Sundarbans, and discuss ways to collaborate on adaptation solutions that are supportive of local population needs rather than being a burden. We also work closely with business chambers, like the Bengal Chamber, to participate in events like this one to explore opportunities to accelerate climate action. In my team, there is the Foreign Commercial Services Office that stands ready to connect you with U.S. companies that are global leaders in technology, innovation, and the solutions that can help to develop sustainable and efficient support for your climate goals. U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, said, "As a world, we are still not moving fast enough to rein in the emissions of warming gases that are driving up temperatures. We can still win this battle, but it will require a wholesale elevation of efforts by countries all around the world. Therefore, I urge us all to take on this challenge wholeheartedly, because, as I have said in the past, the future of our children and grandchildren depend on what we do today." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pavik. In fact, you started with way back 230 years before, 1792. You mentioned about regional cooperation, adaptation, specific need for agricultural technology, decarbonization initiatives. We have also heard about the very ambitious plan for US, and most interestingly, they are keen to work with the NGO partnership in the areas like Sundarban. Thank you. Thank you very much. We know that UK has been the partner country for this conclave, and we have been working closely with UK High Commission, Bengal Chamber since long towards the goal, achieving the goal of sustainability. We will now hear the perspective of UK. UK was the host country for COP26 held in Glasgow in November 21. We will begin with a video to set the context. I would now request Mrs. Libby Green, Senior VP, to speak and share her views.
Morning, thank you very much. So my name is Libby Green, I'm head of the Climate and Energy team based in New Delhi, and I'm going to talk today a bit about COP26 and the road to COP27. I'm really delighted to be here. I arrived 2 years ago and I spoke at the 13th Conclave virtually from my dining table, so it's fantastic to be here in person. Before I talk about COP26, I just want to say it's been such a pleasure working with the Kolkata Municipal Corporation on India's first integrated roadmap on low carbon and climate resilient Kolkata. It's great to see that the recommendations are being taken forward for Kolkata's Climate Vision 2030. And it's also been a pleasure working with the state government on West Bengal's electric mobility policy. We're really seeing, I think, Kolkata marching ahead with its plans for electrifying public transport and becoming a beacon in that area. And we're pleased to be launching here today the roadmap for development for an innovation centre for electric mobility, along with Niti Aayog, and a prototype for the EV awareness web portal based on best practices from the UK, which we're confident will help India in its journey. So COP26, well, COP26 is something the UK government is extremely proud of. It really seemed like an impossible task, the fact that we got together 197 countries in the midst of a global pandemic, and we were very fortunate. There seemed to be a dip in numbers just as we hosted that conference. And in fact, the number of cases of COVID within the conference centre were lower than in the wider Glasgow city. So yes, we achieved the Glasgow Climate Pact, which was really, we feel, a great achievement. It commits countries to look again at their emissions targets for 2030, recognising that this decade is the crucial decade to take action. It commits us to rapidly scale up climate finance from the developed world and to double finance for adaptation by 2025. And to phase down unabated coal power and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. So if you look at where we've got to with COP26, before COP26 about 30% of the world economy were covered by net zero targets. Now 90% of the world economy have net zero targets. And our COP president said that Glasgow kept the prospect of global warming being kept to 1.5 degrees in sight. We now really need to focus on action and delivering what was agreed, but it was a phenomenal success. It was in fact the biggest conference the UK's ever hosted. So it's something, as I said, that we're enormously proud of. And India was a huge part of the reason why COP26 was a success. It was fantastic that Prime Minister Modi came in person, and I think he made a real impact, as you saw in that video. And our assessment of the targets that Prime Minister Modi made when he came to Glasgow are that they are very ambitious, and they probably haven't had the recognition they should have. So his targets to really largely decarbonise the economy over this decade and to get to net zero by 2070. India also signed up to all 4 of the Glasgow breakthroughs, which is an attempt to bring down the cost of key technology over the next decade. India, as you saw in that video, signed up to the Zero Electric Vehicle Declaration, and together our 2 Prime Ministers launched initiatives to link up global green grids and to work on the climate resilience of small island states. So we're now waiting to see the nationally determined contribution from India. Great that the Cabinet has approved it a couple of weeks ago. What we would really like to see as COP presidents is all of Modi's commitments explicitly in that nationally determined contribution. So let's hope we get that by the 23rd of September, which is the UN's deadline for aggregating all of the nationally determined contributions. And on a bilateral level, UK-India collaboration, I think, is going from strength to strength. We continue to work really closely, and the focus of our work now is as partners trying to get to net zero, trying to decarbonise over this decade. We have a number of really important programs that we work on together. The Aspire program, which is practical challenges in terms of decarbonising the economy, the power sector reform program about electricity reform, and then we also have programs on adaptation, working together on addressing the impacts of climate change. And climate change is one of the 5 main pillars of the UK-India relationship, so it's absolutely central to everything we do. So what next? Well, I know my Egyptian colleagues are here, so that they should, they will lead and talk about COP27, but we have shared objectives for COP27 in 4 broad areas. So one is mitigation. This is the absolute crucial objective for both COP26 and COP27, is we need to reduce emissions, and we need to reduce them this decade. Continued focus on adaptation. The effects of climate change are already happening, particularly in India, so we want a continued focus on that agenda. Finance, the developed world needs to come through on the 100 billion target. We're expecting that target to be met in 23, but there needs to be continued emphasis on that. And finally, our final objective is collaboration, continue to work together on this shared challenge. So we're ready to hand over the baton to Egypt for COP27 and eagerly await that. We're also really looking forward to India's presidency of G20, which starts at the end of this year. And from everything we're hearing, climate change is going to be a huge part of that. So delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. She is the lead of Climate and Energy, British High Commission, India. And you mentioned about, we feel really glad to listen that the cooperation, the programs what we have with KMC, Kolkata Municipal Corporation, as well as with the state government on the EV mobility. We heard about the participation of 197 countries, not only the participation, the deliberation, collaboration and convergence. These are the very, very important and stupendous tasks, and I would say that COP26 Glasgow will be a landmark in the history of world civilization in future to come. I would now request Mrs. Anna Shortbolt, Deputy Trade Commissioner to South Asia, British High Commission, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for putting together this day, and thank you for inviting the UK to be a partner country. I think that means that we get 2 speeches, so apologies that you're hearing twice from the UK, and a video, which I think showed our relationship in a much more creative way than I can do here today. But I won't keep you long. I wanted to just say a few words about how we at the High Commission and across India are working to support our goals around climate change and net zero on trade and investment. I'm the new Deputy Trade Commissioner, recently arrived in New Delhi, and the reason that I get to live and work in India, which I enjoy a lot, is to grow the relationship between our 2 countries in terms of trade and investment. Our 2 Prime Ministers met only in April this year, and they agreed that we would double the trade between the UK and India by 2030. It's already worth £23 billion, and so there's a lot of work for us to do. One way that we want to do that is through a free trade agreement between our 2 countries. Again, when the 2 Prime Ministers met this year, they both agreed that we would agree that deal by Diwali. So we just finalised our final round of negotiations, and we're now into the kind of tunnel, difficult work in order to get that sorted by Diwali. And I think that will mean for, I hope, companies here today, both Indian and UK companies, it will mean that it will be easier for us to trade between each other, particularly around market access and services. But in the meantime, we're also busy doubling trade and investment between the two countries, and particularly in the energy sector. Like I say, I'm based in New Delhi, but we have teams across the country, including here in Calcutta, to make that vision a reality. And now, as we've been hearing from my esteemed panelists, is the moment to do that. We can see in the UK and India the effect that climate change is having on our two countries and obviously around the world. We can also see around energy prices increasing, particularly around the conflict in Ukraine. Just make sure that we need to do something. We need to do something now. And so I'm really proud to be able to welcome 4 UK companies here today. We've got a session later on where you'll hear a bit more from them, but we have LRQA, we have Green Enco, we have Synthetech, and we have Humble Hydrogen, who will be able to take you through in a bit more detail after lunch about some of their pioneering technologies that will enable us to try and make these net zero targets that Modi at COP26, like we heard, had signed up to, as well as Prime Minister Boris Johnson. You'll also hear from the UK's Export Finance Department, which will show how the UK can provide long-term export credit to some of these major renewable energy projects that will again contribute to our targets. And also, a big thing that we do in the High Commission across India is bring together companies between the UK and India. In June, we were really pleased to be able to take the Secretary and Joint Secretary from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to Grimsby, which is in the north of England, to show some of the capability that we have in wind power to try and encourage the two countries to work together in that sector. And I'd really like to invite you to come to Delhi, if you can bear leaving the lovely city of Calcutta, to come to the Hydrogen Association of India's annual event in December, where we'll have many more UK delegates for companies to meet and I hope work together with. So thank you very much again for inviting me and look forward to meeting more of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shotbull. UK participated with a delegation on clean transition policies and technologies. A paper on roadmap for development of an innovation center for electric mobility would be released now. The Innovation Center is an innovative, effective and sustainable solution for promoting brand neutral, unbiased facilities dedicated to providing free, non-technical education and information on EV technologies and encouraging EV uptake among all sections of the population. The Innovation Center will lead to a series of positive impacts, including increased confidence among customers and hence increased adoption of electric vehicles, skill enhancement of staff, and the development of innovative business models. I would request Mrs. Libby Green, Mrs. Anna Shotbolt, Mr. Nick Lowe, and other dignitaries on the dais to release the paper.
Here we are presenting the unveiling of the roadmap for EV Innovation Center as being announced. We will now be launching web portal on EV mobility awareness. We can see the link, please. We will share the soft copy or the link with our registered participants and speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. We all know that We all are waiting for COP27 to be held in Egypt this year. And we are really privileged and proud to have His Excellency Wael Muhammad Awad Hamid, Embassy of Arab Republic of Egypt, New Delhi, and he has kindly accepted our invitation, spared his valuable time with us, and I would, sir, now request you to speak and enlighten the audience.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam Ray, for the introduction. I'm really delighted, my wife and I, to be here in Kolkata, this historical and very vibrant city. And I have to start by thanking the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting us to take part in the 15th edition of this conclave. It is indeed a special privilege and honor to address this conference that is held this year under the title Journey from COP26 to COP27 and Beyond. As a host country of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh later this year, Egypt recognizes the urgency and importance of the challenge posed by climate change and the importance of accelerating global efforts on all aspects of climate change agenda, in particular the need to limit warming and to enhance global response in support of adaptation to climate impacts. In that regard, we have welcomed the significant progress achieved in Glasgow at COP26, including the adoption of the Glasgow Climate Pact, the completion of the Paris Rulebook, and many announcements of ambitious commitments and initiatives by many parties. Now, Egypt is hosting COP27 this year in a very complicated political and economic international scene. The current global energy and food crisis cause enormous suffering to many developing countries, particularly with the accumulation of debt, the poor flow of funds, and supply chain disruptions. This places formidable responsibilities on our shoulders to ensure that these difficulties will not impact the pace of implementation of our common vision to address climate change, which was reflected in the Paris Agreement and confirmed last year in Glasgow. Therefore, I would like to highlight today a number of points that deem the importance of COP27 to ensure that the window of climate action remains open. First of all scientific projections and reports clearly confirm that climate change has become an existential threat to many countries and societies worldwide, to the extent that it is no longer possible to postpone the implementation of climate-related pledges and commitments. The heat waves experienced this summer in India, Europe, and many other countries across the globe are good evidence of the accuracy of these projections. This propels us all to intensify the required work, especially as all parties have unanimously agreed that the priority in the next stage is to implement the Paris Agreement and to turn nationally determined contributions into a reality. We should abide by the general principles and governing framework for international climate action, which mainly includes climate justice, common but differentiated responsibility, as well as varying capabilities of states. Therefore, Egypt focuses its efforts to make COP27 a turning point in global climate action by maintaining international momentum and affirming the commitment of all parties to turn the pledges into reality. This will contribute to the process of transition to a low-emission economy capable to deal with and adapt to the negative effects of climate change. This will also enhance the climate finance mechanisms for developing countries to empower them to play their role in the global fight against climate change. Second, to achieve this vision, Egypt counts on the support of all parties and their contributions for climate action in a way that would deliver on the aspirations of our peoples. Egypt underscores the importance of expanding the scale of financial support for developing countries through relevant international finance institutions and banks to support a fair energy transition process in developing countries. At the same time, Egypt stresses the need to translate our political visions and positions into reality in the ongoing climate negotiations. Here I would like to stress one important point. We really have to set the scene first. What is COP27 is all about, and what is the current situation in the world. And I will please excuse you to allow me to go back in time back to 2015, to the year 2015, when the world adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. We remember that the goal number 1 in the SDGs was the eradication of poverty by the year 2030. Today, we are 2022, that's almost halfway, that's exactly actually halfway through the period, which means that we should have eradicated or slashed poverty by half. But what do we have now, in fact? The number of people living under the poverty line in 2017 was 700 million people. Today, it has increased to 260 million people, according to the numbers that we have internationally in early 2022. If we add to this 65 million people that have fallen under the poverty line because of the Ukraine crisis, we will get a total number of 930 million people this year, as we speak now. In other words, instead of slashing people living under poverty line by half between 2015 and 2022, we actually increased it by 33%. Now, can we really say that this is all because of COVID-19 and because of the Ukraine crisis? Personally, I do not think so. It doesn't seem like the world was going in the right direction when it comes to development before the COVID-19 and before the Ukraine crisis. I think what happened was that goal number 1, the eradication of poverty, was completely neglected, and developing countries, instead of that, focused on goal number 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is the goal of environmental sustainability. Now, that is okay. Environmental sustainability is important, and we're holding COP27 because we do believe in environmental sustainability. There's no problem with that. But also, it seems that developed countries have focused on decarbonization without providing developing countries with alternatives. Alternatives to pursue this required decarbonization and to shift to renewable energy. And here we have to say that finance is direly needed, because developing countries where the problem is taking place, most of the problem is taking place, are countries that are facing poverty. They have to fight against poverty. They have to provide housing, they have to provide health, they have to provide education, they have to provide transportation, and so on and so forth. So over and above comes the problem of sustainability, the problem of environmental degradation, which puts extra burden on the shoulders of developing countries. Now, it was agreed in COP15 in Copenhagen, this was back in 2009, that developed countries would actually provide $100 billion per year to developing countries by the year 2020, which was 2 years ago. But the fact is that only 7 countries showed their commitments, actually showed commitment to this goal. And just last year, before Glasgow, only 79% was provided of this funding. And according to 79, this is the most optimistic estimate, because according to this distinguished NGO Oxfam estimates it to be around 20% only, not 79%. So out of the 100 million, only 20% were actually committed to. And this comes from 7 countries out of the 23 developed countries. These countries being Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Japan. And out of these 7 countries who have actually followed the commitments, only 4 of them declared commitments up to the year 2025. This being Sweden, Norway, France, and Japan. The rest of the developed countries, we don't see much action when it comes to following up on their commitments here. Now, and we really have to say that according to the best estimates, this 100 billion of yearly funding, actually this only represents 5% of what the world needs. So if we really come to think about it, if we can't really follow up on the 100 billion that the world has committed itself to, what is going to happen to, if we put on the rest, this is only 5%, so we have to multiply this by 20. So basically what we need here is, I don't know how many, 2 trillion? You do the maths. So basically what I need to say here is that what is needed for climate action is finance, finance, and more finance. We have all listened to wonderful stories. We have all listened to wonderful aspirations and very nice words. But when it comes to finance, unfortunately, this is not something that the world can follow on. And here we have to say that when we speak about growth and development, we have to speak about global development and global growth, because environmental degradation leads to loss of growth. Loss of growth leads to less job creation. Less job creation leads to more poverty. More poverty leads to more environmental degradation. So growth here is the global growth. We're not talking about the growth of one country. We have to speak about the growth of the international economy as a whole, including the developing countries. And we all have to know that growth in the developing countries comes back in positive terms, in positive effects on developed countries. Now, this is the importance of finance. And we really have to find a solution to this problem, because we are all in the same boat together. We have seen the environmental problems all over the world. And interestingly, whereas some areas have droughts and heat waves, other areas have floods. So we are all in the same boat, even though one might be on the right side, another might be on the left side, but we are all on the same boat. It's one planet after all. Now, COP27, if finance is going to be that important, what has Egypt done to address this issue in preparation for COP27? Well, Egypt has worked with the United Nations to initiate a campaign for environmental finance. 5 regional roundtable discussions were established, and these bring together investors, officials, developers in order to identify in each of the regions, in each of the 5 regions, what are the environmentally sound, the best projects that could be financed, and the projects that are ready to be implemented. So it's an identification process. And I'm very happy to tell you that the first roundtable has actually taken place and this was the regional roundtable for Africa. It actually took place early in August, on the 2nd and 3rd of August in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And in this roundtable, 140 environmental projects were presented. And out of the 140 projects that were presented, a shortlist was prepared of 19 projects. The second roundtable, I'm happy to tell you that it's the one that is concerned with Asia Pacific, including India, of course, and it is taking place right now in Bangkok, today, August 25th. And the same process is going to take place. People are going to present the cases, they're going to present the projects in order to identify which ones are going to be implemented, and then at a later stage, we'll go into the financing aspect of it. The third roundtable for West Asia, the rest of West Asia is going to take place in Beirut, September 15th. And then there's a 4th roundtable for Latin America, going to be held in Santiago on September 1st and 2nd. And the 5th roundtable is going to take place in Geneva to look into projects in Europe. That's going to take place in September 20. The purpose of these 5 roundtable discussions is to present a final list of projects to COP27 on November 9th, on the Finance Day, so that we can match the finances with the projects that have actually been identified as viable and as economically possible, economically viable, basically. Okay, and I have to tell you here that the Africa Group, the roundtable that took place on the 1st and 2nd of August this month in Addis Ababa, saw 19 projects, out of which 4 are going to be, 4 of them were presented by Egypt. The first one of them is for the decommissioning of old power generators that are working with fossil fuels and to replace them with new power generators working with renewable energy. The second project is concerning light electric trays in the cities of Cairo and Alexandria. The third one is for the adaptation of farmers to environmental changes and new agricultural techniques. And the fourth one is the construction of 6 desalination projects in Egypt. Now, basically, and to sum up, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be too long. Egypt will spare no effort in making the World Climate Summit this year a success by providing conducive and inclusive conditions for all parties, including states, international organizations, and civil society. We aspire to achieve real progress on the governmental and non-governmental tracks. We will work on launching initiatives and sponsoring a large number of constructive dialogues and discussions between various governmental and non-governmental parties during COP27 to ensure comprehensive outcomes that contribute to keeping the 1.5 degrees target within reach and putting the world on the right path towards implementation of the resolutions of successive climate summits and the goals of Paris Agreement. Egypt therefore looks forward to India's participation in COP27 this year with a big delegation that would represent the greatness of this country and the global role model it plays in action against climate change. I'm very pleased to say here that over the past month, just last month, Egypt has signed with India a very big memorandum of understanding for the construction of a big project for green hydrogen in Egypt. And hopefully today or tomorrow, another memorandum of understanding is going to be signed. The first one was signed with renewable energy, with the company Renew Power. The second one that is going to be signed hopefully today or maximum tomorrow, I prefer to keep the name of the company and not to disclose it, but hopefully it is going to be signed. And this will make the number of memoranda of understanding that are signed by Egypt with other partners for the production of green hydrogen come to approximately 9 or 10. And if it actually happens, as I hope it will, that we sign the memoranda of understanding with the second Indian company tomorrow, then India, out of these 9 or 10 memoranda of understanding, India alone is going to have 2, and I don't think any other country has 2 memoranda of understanding for hydrogen, for green hydrogen in Egypt. So basically, the partnership that is taking place slowly, shaping between Egypt and India, is one that we are very proud of, and is one that we are trying to cultivate and expand in the future. Just yesterday, we were discussing with Dr. Pavan from TERI the Energy and Resource Institute on the possibility of Egypt partnering up with the Institute when it comes to the creation of a center of excellence for green hydrogen, because this is the future and this is something that we really hope Egypt is going to be pioneering in. And in preparation for COP27, we have taken all these efforts with the memoranda of understanding that we have signed, and we're going to declare it during COP27. So basically, if I sum up and tell you that what Egypt is planning to do is to make the number 27 everybody's favorite number, at least over the coming year or two, then I will not be exaggerating. So let's all hope that COP27 is going to be a successful one. I invite everybody to be there in COP27, or at least to applaud for COP27 and to give it support in every means they can to COP27. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. His Excellency Wael Mohammad Awad Hamid, sir. And you have started with the complicated structure, brought a new dimension in the deliberation on the framework. In fact, you have rightly said about primarily what I understood about the equity, also the need of the financial support, and you questioned rightly whether we are moving toward right direction. For example, the poverty points, what you have mentioned. But definitely we all are hopeful about the COP27 to happen, and this will bring a new dimension in the climate action. And thank you, sir, for inviting all of us. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Shubhendu Sinha, Advisor, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to share his views. Just I would like to mention that Mr. S. Suresh Kumar, the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, he has joined with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam, and all the distinguished thought leaders on the stage. So, Gautam, I changed my script because I think I should not be talking on environment and energy. Overdose of even good things could be bad, you see. So, but let me tell you that how exactly these two concepts, they fit into the big picture of national vision. But before that, I must compliment Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industries for organizing this 15th edition, such a fabulous kind of get-together and on all the principal themes, I would say. And what a perfect timing, you see. On 22nd, Government of India has launched a gazette on battery waste management rules. So that gazette notification has been issued. So that is again a step towards sustainability. Around 10 weeks ago, our Prime Minister launched Lifestyle for Environment, where he said that everybody should be partner to taking the environment. It should be a movement. It should not be written by a few persons, followed by others. That is another big thing. And last week, we celebrated 75th year of national independence. We sang the anthem written by a person from this place. Now it's time that all of you have given the national anthem. It's time that you also become a partner to the national aspiration. Now what exactly is the national aspiration? India chahta kya hai? You know, these two are definitely, and in addition to a couple of more, they are the quality parameters. That is one piece of the vision. The bigger vision is that the country wants that the macroeconomic parameters, they must be complemented by clearly focused, welfare-oriented microeconomic initiatives. So the policy, the taxation, the big things must also take into account the demand, the manufacturing, those aspects. And the third important thing is that the private finance and the government capital together, we should create a virtuous cycle that can take the country forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we have got an absolutely grand aspiration. We want to be the best in manufacturing. And this, this resonates with, I'm sure, this will resonate with that of Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And Gautam Da, I must compliment the person who has designed your logo. He has placed I little ahead, above. So I is not in series. It has got exponential position. It is not in series. So that is why when commerce gets exponentially linked to industry, that is what growth is written. That is how growth is written. We want, as I told you, to be world's best. Earlier we used to say that, okay, this state wants to be best in India. We used to say we want to be best in Asia, nothing doing. We simply want that in the manufacturing sector, India should be world's best. And that is the reason, precisely, why in 13, 14 areas, we have identified them as PLI areas, production-linked incentive schemes. Government of India has allocated 3 lakh crore rupees for that. So, the production is to be taken by the industry, they have to take it forward, and they will be incentivized. And some of these areas are absolutely sunrise areas. Solar module, for example, it would be complementing these two concepts. Advanced chemistry cell, for example. In electronics, the semiconductors, for example. We missed the bus. India missed the bus. We could not be world leader in the field of, say, television, computers, mobile. Now it's the time that we can't be missing it. So that is precisely the reason why we have identified these areas and the country is taking it forward. But as it happens, you see, this initiative has to be taken by the industry. That is precisely the reason, ladies and gentlemen, when the government says so clearly that we have no reason to be in business, we have no business to be in business. We are policy makers. We create the best policies for you after consultation with you. It is not that we take it inputs from elsewhere. It is all inputs are taken from you. A policy is created for you. Now you have to drive it forward. That synergy has to be brought into by you. As I told you, it's a different India altogether. In this India, the fertility rate has stabilized. The demography is going to be stable now. In this India, women are more than men. So you place me rightly between Libby and Emma. That is what, that is the picture. What I mean to say is that you cannot ignore women's participation into industry, into growth story. In this India, digital transactions are more than that of US or China. There are more internet users in villages than in urban cities. Urbanization is moving absolutely, it's a very high speed on which it is moving. That is why the energy requirement and the environmental standards of urban areas, the mobility paradigm of urban areas, movement, for example, these things have to be taken care of. Because without that, you will find it very, very difficult. These urban areas, they ought to be made manufacturing centers, the growth centers, because 2% of India's space will be creating 98% of India's GDP. That is the kind of scenario which is coming. So precisely in these 2% areas, you have to go full throttle. Many reasons could be cited that why we could not be where we should have been. Honorable Prime Minister says that we have got 25 years only. 25 years is the lifespan of a generation. Within a generation, this transformational change has to be brought about. We could not be because probably we were not able to identify that what exactly are our priorities. South Korea did. That is why they could raise their per capita GDP from 1947 till now it is 37x. 37 times they could raise it. China could do it. Japan could do it. We got mixed up. We were doing this also, that also, so many things. It's time that we identify the fixed priorities that can bring a lot of prosperity to the country. Absolutely there is no dearth of it. The knowledge, technology, yes, technology, it is gradually coming up. In the area of sustainability, environment, energy, we have been able to nudge 16 out of 23 IITs to have independent departments. They are having dedicated departments to take this issue of battery engineering, sustainable engineering, those kind of things they are doing. We have asked states that you formulate your own electric mobility policy, for example, EV policy. And today, 30 states have either notified their policy or are in the final stage of notifying their policy. What I'm trying to tell you is that we are, it's a very, very gentle nudge that is being given from the center. We don't want to be in the thick of it and get into unnecessary kind of mash-up. So the states, we ask them to own up. West Bengal has got one of the most aspirational policies, I would say. They want to set up 1 lakh, charging stations by 2026. They want to have 1 million electric vehicles by 2026. Very recently, they have issued letter of their award they have issued for the buses. They are changing their public transport system. Now, these are all very, very aspirational things that is there. I am sure when I say that we want to be world's best, there are doubts in some mind, you see. But let me tell you again, whenever I fall short of inspiration, I look to West Bengal. A man from this place way back in 1893, rocked entire Chicago. And he used to say that for any disruption, if you want to bring in, the first stage is derogation. Second is opposition. Third is reposition. And finally, there is acceptance. So the world is ready to accept. I see where we are. The best of the universities, they are reaching out to us. You name it. Best of the American universities. All the UC, all the MITs, they are reaching out to us because they want to help us. They want that technology, if whatever missing link is there, they want to be right there so that it is taken forward. Now, this commitment to sustainability, commitment to green standards, this has to be there, ladies and gentlemen. If it is not there in the manufacturing process, I am saying this specifically because you are from the industry area, then we will not have access to the Western markets. And if we are not able to take care of the exports, we will not be able to achieve where we desire to be. Therefore, you know it all the well, that only those industries survive. You see the history of industries which have three commitments, as I say. First, which are committed to quality standards. They will not reduce the quality just to please the customer. They will not cut corners, go for shortcuts, because somebody is to be made happy, the cost has to be brought down. Second, those which have got absolute control on the supply chain. They don't rely that for this thing will be coming from this geography, this will come from there. No. More and more control over the supply chain is significant. And third is, of course, small word means a lot, that it has to be based into ethical standards. Probably sustainability, energy, green energy, these are those elements to it. So I would simply say that, this is one of the part of the bigger vision that India has. We want to grow very fast, ladies and gentlemen. And it's visible. I can give you examples after examples. Whichever country, wherever the best thing is moving on, there are Indians into it, either at the concept stage, or the implementation stage, or the management stage. Now the aspiration has changed. We do not want our children, our friends, our family members to go across and work for Google and Microsoft and those kind of bodies. We want our own Google right here. We want our own Microsoft right here. And it is doable. It is completely doable. That probably leap of faith is required. You have to synergize. I know that West Bengal has got a lot of, you are absolutely top class in poetry and music and writings. Now these are the skills because rhythm is there, meter is there. Probably the same sort of rhythm, same sort of meter is to be brought into the area of economics and business and commerce and industry. So that you have been, West Bengal has been traditionally, you have been forerunner of India's economic growth. Now it's time that you again take the mantle and ensure that you take the country forward and you become kind of champion state so that we see you as a lighthouse and say that, okay, these are the people, these are the kind of, they are the frames which are leading the national aspiration forward. So with all my best wishes to you, to Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industries, to all the country representatives, Excellency, who are present here, we have a lot of gratitude to you. You have given us a lot of technology inputs, a lot of best practices, exposure to what is happening around the world. All those things are there. But that is further fueling our desire to be world's best in manufacturing. With that wishes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sinaji. It was truly inspirational, and you have said about sustainability requires a movement. I would now request Sri S. Suresh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Power, Government of West Bengal. He will give a special address on Bengal's vision on energy transition.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Gautam Rai on the dais, the President of BCCI, Mr. Shifanos, Honorable Excellencies on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for me was about the Bengal's vision on energy transition. The main idea actually would be as to how we really started the process of transition itself, energy transition. A lot of people have this idea that probably mostly the transition would happen by replacing the current fossil fuels with probably renewable energy sources and so on and so forth, which is called decarbonization. But then actually there is more to it, which is something very interesting actually. As they say, in fact, India lives in its villages. You won't believe it that most of our energy needs actually are through biomass. Nearly, even now, something like around 60% of our energy needs are met through biomass. The penetration of the cooking gas, which initially started off with a nice scheme, but then later on, due to the higher expenses probably, the percentage of people still using biomass for cooking is enormously high. So there is a need to bring in electricity for cooking purposes there, which is something which still we have not been able to grapple with, and that's one area which needs a lot of attention. As long as you use biomass, you would cause internal air pollution, you would cause problems to people, they would have respiratory issues slightly early, and so on and so forth. And women, of course, would definitely face most of the brunt of it. This is one area that needs to be looked at. Decarbonization in terms of producing energy itself in the power sector is one area which definitely is being looked at. Current efforts are mostly with respect to building what are known as flue gas desulfurization to remove the sulfur oxide and the nitric oxides. But then that itself is not just going to make things better. The future definitely is how are we going to use carbon capture technology, and how are we going to sequester carbon dioxide which is being thrown out by our power stations. So that's a big area. The third thing actually is that we are still generating a substantial amount of carbon dioxide through other ways, and this needs to be taken care of. Unfortunately, Calcutta is a very highly polluted city due to various other reasons. In fact, one of these reasons probably is due to the weather system which prevail around the city. There is definitely a huge need to reduce the levels of pollution in terms of various things like, the SPM at 1.5, the SPM at 5 micron. Until unless that is taken care of, probably I think we're still going to have issues about overall energy utilization itself. We do still have a lot of power plants around Calcutta also, which probably are definitely adding to it, or probably even in spite of adding ESP technologies and so on and so forth, we are still having issues about it. The overall country's ambitions are enormous. I mean, by 2030, we expect to have 500 gigawatt of power through renewable sources. at least 50% of our overall power requirement should be through renewable energy resources. We should be able to reduce our carbon output in the emissions by around 1 billion tons. Now, this calls for a major exercise in terms of investment. Roughly, in fact, I mean, if you were to calculate, I mean, lots of modeling has already been done on this score on various scenarios. You could have a business as usual scenario. You could have energy security scenario. You could have a best case scenario, and based on that, or balanced growth scenario, and based on that, roughly around say $200 to $250 billion definitely would be required in terms of investment. Now, all investment of this nature cannot come from the government, and I'm sure people understand that. It has to come from individuals, it has to come from small businesses, it has to come from various other things, and then only this whole thing can come together to bring this whole dream to an actuality. Overall, as such, in our energy action plan, based on modeling as well as understanding as to what the growth is, though I would say that we are not really keen on adding more power plants based on fossil fuels, the growth in terms of overall fossil fuel based power would be very marginal, but then it would definitely going to continue into up to 2040 or even beyond also. Existing captive mines that are being operated have a time period of around 30 years, which is going to comfortably take us to even up to 2050. Of course, we have started retiring a couple of our coal mines, and there's a very interesting transition process that is being followed also, because a number of incomes are direct and indirect, are affected by the process of shutting down a coal mine. So that's an area which is interesting and fascinating. We are taking up that also, so that the local economies which get affected by shutting down a coal mine would not get affected, and there would be alternative ways of looking at their incomes. The third thing actually is that along with the decarbonization, the transport sector is definitely undergoing a major change. Now, we have a very ambitious goal definitely, and the process of trying to actualize it is something which is going to be a major challenge. Currently, the overall grid itself is something that needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, in the process of trying to set up a target, people forget that the grid needs to be much more smarter, number one. It has to handle all sorts of spikes which come when you start the charging infrastructure. Even the small 1,200 buses which we're going to plan to put in is requiring a major investment from us in terms of getting the grid ready to handle the charging infra. So this is a major area which needs a little bit of understanding. And the Government of India also has started something called an RDSS scheme, which in fact our government also probably wants to definitely participate in that, where the charging infra is a part of the scheme itself, plus the modernization of the grid, which is required to handle this new challenge of a lot of renewable energy coming in, as well as the demand for vehicle charging, which might come by maybe another 4 or 5 years from now, is also extremely crucial. The third thing, which I think we are still not put a lot of emphasis, I think though I think Government of India is trying its best, they recently passed something called an Energy Conservation Act, which is definitely an improvement over the previous Energy Conservation Act. But we still need to go a long way. 3 areas, which definitely businesses would definitely understand. One is in terms of industry alone, there are huge areas where significant savings in terms of energy usage can happen. Typically, furnaces, typically you would be using motors. Typically, you would also require changes into their pumps, motors, furnaces, and buildings which are being used, as well as compressors. Now, these 4 or 5 areas are are something which, unfortunately, we have not looked at it. In fact, it affects the competitiveness in terms of the pricing. This is an area which we have already taken up with the MSME sector, especially because Calcutta and the Howrah area is famous for its foundries, and this is an area which definitely needs looking at. Building infra also, unfortunately, are not very green certified, most of the buildings. They're just plain buildings which don't have these energy efficiency measures for the HVAC systems and so on and so forth. The requirement now is to ensure better efficiency in terms of overall energy usage. That's another area which we are grappling with, hopefully with better regulations in the building sector. The building rules also need to be modernized. The Government of India has brought out model building rules, which are of course again dated around 8 years back. In spite of that, probably, hopefully, we should be able to improve the building rules based on the modern requirements. The third thing is that the renewable energy per se definitely is going to change the sector. We know very well that, as per, in fact, our own modeling studies also says that we might hit something like around 40% of our energy requirement through renewable energy by 2040, and by 2030 maybe around 30%. So we are still behind the country's requirement. So Bengal, having a population of around 10.15 crore and nearly around 3 crore consumers and around 700 units per annum per capita utilization, still is way behind the other states like, say, Maharashtra or Gujarat in terms of per capita. We still need to do a lot more in terms of improving our energy utilization, which of course comes with more industries definitely and more commercial establishments. But the demand for green energy is also rising. Now, so the better way of looking at it is to provide for open access regulations which definitely don't put up any more barriers. So unfortunately, the thought process of all our distribution licenses has been traditionally is to put up a barrier. No, we don't want it, we'll lose demand and so on and so forth. It's actually, I would say, a Nielsen theory game, and people don't understand the virtues of having a variable sum system. I mean, if the people consume more, definitely they would look for other sources of energy. So the distribution licensee definitely would be benefiting through the process. So this is a area where we need to do a lot of work in terms of regulations, and the industry would definitely respond. I would hope that, in terms of putting in more private equity and investment into the energy sector. The energy sector definitely is on the cusp of a major change, at least in the state, and I'm sure the next 10 years are definitely going to be very exciting areas for investment in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for portraying the vision of Bengal, and you have highlighted very important aspects, including the efforts on decarbonization, transport sector, building rules, which are the new things you have brought into the deliberation. We are almost in the conclusion of the inaugural session, and I know we are running short of time, but every year we take this platform as an opportunity to recognize and appreciate the effort of, untiring effort of someone who has dedicated his life very passionately for the cause of clean technology, green energy, and ultimately leading to sustainability. So this year also, we have thought of a personality who was president of the chamber from 2005 to 2006. He has been intricately involved with the Environment and Energy Conclave, which we are having now in all the years, chairing critical sessions and sharing important views. He is an expert in pollution and energy and environment-related matters, acknowledged by the country as well as worldwide. He is associated with the largest group in air pollution control, globally as well as in India, first as a project engineer, then as chief engineer, and finally for about 11 years as MD and CEO. In cement and coal-fired boilers, he enabled first-time technology to improve drastically the air pollution control plant performance. He was a member of Central Pollution Control Board for 6 years, running as the only representative from the private sector industry and one of the 2 members of the corporate and industry sector. He was also a member of Supreme Court appointed committees for environmental clearance of large projects, which definitely a very, very important role. From the judiciary's point of view, interacting with public, the administration, NGOs and other stakeholders. A chartered engineer with Bachelor of Electrical Engineering and Fellow the Institution of Engineers India. He has held senior positions in the industry as Managing Director FLACT India Limited, Managing Director ABB ABL Limited and Chairman ABB ABL Projects Limited, Senior Advisor Ernst & Young, Chairman WBEIDC, among others. He also devoted his time in mentoring young minds as Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering in North Bengal University and also has been associated with IIT Kharagpur, IIS WBM, Jadavpur University, Symbiosis Institute, IIMC and other renowned institutions in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this privilege and opportunity to invite none other than Mr. Alok Mukherjee, who is the former president of the chamber, and we are very delighted to have him with us. Small video on Mr. Alok Mukherjee.
We started from the Bengal Chamber, this conclave, Energy and Environment Conclave. There was, it made a name sort of amongst the Calcutta chamber. In fact, I have told in other chamber that if you don't have to copy, but if you have to emulate, then emulate the Energy and Environment Conclave of Bengal Chamber. And many agreed that it is so. And said they have since then they have improved quite a lot. But
thank you, sir. I would now request our President, Abraham Stephanus, to please felicitate Mr. Mukherjee. I would now request Mr. Mukherjee to say a few words.
A very good morning, or it's going to be afternoon now, ladies and gentlemen, all of you, the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. I first have to thank BCCI for this honor, although I have doubt whether I deserve it. But my grateful thanks to everybody. You know, as a small child, when I used to walk with my parents holding their hands, I have no recollection of this, but that's what they told me, that I was always trying to ask very odd questions, making their life miserable. Why this butterfly is there and not there? Why this tree is taller than these trees? Who is pushing the air? Why the river is flowing this direction and not direction? So that will prove that I was a bit of a nuisance in my younger age, probably. Then, of course, schools, college, engineering college, and I was very lucky in one respect, that I mainly I worked in 2 companies, as Gautam mentioned. One of them was was probably the biggest, largest engineering company on air pollution control. And another one, Asia Brown, that was Flex Fabricant. And another was this ABB, which even today, Asia Brown Boveri, which is even today showing all the industries how to bring down carbonization, how to do much better in sustainability. So a lot of my profession and my passion, they sort of overlap. And then I saw what there is being done through them all over the world. All of us will remember the 1920s and 40s, have read about it. The biggest joke of those particular years was that an engineer was sacked by the owner because the stack, the chimney, is not belching black cloud of steam. Why? All others are doing it. That means something is wrong with this, whatever you are doing. So the poor chap did something innovative to catch the material, but he didn't understand, so he was sacked. Why my chimney, my factory's chimney will not blow, belching like others? That was maybe 1920, 2030. Then he jumped to the arena of, let's say, first half of the last century, second half of the last century, where we knew CO2, carbon dioxide, is a very friendly thing. It is harmless, it's innocent, it's benign, it's neutral, does no harm like the other gases like sulfur oxide, oxides of nitrogen, etc. Then came the inconvenient truth. And we are all, I think we all have seen that film, and I got very, very impressed by this. Even today, of course, there are unbelievers, but that there has to be. So all the governments say that they are doing their best to reduce greenhouse gases. But IPCC report says that it is very sad because nowhere near good enough to save the planet has been done. The recent report of IPCC. So for everything that we have done this and done that, there is always another lot where we have not been possible to do anything. But why government alone? Private sector is changing also, definitely changing. In India, we see the color of the balance sheet of the companies, which used to be black at one time, gradually turning to green. And words like sustainability, like environment, like society, like governance is sprinkled all over. Many of them, not all of them. Most certainly you have to go a long way for that, but many of them. And you can feel you can read one of these such balance sheet, you will see that they are being aware of the economic impossibility of absence of ethic, equity, and environment. So, business as usual have to go. What will have to come in is a conscious capitalism with a golden heart and a business brain. The era of so-called brown intensive growth is gone, like the auctioneer's hammer. Whatever we say, people had a lot of hope and trust on the COPs right from the beginning. But alas, in most part, they have been belied. But remnants are still there. I do not agree with Greta Thunberg, who reportedly made comments about COP26 like it is a failure, it's only blah, 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 and somebody said it was a net zero conference, not net something, and so on. But I love them, not because they are Swedish and Sweden has been my second home almost, not because of that. But I think we need this. We need this extremism, environmental extremism, so that it forces us
to be on the straight and narrow. Otherwise, it might diverge from here and there. So this is needed. I also believe that one day it will be one sun, one world and one grid. I also believe that the economies will gradually change. Carbon economy will be replaced, most likely by hydrogen, but maybe something else also. I also believe the Prime Minister's conviction that India will become the supplier to the world for hub of green, first blue and then green hydrogen. And it will provide the whole world with the least cost and the best quality hydrogen. So, what did why I said that I don't agree with Greta is because of the fact that we have got something out of COP26, most certainly. Maybe not as much as we wish, most certainly, but then again, we got something like 1.5 degrees centigrade was brought out of the ventilator, probably. It was in ventilation, but it was brought out probably in COP26. Then the last minute Glasgow Climate Pact was confirmed. And some more promises, so far only promises, not only on paper, about the money and net zero. You see, for normal people, it is very difficult to grasp the idea of net zero, because that seems to be a red herring without any bone and flesh on it. So to me, the most important thing is the way to net zero rather than the net zero itself. I think we saw a slide there, what are the plans the government of India has for 2030. The most important thing is to see whether we are going on track and we are doing in 2030 what we promised. Then we can talk about what we shall do between 2030 and 2040. That is the most important. The trajectory of low carbon is more important than the final outcome, which will be net zero, but that will only come if that is right. Emission curve must be bent. Sometimes I have felt that I can take out that curve and bend it like this so that it goes down. This is slowly going up. It's not stopped going up. But the rate, of course, has come down. But it has to be brought down. The curve has to be brought down. Well, there are expectations, Your Excellency, from COP27 also. Firstly, particularly the Pacific Island states have complained very bitterly that all the big boys of the world, the nations, they have no ambition. It looks like they have no ambition. They talk about 2 degrees centigrade plus, which means we'll all be finished. So that has to be removed. This idea has to be removed. More private sector participation. Look at electric mobility. All over the world, it's quite a success, and government has very little to do with it, most of the time. Then, of course, this famous $100 billion US. We should hear something more in the COP26 probably. And we have to remove the credibility gap. Most of the nations, many of the nations have done a lot of things, but many of the nations have promised 2030 certain things, but today is 2022, it is obvious that they cannot reach there. This lack of credibility must be removed, and COP27 will probably help us. Then more for the technology transfer maybe, the first adaptation and then mitigation. Adaptation because the damage is already done, and of course the security of the loss and damage. So, fighting chance have to be given to the next generation. We must give them a fighting chance so that growth in their time, in our time it has not been possible, but growth in their course obviously, automatically must be green. It should be an interlock between the system, like interlock, that no growth will be allowed. No growth can be done without being green.
And we dream of that today, but I'm sure the dream will come true. E.F. Shoemaker has said once that what we need is new methods of production, new patterns of consumption, and a lifestyle sustainable for performance. Production, consumption, and lifestyle. They are very connected. It's not just the new technology of capturing carbon dioxide. It's also very important that we look at our own lifestyle. I have 29 shirts, but that shirt which is hanging in a mall, I must have that. Probably it's an imported one. That doesn't help sustainability. So lifestyle is more important. To conclude, I would remind you, ladies and gentlemen, particularly our friends from abroad, that you are in the land of poet Rabindranath Tagore, Nobel laureate, not only just Nobel laureate, he is in the heart of every person from the state. The cultural root is from poet Tagore. So for those who say nothing has been done for COP26 or before that, I have just one thing I'll say, I've translated that if you cry for the absence of the sun, you will certainly miss seeing the stars through your tears. So let there be stars, bright stars, and we shall have the sun as well. Thank you very much for your patience.
We would request our President, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Alok Mukherjee. Thank you, sirs. We would now be concluding this session. I would request Mr. Arun Mukherjee, the mentor of Energy and Environment Committee, to please come to the dais. And we would request Mr. Mukherjee to please present a token of our appreciation to Ms. Shakuntala Dole-Gamlin. And to Mr. Daniel Sim. Daniel Sim. We would request Mr. Gautam Ray to please present a token of our appreciation to Ms. Libby Green. We would request Mr. Ray to please present to Ms. Anna Shotbolt. And we would also request him to please present token of appreciation to Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata. We would now request our President, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, to please present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Well Muhammad Awad Hamid. We would now request the President to please present to Mr. Sudhendu J. Sinha. And to Mr. Suresh Kumar. We are moving on to the next session. Energy Future Resources Security, to be chaired by Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, President-designate the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I will request my colleagues at the Bengal Chamber to quickly change over for the next session. We'll take a couple of minutes for that. In the meantime, let me introduce you the next session. As I mentioned, Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty would be chairing it. This session would be joined by Mr. Debashish Sen, Managing Director, West Bengal HIDCO, and Chairman of NKDA, or New Town Kolkata Development Authority. Mr. Rajesh Medirata, Managing Director, India Gas Exchange, will be joining us virtually from Delhi. Mr. Ajay Bandyopadhyay, Asia Pacific Lead, Decarbonization and Circular Economy, Senior Operations Officer, Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services Advisory, IFC of World Bank Group. He will also join us at the venue here. We also have Dr. Vijay Prakash, General Manager, Energy Services, NTPC Limited. Mr. Saurabh Das Patnaik, Managing Director, Swachh Environment Limited, was here with us in the morning, but he mentioned yesterday that he had a flight to catch and there may be conflicting schedule. So though he was present at the program in the morning, but he has shared a video address to be played at the forum.
A holistic smart power utility distributing electricity across 771 square kilometers in Paschim Bardhaman, West Bengal. India Power, adding power to life since 1990.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers.
I would request the speakers and the chairperson of the next session to please join us on the dais. Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, President Director, the Bengal Chamber. Mr. Debashish Sen, Managing Director, WB HIDCO, and Chairman, NKDA. Mr. Rajesh Medirata, as I mentioned, he is joining virtually. Mr. Ajay Bandyopadhyay, Asia Pacific Lead, Decarbonization and Circular Economy, Senior Operations Officer, Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services, Advisory, IFC of World Bank Group. Dr. Vijay Prakash, General Manager in Engineering Services, NTPC Limited. And we would request the audience to please be seated so that we can start the next session, so that the proceedings of the session can be taken forward with ease. May we request you, sir? Yeah. So I would request Mr. Chakraborty to please take the session forward. Shuchishmita, I think Dr. Vijay Prakash, he'll be joining on stage. But sir, I think you may start it. We will. I think he has gone around. I would request Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty to please take the session forward. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We start the next session on energy future and resources security. We have a galaxy of panelists here. Mr. Debashish Sen, Managing Director, West Bengal HIDCO Limited, and Chairman, New Town Kolkata Development Authority. We have Mr. Rajesh Medirata, Managing Director and CEO, Indian Energy Exchange Virtual, who will be joining. He is not present today, but he will be joining virtually. We have Mr. Ajay Bandyopadhyay, Asia Pacific Lead, Decarbonization and Circular Economy, Senior Operations Officer, Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services, and Advisory, IFC World Bank Group. We have Dr. Vijay Prakash, General Manager, Engineering Services, NTPC Limited. So, in order to set the context, may I just say a couple of things. The theme of today's talk is resource security, future energy and resources security. Now, what is resources security? Resources security entails protection of important natural resources to prevent scarcity of water, food, energy, and other resources. Now, there is an element of interdependency in this concept because a solution to address scarcity in one cannot be achieved without creating an impact on the others. Now, of course, in all this discussion, electricity generation and usage forms a major part of the discussion. So India's current installed generation capacity is around 404 gigawatts, with about 25% in the central sector, state 26%, and private around 50%. Now, if you go fossil fuel-wise, then fossil fuel takes the chunk, it's about 58%, hydro is about 11.6%, other renewable sources 28.3%, nuclear is minuscule at 1.6%. We have a plant load factor of around 70%, leaving aside the pandemic years. Total generation is around 1,500 billion units. Now, renewable energy sources without hydro is presently around 114 gigawatts, and the target was to reach 175 gigawatts in 2022. We are short by about 61 gigawatts. And we have taken a target of 450 gigawatts without hydro or 500 gigawatts with hydro by 2030, trying to achieve 50% of generation through non-fossil fuels. And India has pledged to become a carbon neutral economy by 2070. While we have distinguished panelists, I have a few questions in my mind, which perhaps they will cover, but some of these questions remain. Some of these I partially know the answers, but I do not know the answers to all these questions. So I thought this was the correct forum to raise some of these questions. So questions which come to my mind: how does one achieve grid stability? The integration of intermittent renewable capacity into antiquated transmission grids. Indian transmission grid is not very modern. It was set up long time back, and then we have kept on adding capacities. So how do we do that? And on top of that, we are now introducing EV charging, which is going to be a huge load on the system. So how do we manage that? Is energy storage system the answer? I do not know. Maybe the answer is to have installations of energy storage systems on a very large scale. Exide has done 2 pilot projects with CESC, setting up energy storage systems in the city of Kolkata. But perhaps we need energy storage systems all over the country. Because we are not only talking about EV charging, we are also talking about renewable energy. And as we all know, renewable energy is only generated whenever it's convenient, solar energy when the sun is there, wind when the wind is available. So we need something to store the energy, because most of these are generated during the day, and your spurt will really come in the night when people will actually charge their cars and other appliances. Coal still holds the pride of place. 70% of country's electricity was generated by coal as recently as 2020. And coal consumption, as per expectation, is supposed to go down, but actually it rose by over 50% in the past decade. So that is very alarming. Natural gas is a good option because pollution is low, but percentage of natural gas in the power mix remains awfully low at 6.2%. Price sensitivity to the relatively high-priced imported LNG, cost of building infrastructure. Because if you want to use natural gas, you need huge infrastructure to receive and transport natural gas. An issue of stranded assets with long-term strategies for renewables and net zero transmissions in mind, because we are not going to stay with natural gas also. We are going to move to fully renewable options. So then what happens to this stranded infrastructure? Exchange-based renewable energy trade, will this pick up in a big way? Because this is essential. If we want to go into renewables, we need an exchange where people can trade energy. Open access charges. We have talked about open access charges in the past session as well. But if you look at the reality, then the open access charges across the country is very, very dissimilar. If I were to take West Bengal, the present open access charge is rupees 5.18 per unit, which is one of the highest in the country. And if I take Andhra Pradesh, there are 10 states which allow open access. So if I take Andhra Pradesh, that is the lowest. It is rupees 1.80 per unit. So unless open access charges are standardized and made reasonable, solar energy cannot pick up. It's not possible to do only rooftop solar and achieve our targets. We need open access facilities. We need large solar farms for which we require reasonable open access charge. Otherwise, it will not be economical and industries may not like to use it. How can one ensure a circular economy in every sphere of our lives? It is not just generation of solar economy. It has to deal with plastics, with the way we treat waste and everything else that we do in our lives. It has to follow a circular route. You produce, you consume, you recycle, you produce again, and you consume. I was reading a paper which said that as per today's rate of consumption, we require not 1 earth, we require 1.79 earths. But we actually, unfortunately, have only one. So we need to do something about the way we lead our lives. And last but not the least, we have to also take into account the geopolitical context, which cannot be ignored. Because China's one belt, one road policy is becoming a key point of regional competition and alternative source of energy investment. So, what are the options for India? Because India does not want to join the One Belt, One Road initiative for geopolitical reasons. So one option is the Quad. This presents an opportunity to address some of these energy security concerns, but also presents a friction point vis-à-vis China. And additionally, you have two more such forums, US-India Strategic Clean Energy Partnership and Japan-India Energy Dialogue. These may also present some options. So we as a country will have to explore all these initiatives and tie-ups which are possible in the global arena to ensure our energy security going forward into the future. With these words, I hope I have been able to set the context. Now, may I call upon Sri Debashish Sen to speak his mind on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty, my co-panelists on the dais, and everybody present here. There was much talk about energy, solar energy, renewable energy, and everything else. So I'll start with slightly different, and I'm so happy to see that small plants and trees are being given as mementos by the Bengal Chamber. We have to take care of the environment by taking away the carbon dioxide as well, and plantation, waste management are some of the things that we are actually experimenting with in New Town, Kolkata. I would invite you to come here and see how food waste, we are collecting food waste, and we have been successful so far in segregating 35% of the solid waste management. Mind you, each one of us are producing roughly 400 to 500 grams of solid waste every day. And the municipal authorities, whether it be KMC or Bidhannagar or NKDA has to take care of them. And if we are able to segregate and take it quickly to a biomethanation plant as we are doing, I invite you to come here. It's so clean. It's like a bullet train. And what we are doing is that we are fermenting it, we are producing methane, we are storing it in balloons, huge balloons, up to 2 stories high, and we are using it to run a generator, and we are using it to light street lights, mind you, and saving a lot of energy bills. Mind you, for street lights in a city like Newtown also, we are spending street lights and water supply 3 crores of rupees every month for electricity dues. So from the waste itself, we are saving lakhs of rupees in terms of electricity bill, because those 2 kilometers of road are lit solely from the methane gas that is produced from the chicken that your son has not eaten and thrown away into the basket. What, therefore, by this micro example, I am aiming to prove that by 2030, 50% of India will live in the cities, in the urban places. And each one of us are producing half a kilo of solid waste every day. And where is it going? Insofar as Kolkata is concerned, it is going to Dhapa, which is a Ramsar wetland site. Is it a correct way to protect the environment? If we indeed want a circular economy, if we indeed want to produce value out of waste, this is the way to proceed. We have shown the way, and it is not difficult to emulate, and we are so happy to see that all around this waste segregation and processing and using it, whether to fire the kitchen stove or to get a biomethanation plant for producing energy, is a great way to move forward. The other thing that I think, other than electricity, where we need to concentrate is urban farming. When I and you have in the morning, the bhindi or the cauliflower on a table, please be assured that it is coming from a faraway place in Bhangur or some other place near Kolkata, and it is coming usually by a bhutbhuti, emitting huge amount of smoke on a 3-wheeler, and this is no way to control the environment. So what we have done is, in the building rules, as a matter of policy, we have brought a change in the rules, and we have said in the rules that depending on the size of your roof, about 40 to 35% of your roof surface has to be converted into an urban garden. Urban agriculture is increasingly becoming popular in Western countries, and the roof space can be used very effectively in putting that fresh tomato on your plate every morning. We have actually done it, we have shown it can be done, and not only that, there's a wonderful way of combining it with solar energy. The harsh sunlight of tropical India is not very good for the tiny plants and vegetables. What is needed is they usually give a shade to cut down the sunshine. And what a better way than to put a solar panel on top of the roof garden, so that you also produce solar energy which can feed the apartments in the building. This also we have demonstrated, and we are happy to note that it is spreading slowly in various parts of the city. So what is needed is a combined behavioral change, a combined attitudinal change that says that we must segregate solid waste so that it can be processed for producing electricity. We must produce every inch of land and roof for producing plants, for producing urban agriculture, so that transportation from Bhangur is no longer required. These are some of the methodologies that we are actually deploying in Smart City Newtown, which is rated as a platinum-rated green city. We have also experimented in another way. We have said that you can get additional FAR or FSI if you are pleased. We are convinced that tall buildings save land space, more FARs should be given. And I recall a conversation with the then, I'm talking about 2013-14, the then country chief of World Bank in India, Dr. Roberto Zaga. He had come for some reason to Kolkata, and I was to take him to the minister. And while I was taking him, he said, Mr. Sen, can you tell me why Indian cities are like chapatis? I said, what do you mean by that? He said, why are cities so flat? Only 2 stories, 3 stories. Look at Singapore, look at New York. Very, very tall buildings, optimum utilization of land. And the reason why buildings are so flat is because traditionally the Indian planning intelligentsia do not favor an FAR of more than 2.25 or 2.5. He said, this is a wrong approach. And if you are able to put, as we are also trying in the case of a vertical city concept that we are developing, is that in the same tower, think of the World Twin Tower trade in US, in the same tall tower, we have residential, we have commercial, we have offices, we have startup units. You don't need to travel to work. While work from home is already a great sense of joy, brings in a great sense of joy to urban planners. We are very happy. Real estate people are not so happy. Half of their seats are empty, but we are happy because there is no needless travel from home to workplace. Everybody is doing home, especially in the tech sector, in the banking sector, in the financial sector. To such an extent that we have built co-working spaces, very affordable near the residential sector, so that people don't have to travel to the workplace, and the home is also not always suitable, as we all know, because of privacy reasons. So what we have done at a princely sum of 20 rupees an hour, we have built co-working spaces, and it's also, I think, is a great way of looking at the whole system of reducing travel so that there is less emission, less congestion on the city roads. So I think the last strategy that we could all adopt is what we are doing is in the adoption of green verges. Wherever we have a green verge, we are calling upon corporates, we are calling upon NGOs, we are calling upon the local residents associations, the para. Why don't you convert this area of bushes and snakes and garbage deep into a beautiful park? You decide. And ladies and gentlemen, you will be amazed at the amount of innovation that is producing. One resident welfare association is making an immunity garden. What does that mean? During the COVID, we all used to have, all kinds of Ayurvedic things like hot turkey and things like that. And they are growing all this in one tiny place which we have given, and they are calling it immunity garden. Somebody is making an oxygen park. What does an oxygen park mean? I asked. And the response was that they are planting bamboo trees and a pathway in between. Bamboo, I am told, produces 30% more oxygen than normal trees. So when you do your morning walk, in the 2 rows of bamboo, thick rows of bamboo, you feel more freshened apparently. And these are the innovations that the local residents are bringing in. And I think there's no reason why this cannot be replicated elsewhere. Of course, I would also touch upon very briefly on the energy component insofar as I see it from an urban development point of view, from a city management point of view. We have put in a lot of chargers around, but I wonder to myself, is this a proper way of reducing the environment? these chargers, this electricity, after all, is coming from burning of coal in Kolaghat and Bandel. So what we are doing by charging the EVs, on which we are also putting a lot of emphasis on, unless we use renewable energy actually in charging the electric vehicles, it doesn't make any sense. You are just transferring the carbon dioxide emission from Kolkata to Kolaghat. So therefore, we need to do a lot of investment in solar energy. And here is a point, and perhaps this is the last point I would like to make. We have done a wonderful PPP demonstration in the creation of solar energy in the city context. Cities, as we all know, land is very costly. In Newtown, it is 30 crore plus per acre. So what is needed is that to use such areas which cannot be used for other purposes. For example, canals. We have Beleghata Canal, we have Bagjola Canal, we have Keshtapur Canal, we have Tolis Canal or Adi Ganga. All these places, on top of the, can we not put solar panels? Yes, we have put and demonstrated. We have used expertises of IIEST and put solar panels, taken the clearance of the irrigation department for water flow non-obstruction, and we are producing 1.5 megawatt of energy in the little town of Newtown. And again, we are saving electricity bills for that. So therefore, this has an economic return. Use the canal tops, use the wetlands, use the garbage dams to put solar panels by the private sector, get some kind of an arrangement with the electricity company through net metering or zero metering, gross metering, and everybody wins, the environment, the entrepreneur, as well as the total system. So I very strongly feel that the East Kolkata wetland, if it is allowed, of course permission has to be taken, the canal tops, the other dumping grounds, we can cover. The government may not have so much money, but it is a winning proposition, and I would be very happy to collaborate with anybody, and I can prove you with numbers that we have got for our 1.5 megawatt plant that it works. With an initial investment of X, every month you get a return of Y, and very soon that curve Y will be greater than X over a period of year, because there is almost no recurring expenditure except a weekly cleaning of the solar panels. Dust tends to lower the production, and perhaps the battery storage would require after 3 years, it would need some change. The other thing related, I will not take another topic, is the same thing. Instead of large solar plants over Bagjola Canal, Keshtapur Canal, wetlands and other places, this OPEX model, you rent out your rooftop, you don't spend any money, but he gives you 100 units of electricity through using your rooftop for panels for solar generating. The rest amount of generation, beyond 100 units per dwelling unit, he sells it off to other places. This model is already working in Delhi. I have not been able to get any entrepreneur get interested. I have approached people from Canada, those who come with very, very big ideas that I want to change the world. I said, why don't you do this simple thing, what they're doing in Delhi? You put some solar panels on a multi-storied apartment, because the rooftop doesn't belong to anybody, no individual person can do anything. So the society gives, kind of rents out the rooftop, and in exchange gets 100 units of electricity free. That's not a bad deal. 100 units would be more than 500 rupees per month. Free of cost, you are getting that money. He is also happy. He's using your rooftop, and he's using the extra electricity to take back his, to get back his investment. So what I'm trying to say is that from the urban perspective, there are huge initiatives to be taken in terms of afforestation, in terms of solid waste management, in terms of larger, taller buildings, in terms of higher FAR, and all this together will definitely lead us to achieve whatever we are trying to get in COP27. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. Always very educative to listen to him. I am yet to attend an address by Mr. Sen where I have not learned something new each time. And he talked about some very innovative issues regarding circular economy, food waste, methane generators, urban farming. This is a new concept which I think I learned today. New building rules, and of course, renting out rooftops. This is again a very, very novel idea. So thank you, Mr. Sen, for all these new thoughts. Certainly, our participants will carry these thoughts back with them. Now, I request Mr. Rajesh Mediratta, MD, Indian Gas Exchange Limited. He will be joining us virtually. So, Angana, can you help us with the virtual address? While he's coming on, I just want to inform the audience that exchanges are going to play an increasingly important role, whether it's electricity exchange, gas exchange, renewable energy exchange. So I think Mr. Mediratta has already come on.
Yeah.
Sir, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mediratta, could you please give your address?
Are you able to hear us, sir? Hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Very good afternoon to everyone in Kolkata, and thanks to Bengal Chamber for giving this opportunity. It's a really great event. I've been listening to all the speakers, eminent speakers, since morning, and it was a real great learning for me also. And Mr. Subir also said many things, and everybody has summarized a lot in terms of what we need to do in terms of decarbonization, meeting of climate change targets. And I can only do what I can do is I can give a market perspective, where the market fits in, the whole scheme of things. And we know that now the color, background color for all the talks is green. And we also have taken ambitious targets of adding 450 gigawatt by 2030. Already 100 gigawatt is there. And we are trying to evolve new mechanisms for increasing our capacity. So whatever way we can increase the capacity, whatever way it suits to the customer, it suits to the producer, investor, and we should try to do it. And that is where the markets comes into the picture. When we talk about market, basically what we are providing is a basic platform where we are trying to meet buyers and sellers meet. The price discovery is transparent, and we create an ease of trade for everyone in the system, and we reduce the barriers to trade. So all of this is the objectives with which we started market. We started IEX, we started IGX, and I will also talk about something more what we can do for meeting our environmental goals. And also energy security, that's also very important, because fossil fuel, we have coal, but of course we don't have any other fossil fuel. Gas is not there in the country. It's only, we are actually able to meet 50% of our requirement only through domestic gas. Balance we are importing. Oil we are importing 85%. Basically all our hopes are resting on the renewables and how we should integrate the renewables into the whole system. For that, we are working hard. And in case of IEX, I can tell you that we have been working on this objective since last 5 years, rather last 10 years, when we started first REC market. And then recently in last 2 years, we added many segments. So one segment, of course, is real-time market, which has really helped the whole system in meeting the intermittency which is being caused by RE. When we started real-time market, which is 1 hour before market, that time we never thought that this market will grow bigger than day-ahead market. And day-ahead market itself was very big, and we have seen now real-time market on an average is constituting about almost 50% of the overall market. And sometimes the real-time market actually goes beyond day-ahead market. So this is the way whole market, whole system has accepted this new market instrument, and we are very happy to see the way it has worked well for the country, well for the generators, well for the distribution company. We also introduced 2 green market segments. One we call as green day-ahead market, and one we call green term-end market, where we try to meet the requirement of the customer and distribution company. At the same time, there is another requirement that they have to meet, they have to fulfill the obligation. So both the requirement they can meet through this green market segment, and that's also doing very well. But now what we are working on is that what can be the next thing by which the major capacity addition can take place, and there we see that there is a scope for integrating the market itself, like how we can bring real renewable capacities which are able to sell directly into the market. Because today what major challenge we are seeing is that the renewable generators, when they want to bring in new capacity, they want to have a PPA for 15 years to 25 years. But they don't find distribution companies interested in doing a PPA, because nobody is sure that how the prices will evolve, how the demand will evolve, and that concern actually leaves a lot of scope for capacity addition, but the capacity addition is not taking place. A lot of SECI has done PPA with or they have already shortlisted the RE capacity up to 20,000 megawatt, but they are not able to do PPA because distribution companies are not interested. And for that, we have evolved a new mechanism, which we may call it as contract for difference, or BCS, bilateral contract settlement, wherein an intermediary like trader can come in, do PPA with the renewable generator on one side of the transaction, and on the other side, he can use exchanges to sell the renewable capacity into the market. And we did, and that of course, we saw that there was a concern from the lender that how they can ensure that they will be able to make payment to this renewable generator for next 15 to 20 years. And they are not sure about what can be the prices on the exchange or market for next 15 years. And for that, we did a study along with Deloitte, having modeled all the parameters, how the whole power system is going to evolve. We did that study. Actually, yesterday only we launched that study. And there, Deloitte could give us overall the prices in the market, that how the prices in the market will evolve. And suppose there is a renewable generator who is ready to sell at 2 rupees 50 paisa, whether he will get 2 rupees 50 paisa or intermediary is able to pay them 2 rupees 50 paisa for next 15 years or not. So that the Deloitte came with the result that yes, it is possible. The equity return which he calculated for solar and wind generator was almost like varying from 16% minimum to 22 to 25%, depending on whether it is solar or it is wind, how much CUF is there, and in which part of the country they are located. So all of that, those factors they considered, and they did that study. So what I'm saying that this CFD model, or you can call it BCS, this model is something now which we have to adopt to go further in adding new capacity, because distribution company will not likely be doing PPA much. And also, when we are targeting our CNI customer, industries and commercial customer, there is a problem that they need the power at certain time, but that time renewable generator to whom they are contracted, they are not able to generate that time. So there will be a mismatch between this time interval at which these two requirement of demand and supply will be met. So that can be met through exchange, and then we can provide a market, and then so this model can fit in for customers like CNI and also for the distribution company. So this is what we have been suggesting, because here model we have devised is that there can be a 15-year agreement between intermediary and renewable generator. Intermediary like SECI or any trader can guarantee price, whatever price comes out of the bidding, they will guarantee it for 15 years. And then they will also take care that how the prices are going to evolve in the market. So if prices are better in the market, they can keep the money with them. When prices are lower, then they can compensate because they have already created some kind of a pool with them. So this is what we find an interesting instrument and very useful for the whole market. And the next thing which we find which can be useful for the whole capacity addition and decarbonization and energy security is that we need to create a real more comprehensive market for carbon. See, when we started the REC segment, actually we had a limited market for carbon for electricity generation only. But if everybody, we understand that carbon footprint, there's every activity, human activity actually causes a carbon footprint. And for that, we need to mitigate wherever possible. If we can remove that carbon element there, or we can offset it by doing something more, then it can be really useful. So we see that there should be more comprehensive carbon market. It's today REC and ESETs are very, very limited carbon market. They only relate to power generation, but there can be carbon markets where we should be able to look at each customer. We should be able to look at transport sector, because transport sector is simply left out of this carbon market. Industry, commercial, aviation, and whatever activity we do, I think everything can be included in that carbon market. We can create a more comprehensive market where people can buy and sell carbon credits, and that is what we are working on at IEX. On the gas side also, we have introduced this gas market in December 20, and that is also being very much successful and liquid. In the first, I can tell you that we could get about 70 to 80 participants operating in this market, and of course this market is not so common, or you don't hear about gas in eastern region, in eastern part of the country and northeastern, because not many pipelines are there. But we are there is another pipeline being planned, which is Urja Ganga pipeline. With that, natural gas will come to eastern region, and that time you should be also able to convert your requirement from LPG to CNG and PNG, and a lot of diesel and petrol can be replaced by this CNG, compressed natural gas. And there we have got good success in eastern part and western part of the country. Gujarat is our major hub where transactions are happening, and we are happy to say that in the first year itself, we became positive in terms of commercials, because there is a good scope for doing transaction in the gas sector, and we have got good result. Another area where we are working with this is the last one which I would like to just share with you all, that hydrogen, which is our God molecule, that also will give a lot of security, energy security. As we will progress, we will see the cost of hydrogen production will be coming down. We will be using it for as fuel also, but also there is a lot of industry which use hydrogen as input raw material. There we will see that they can use the hydrogen, and for that also we can actually create a market. And then natural gas pipeline, today we don't see this being used for hydrogen because still people are not comfortable using gas pipeline for hydrogen transport. Mostly the hydrogen will be produced in situ. But for power, you can produce renewable power somewhere else and then take it to the location where you can produce hydrogen. So all of that also we can do over next 3 to 4 years, and we will see basically a lot of our requirement may shift to hydrogen, and there also we can provide a market for. Because India is a vast country, we have got lots of resources, and we have actually ambition to become Middle East in terms of hydrogen. So there also we are very keen to be working on, and we will also try to see that how the hydrogen, green attribute of the hydrogen can be traded. And for that also we have conceptualized a mechanism. As soon as this market will become more liquid and more producers and consumers will join, we should be able to commence that. So with this, Subirji, I would like to close and will be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Mr. Medirata, for that very illuminating address. I think you have addressed some key concerns and you have explained the relevance of platforms and markets, price discovery, and how they reduce barriers to trade, integration of renewables, and you have addressed a very important concern for the renewable energy generators, particularly solar and wind, because I know from my interactions with this industry that evacuation of power is a major problem because they generate power at a point in time or during the times of the day when the requirement is not so much there. So I think these exchanges will serve a very, very important purpose, and as it takes, it becomes popular, I think people will find it easy to trade. And I think you've talked about this comprehensive market for carbon. That I think is a very, very important step, because we are talking about carbon neutrality, and this can only happen if we start thinking about a comprehensive market for carbon. You have talked about the gas market, and last but not the least, I think it is going to be one of the most important things on the agenda, which is the hydrogen, generation of hydrogen, and how can one trade in hydrogen. So these are important issues which I think his company and his department is still exploring. And these are going to have major implications for our economy going forward. So thank you, Mr. Medirata, once again.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take the questions towards the end of all these sessions. So kindly hold on and be there. So next I call upon Dr. Vijay Prakash, General Manager, Engineering Services, NTPC Limited, to deliver his address.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, BCCI, for giving me this opportunity to present about this very important issue. We are running late. And you see, this is the most difficult time for a presenter to give his presentation just before lunch. And this is more so in the present case because the issue is global warming and lunch is getting cold out there. So I have to strike a balance, and that is what the entire world is doing, is striking a balance between economy and the environment. We have to hold on to meet all our requirements. At the same time, we have to control the temperature, emissions, and all that. So I will just skip whatever has been discussed and deliberated in the earlier session, and I'll focus on the key issues. I am from NTPC. And NTPC being primarily a thermal power generating company, or most of the capacity, more than 90% is coal-based. So we have a big challenge and big responsibility in the context of global warming. If I see, in the entire world, there is a country named India, and the country has entire power sector. There is regulators, there are policy makers, there are energy generators, consumers, and then in this entire setup, there is a company named NTPC. So we represent, as NTPC, I represent a very small fraction of the entire problem. But again, being the largest power generating company in India, providing 24% of electricity to the nation, with 17% of our generating capacity, installed capacity. So we have a big challenge and we have a big responsibility ahead. Now, everybody is talking of net zero. In the inaugural session, we have seen all the countries. In fact, in NTPC, I am dealing with this subject. Last 3 years, our company is getting a lot of communications from different agencies within India and outside when we are going to be net zero. When NTPC what is our plan for net zero? And the same issue was for all the countries, including India. And different countries have declared their targets for net zero. Sweden is 2045, many countries 2050, China 2060, and our Prime Minister has declared 2070. So everybody is doing, by this time we have to balance the input and output of the carbon dioxide from our respective domains, whether it's a country, whether it's a company, so that we can get carbon neutral. But then I thought, let us see how far we are from zero. So this is a very interesting, my presentation is not shared. Sorry. It has come. So, I think I didn't have much to...
Put it on slide mode, please.
Yeah.
Because presentation mode.
Yes, it has come. So, okay, we didn't miss much. So this is the slide I was talking. So, it's a global issue. There is a country named India, and there is an entire energy sector, power sector. There are regulators, there are policy makers, generators, consumers, and then a small company, NTPC, which provides 24% of electricity to the nation. And being in that position, we have a big challenge and big responsibility. And different companies, different organizations and countries, they have declared their net zero target. India has declared as a 2017, but just it's a very interesting graph, how far we are from zero. So if you see, this on the x-axis there is a GDP per capita and y-axis energy use per capita. And for different countries it has been plotted. And if you see, India is not far from zero. So we have not, because of our lifestyle, because of our economy or status of development, we are still near zero only. And actually every curve has 2 points. So one point is the status in 1990 and another is 2015. So during that period, how these things have moved, how these parameters have moved. And if I see these graphs, so Canada, United States, France, Germany, all these people have to do much more effort than India has to do, because we are not far from the zero. And this is another interesting graph. Here, this x-axis per capita energy consumption and y-axis is human development index. This is another interesting graph. Again, India is not far from zero in terms of per capita energy consumption. Although our SDI is quite significantly higher. Okay, because of our lifestyle, because of our traditions, cultures, we have been able to manage it. So, we are in transition. So we have to achieve this net zero. We have to go for decarbonization. But at the same time, we have to support our economy, we have to support our growth, we have to fulfill all our developmental needs, and that is means we are in the middle of both the transitions. Energy transition from the climate change point of view and the developmental transition from the economic point of view. And that we have to strike a balance. I am just skipping this slide. We have already discussed what India committed in NDC and what was updated NDC and how this is going on. One thing I would like to tell, we have committed net zero by 2070, but still we have not drawn any graph how we are going to reach 2070. Suppose that the curve is like going like this and we are in 2022, whether it is going down like this or we are peaking at some point 2040, 50, 55, 60. So those things are still not decided. We have committed our destination, but we have not declared the path. Now, Government of India is in the process of preparing our long-term low-emission development strategy. So actually, I am also a part of that committee. I attended a meeting last week. But again, our strategy is not very clear. Different countries, I think about 20 major countries, they have submitted their strategy to UNFCCC. So those reports are available on the net. Barring few countries, nobody has presented a clear path. This is how we are going. So everybody is talking in the terms of qualitatively only. We will achieve net zero in 2050. What is the exact path? What is the year-wise commitment? People are just still avoiding it. Now, as I said, okay, we are the largest company. We have a brighter plan. And we have a big responsibility to support energy system, electricity system of India. We have to ensure energy security. And as a challenge, we have also, NTPC has also announced some of corporate plans. So we plan to be 130 gigawatt company by 2032, out of which 60 gigawatt will be renewables. That includes solar, wind, hydro, and other things. And in fact, NTPC was the first energy company to announce its energy compact goal. That was last year. And by 2032, we will have 60 gigawatts of renewables. And since there the timeline is 2030 in UN Energy Compact, so we have scaled down those figures, so 50 gigawatt of renewables. And we plan to reduce our net energy intensity by 8.5%. That means the amount of primary energy, coal or oil, which we are using to produce our power, so that intensity with respect to that will reduce. When Government of India talks about intensity, they talk with respect to GDP. Here we talk with respect to our primary energy consumption. And we have announced to join at least 2 international alliances that we have already done. So that we have completed. Okay. Now in the changed scenario, so everybody is trying to decarbonize its business, move towards renewables, energy transition. So NTPC has also done a lot of things. So just I will mention it and skip it. These details are available on the website of NTPC. So we have taken many green hydrogen initiatives, and we are supporting different countries in solar PV implementation as a part of International Solar Alliance. And we are just transforming from a simple power generating company to integrated energy company. So we have a lot of plans in making. Now, the challenge before us is very easy to say that we should phase out coal. In COP26, there was a lot of debate on coal, phase out and phase down. And ultimately, we settled on phase down. But in the context of India, even phase down is very difficult. And I will just show in the next 3 slides why it is difficult. So, because we don't have any other base load generation option. Our nuclear is minuscule, and renewables are continuously fluctuating. So even to support a grid, we need a continuous power generation. And gone are the days, like when I joined NTPC in 1989, our plants used to run 24/7 to more than 100% PLF. Now it is continuously, our PLF is continuously fluctuating, and even we are talking of 2-shift operation, minimum load operation, and how to manage these things. These are getting very difficult. And that brings a lot of challenges because we cannot do away with coal. We have to have coal. But even the coal power plant, they have to face a lot of challenges. So now there are three major challenges which I will focus. Okay, apart from one more thing I would like to add here. Okay, there are announcements, there are expectations at the international forum to announce and to go for net zero. But the last line is very important. As a company, there's a lot of pressure from our financiers, investors, insurers to move away from coal. Every now and then we get a policy of some bank, whether it's a ADB or it's an African bank, that we are stopping financing coal power projects. Even if it is for R&M or environmental improvement, we will not finance it. So everybody is moving away from coal. It's very difficult to convince our insurers also that means we have to be, this thing is important. And our sustainability rating is affected because of coal. So it's a lot of pressure from all around, but the fact is, as on today, I cannot do away with coal. So now, there are three main challenges I would like to focus. There are technical challenges, there are financial challenges, and there are social challenges. First of all, if I don't have any alternate source of base power generation, so I have to integrate my power plants with renewables which are continuously changing. So earlier and even the injection of renewable is also continuously changing. So earlier there's only demand was changing, now even the supply is changing. So it has a very critical, it's a very tight rope walk. Then if I ramp up and ramp down my power plants frequently, twice a day, at least twice a day in the morning and evening, so the performance, the life, the maintenance of my plants goes down. It's another thing. If I have to operate my plant at low PLF, my efficiency goes down. So everything is getting affected. And and still the things are not going to be easy. Once we get rooftop solar, then this challenge is going to be even bigger, isn't it? So this is the first challenge, technical challenge. We have to maintain, we have to support this sector to ensure the energy security of the country and to ensure the economy of to maintain the economy of the country. Next thing is financial challenges. How much money has been invested in these thermal power plants and coal mines? It's not my money, not NTPC's money. This is all our bank FDs, insurance deposits, PF, equity deposits, everything has been channelized through some or other financial institution in this power sector. Not only NTPC, all other things. If we phase out or phase down coal, what happens to that thing? That is going to affect the entire chain of financial sector. So we have to think very carefully, how do we plan this phase down, how do we do it? The first thing is energy security. Secondly, how do we protect the interest of the investors and our finances? And last point is also very important. If the coal goes out, so all the coal is on the eastern side of India, and most of the sun side is on the western of the India. So how do states adjust with this change in economy? The loss of revenue, the changes. So these are very complex issues which needs to be taken into. And finally, the social challenges. I think in some of the slides somebody mentioned there are 21.5 million people employed in coal and thermal sector. The number could be even more. So what happened to those people? I am confident because I am a well-educated person, I will get some other job. But what happens to that unskilled labor who is employed at power plant and coal mine, who cannot reskill himself and go for some other jobs? So that is another challenge we have to look into. So we have to plan all these three things together, and then only we have to gradually move towards decarbonization of this energy sector in India, and that is we call just transition. Just means it should be justified to all the people, not only from the perspective of the climate change. Now, what are the mitigation options? How do we see what is the ray of hope for us in this energy transition? So, technology transfer, large-scale manufacturing set up in India, then funding for climate change initiatives, and carbon markets. All these 4 points have been discussed in some way or other in the previous sessions. So we have already talked about, like, we are talking about providing $100 billion a year to developing countries. But it's not only money, they should provide the technology also. At some suitable rate or whatever mode you can say. And still we are dependent on manufacturing of many of the power plant components, especially solar PV and other things. On the developed country, we should have our in-house manufacturing capabilities. And carbon market is still developing in India. So Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have proposed a draft that is under discussion. So hopefully we'll have soon carbon market on the lines of PAT scheme, and where we can where we can gain some benefit out of this carbon reduction, or we can adopt that market to reduce our carbon footprints. Now just 2 or 3 slides on what NTPC is doing. So NTPC is making all-out efforts, so it's like carbon capture and utilization. So when I say net zero, I don't want, nobody means that we will not emit carbon. What we say, whatever carbon I will emit, that I will again extract. So in thermal power plant, if I can devise a system, like whatever CO2 is emitted, so whole or a part of it can be captured, that is a solution. But so far what people have been doing, carbon capture and storage. So we are thinking of utilization. If I can capture carbon, convert it to methanol, and again fire back in my boiler, so that becomes a sort of circular economy. So NTPC has started 2 very ambitious projects. So first is on capturing CO2, second is conversion to methanol. And in our Vindhyachal project, carbon capturing was successfully done on 15th of August. So now we are moving to second part. So it's a very small plant, it's a pilot plant, but still there is a ray of hope we are going to do it. Hydrogen economy, we have established many micro hydrogen grids where we produce green hydrogen. We have solar power plants. With that electricity we produce hydrogen, and the same hydrogen we use to produce electricity. So that becomes a mini grid. Energy storage systems. So far mostly we are talking only about battery. But now there are other systems also. Pump storage is another one, which is much better than our electronic batteries. So in fact, Ministry of Power, they have identified a large number of pumped storage projects, and NTPC has been given 9 projects. So we are just exploring those projects, and other companies are also doing it. NTPC is also working on gravity storage. So in pumped storage, what we do, we raise water to a higher level, and using that static energy, we generate power. So there's another system. If I make huge concrete blocks and raise them to 150-meter height, and once they come down, they can generate energy. So there is some system developed in USA, so NTPC is still exploring that option also. Waste to energy and biomass. Biomass could be a big savior. Everybody must have read about this pollution due to parali in Delhi and NCR. That happens every year. So NTPC took an initiative. We have tried to use that biomass as a substitute of coal in one of our power plants, and that was very successful. Now Ministry of Power has put, they have published a policy also, 5% within 1 year, 7% within 2 years. So all the power plants, they have to use biomass. But we are going beyond that. So our new power plants are being designed for biomass firing even up to 20%. So if I can substitute 20% of the coal by biomass, so 20% decarbonization I can say is a carbon neutral fuel, so that is achieved. So what I am saying, so there are alternative ways we have to think of. Nuclear power. In fact, NTPC has established a joint venture company with NPCI long back. So now it has geared up with the Prime Minister's initiative. So now we are going to enter into nuclear power. We are also thinking of entering into offshore wind, but progress is not significant so far. We are still discussing. And for manufacturing, actually we are not doing it, but this is an issue for us. This is an issue for the country. And these are major mitigation actions which we have taken. We have already discussed. Okay. Another thing is that retirement of old units. So once we say decarbonization, so decarbonization we cannot do away with coal, but at least I can do away with old units. So NTPC has already retired 3 power plants. And in fact, Government of West Bengal also proposed to repurpose these power plants. So we have a few more power plants in the pipeline. We started from subcritical units in Singrauli. We have gone to supercritical, ultra supercritical. Now we are working on advanced ultra supercritical units, so which is going to be much more efficient than earlier units. So that's another way which we are doing it. And we have regular renovation and modernization of our power plants. So these are the initiatives we have taken to bring down our carbon emissions. And we focus a lot on afforestation. The last point, we have planted more than 37 million trees, and every year we plant 1 million tree. So that's our annual target. So that goes into to a natural carbon sink. But still, okay, this is the last, this is very important slide. So NTPC, we have signed a statement of intent with Niti Aayog. That was last month. And we have engaged, means we have collaborated with Niti Aayog to make a net zero plan for a company as a whole. And we'll take different activities under this collaboration. And very soon we'll come out. But again, the challenge is very big for NTPC because the amount of emissions we generate every year, that is very huge. And there is no alternate. And even if there is alternate, there are 3 major repercussions. Your technical challenges, your financial challenges, and social challenges. So, and what I will say, we are open for any collaboration in terms of technology or in terms of projects. If anybody has any suggestion in the areas in which NTPC is working or planning to work, we will welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for your very informative address. A lot of things to learn again from your speech. He has talked about, actually, you can make out from his speech that he is not a policymaker. He is more of a practitioner because he has hit the nail on the head on some of these issues. He has talked about imbalance in the generator, the demand and the generation, and then in terms of base generation of power, this is a problem which needs to be tackled from a technological point of view because you can only load renewables on the base generation. If you don't have base generation, then on what do you load? And if you load it on renewables, I think the imbalance will become too high. And he has explained why phasing down of coal is a problem which needs far greater introspection. And challenges before the thermal sector in terms of stranded assets, excuse me, benefits from energy transition, and also the social issues. So thank you, Dr. Prakash. It was very, very educative. Now I call upon Mr. Ajay Bandyopadhyay, Asia Pacific Lead Decarbonization and Circular Economy, Senior Operations Officer Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services, Advisory IFC World Bank Group, to deliver his address.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty, and dignitaries present over here. So I will briefly focus my address on the financing issues and challenges of energy transition and resource security. And as we see that financing is always a sore point when we discuss about climate change or energy transition, we heard His Excellency from Egypt strongly was advocating about the financing support, and that's really a crucial issue. And also because I chosen this topic because the organization I represent, the middle name of the organization is Finance, the International Finance Corporation. So we are the private sector financing arm of World Bank Group, and one of the largest private sector financing development finance organization of the world. So as we know that financing the global transition to net zero by say 2050, which was the European target, then 2060, 2070, are all extremely monumental tasks. Primarily because as many organizations, including some of the recent reports by International Monetary Fund, states very clearly that even in the developing world, the financing or investment in fossil fuel far exceeds the financing which is happening in climate change mitigation and adaptation. This is again a specific problem to the Asia-Pacific region, because this is the region which contributes largest volume of the GHG emissions in the world, and where the vulnerability of the population to some of these challenges are extremely high. And at the same time, we have a very least developed financial market, especially if we talk about some of the poorer and the vulnerable countries of this particular region. Meanwhile, globally also we see that the public purse is getting tightened as the governments are trying to recover or coming out of the last 2 years' impact of the COVID-19, the broader inflationary situations across the world, which is casting shadow over the investment and the growth outlook. And added to this is the Russia-Ukraine war, which has not only jeopardized the entire energy landscape of the world, but it has also triggered the dual concern between the energy security and the so-called climate security. But thankfully, that's where the capital market has also stepped in last few years, and that's an encouraging point. And we see that pension funds, the insurance funds, and the institutional investors today who control assets of nearly 200 trillion US dollar far exceeds the volume of funding which was committed by the multilateral development banks together all over the world. And capital market undoubtedly become a very attractive conduit for channelizing this fund for energy transition and the climate mitigation. So this is where I just want to also mention that World Bank Group aims to invest, as per their commitment to Paris Climate Protocol, 200 billion US dollar in the climate-related financing over 2021 and 2025. And the group as a whole has taken a commitment that in at least 35% of the projects will be climate compatible and the Paris aligned, so to say. And this target would be 100% by 2030. So that's a monumental task, but within the group, the IFC and the World Bank together, we are working very closely to accomplish this task. Now, this volume of fund is important, but it's also important that how this fund being utilized and whether there are enough bankable projects and the instruments so that this fund can seamlessly move to the actual beneficiaries. And in the context of decarbonization, that's where lies a very critical bottleneck. There are cases where we see that today there are a plethora of new financial instruments which are emerging. We call it transition finance, where the issuer or the borrower, they commit to the low carbon strategy or a roadmap and access the financing. There are sustainability linked finance, where similarly the borrowers also commit to certain sustainability KPIs and they can access the financing where the interest rates are tagged with their sustainability commitment. However, many of the products still fail to address the critical low carbon needs of the so-called hard to abate sectors. And when we say hard to abate sectors, it's typically the sectors like steel, the cement, chemicals, petrochemicals, who were traditionally shut from the whole green climate market so far because their businesses are inherently carbon intensive. You cannot really bring down the cement emission to zero unless you can scale it up, carbon capture and storage, which is still quite a nascent technology in today's world. At the same time, many of the projects which these hard-to-abate sectors are taking, they are large capital-intensive projects, often to be funded by the off-balance sheet instruments, off-balance sheet methods. And there are very few success cases. The technology risks are very high. And the plant performance, the reference plant performance are very, very limited all across the world. So there has to be the financial instruments, both from the part of the developmental finance institutions as well as the commercial banks, to be targeted, which will specifically address to the needs of some of these projects, and which today are extremely limited. And majority of the climate funding, unfortunately, which are going to these sectors are still addressing the projects which have, or technologies which have already reached their maturity. Technologies like energy efficiency, waste heat recovery, and so on and so forth. So the need of the hour is to achieve the deeper decarbonization, the innovative financial instruments that de-risk investment, leverage the concessional finance, and there are a lot of talks happening on the concessional finance and how a country like India can actually access the concessional finance from various multilateral sources. Blended finance to finance the relatively risky technologies which are still farther away from the market but has potentially large impact in terms of fossil fuel transition, CO2 reduction, and the resource security. And in this particular context, the transition bond or transition loan, what we say, has a particular relevance because this takes care of the industries which cannot have a leapfrog jump to the renewable or the zero carbon source in the immediate future. As the gentleman from NTPC already explained, that there are over-reliance and dependence on fossil fuel, and quite rightly so in many parts of the developing world, because those are yet the cheaper source of fossil fuel. So the transition bond takes care of those flexibility, provides the industries or the utilities certain leeway, certain longer period of time to take up projects which can eventually move into the zero carbon or the net zero goals, which are still quite an ambitious goal. In this context, we'd also like to mention of one more very innovative instrument which International Finance Corporation has introduced in Asia, which is called a blue loan, which is a particular loan or a bond targeted to industries which are adopting innovative recycling technology or circular economy related business models, which not only saves the marine pollution or ecosystem, but also saves resources and contributes to resource security. But there are concerns also. Now, for many of these instruments are still, the standards have not evolved. So while the green bond market globally has matured, there are certain standards, but standards are yet to be developed on how the proceeds to be used in case of a sustainability linked bond, transition bonds, and there should be the flexibility for investors to walk away from some of these investment if their investee company failed to meet those targets. So globally, a lot of works are going on thanks to some of the expert organization, consulting firm, and the leading think tanks in this area. So the last point I would just like to add here that for this particular geography, including India, one more important area which would evolve is the green supply chain and how to finance those supply chain. Primarily because both India as well as a number of Asian countries are the home of the supply chain of some of the large global corporations. You talk about Microsoft, Apple, talk about Levi's and Unilever and all the big companies. They have a large number of suppliers present in this part of the world. And it's really important that these suppliers go green within a foreseeable time frame, because going green will not only help in reducing the industrial emissions in this part of the geography, but also give these suppliers very critical competitive advantage under the looming threats of some of the global regulations like border adjustment carbon tax, and also where the buying behavior of some of the large buyers in the developed countries are changing, forcing some of these suppliers to either go green, be competitive, or just get out of the business. So if this geography really wants to progress to become a supplier hub, it's important that they adopt energy transition, and it's important that the financial community really gears up to support some of these industries, which includes larger suppliers as well as the large, small, and the medium scale providers. And IFC is working very closely with some of the leading banks, the platforms, the global anchors, and their suppliers to mobilize the green supply chain finance in this area. So climate finance is incredibly a promising area, which is evolving, and a lot of new developments happening almost every day. But it's important that we grow this space in a transparent, well-structured, efficient, and inclusive manner, targeting the specific problems, and just don't flood the market with billions of money following or chasing too few relevant projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, for an extremely interesting talk. He talked about private sector financing, the World Bank and the IFC institutions which are deeply into climate financing, and as well as transition finance, availability of blue loans for circular economy, and last but not the least, financing of the green supply chain. All very relevant topics in today's context. So thank you very much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. Now we have a short film from Mr. Saurav Daspatnaik, Managing Director, Swachh Environment Private Limited, who could not be present today, but he has sent us this film, which you will see on the screen. Can we have the film, please?
Hi, good afternoon. This is a pleasure to be at the Bengal Chamber and the Energy Conclave. I'm sorry that I had to rush out due to the flight, and hence I'm addressing it on the video itself. And thanks for your patience. I will be just sharing out our view on what is the impact of COP26 and the transition to COP27 and beyond. As we all understand that the Glasgow Climate Pact conference, or the parties of COP26, was essentially held and with a view to engage and bring out a change. For the first time we saw coal as a center point, and also the phase down to commit the phase out of the inefficient fossil fuels. And as we understand, if we do not address these changes, there will be significant impact on our population, and more than almost 300 million population will be impacted. And the global richest nations will have to also help us to transition the least developed economies in terms of the development. Key imperatives for COP26 to COP27, of course, the less of coal, it's easier said than done. Limit fossil fuel subsidies, reduce oil production and help to help the transition of economies who are dependent on oil. Make sure the post-pandemic recovery is climate friendly. We've all seen the impact of it. The speed of deployment of the energy in terms of renewable energy will have to be speeded up. Easier said than done. Lots of new technologies coming in. And the first step to a decarbonized economy is to actually reduce the carbon footprint in the energy sector, especially for the electricity generation. In the more important areas as to how to re-engineer the financials, how to engineer the financial impact of making the least wealthy countries transition into the renewable energy as well as the climate-friendly economy. That's something which we'll have to address, and I think this is one of the most challenging aspect of getting along everybody together in this climate change. Major structural change is anticipated in the electricity generation area. The primary mix of the sector, especially in India, will have to move from coal to alternate energies, which is not easy to do, but we will have to have continuous have the generation of coal and generation of coal-fired plants as we go along, but higher percentage of renewable energy will have to come. It's something which is very daunting task, especially for the renewable generation, and already surged the past decade and driven by cost reductions. And the policies, not only the policies but technologies will have to look at. Carbon neutral or the net zero, eliminating sources of CO2 emissions, then neutralizing essentially the removal and permanent storage of atmospheric carbon, and finally compensating or contributing can be used to address value chain, and that is the residual emissions. The concept of carbon dioxide is one of the most important significant greenhouse gases. All of us are aware of it. Water vapor is also a major heat trapping gas. But it is natural phenomena rather than being directly tied up to human activities. So net zero emissions are reached when human activity is no longer contributing to the global warming. But again, very daunting task for us going forward. Now on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, as we see, a lot of impact is on the water, energy, food nexus. Now, most of us in the South Asia, especially populated countries, South Asia, as you know, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and these countries have major challenges. The nexus of food, water, and energy is very dynamic, and the relationship is interrelated so strongly that it does have a significant impact on our initiatives and impact the food cycle, impact the water and energy, the resources. SDG 1, as we know, has been impacted. SDG 2, SDG 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, 15. The food agriculture, stable production, ideally we should be moving towards stable production of agricultural productivity. Now we have been using relentlessly groundwater for our agriculture. More than 65% of our agriculture is fed by groundwater and balanced by rain. Obviously there are challenges in that. We need to look at crops which are less water intensive. We all know the rice is water guzzling. The crop diversity is very key, is very important to our sustainable agriculture. Secondly, the energy quotient, reduced demand for energy, easier said than done. We are moving towards electric cars. How will we address the electricity and what will be the electricity mix? The energy mix is something we have to see. The distortion of market economies and renewable energy, inefficient energy system, and the impact of water. Reduce overexploitation of groundwater, inefficient management of irrigations, reuse and recycle is something which we should be looking at, and we should be really aggressively pursuing this recycle and reuse of water everywhere, especially in the industry and the agriculture. And as we see the paradox situation, water energy sector, the nexus. If you see in India, the coal-fired furnaces mostly, if you see the thermal power plants, are mostly in the areas which are water stressed. Except in Bengal and couple of areas in Assam and some part of Orissa, most of our India, central India, northern India and southern India has water stress, the red areas. So development of India's power sector over the next two decades will take place against backdrop of increasing water stress. How do we address it? Government has policies of providing reuse and recycle water to the power plants. Certain parts of Maharashtra, Haryana, Gujarat are looking at it, but easier said than done. The network from sewage treatment plant, shall I say, the reused water being treated and then sending it to the water treatment plant intake at the power plants is extremely difficult. Those networks don't exist. So we'll have to address this. So development of India's power sector over the next 2 decades will take place against this kind of challenges, what we find. And most important is stabilizing the climate is about protecting human lives and livelihoods. The future starts today. I think this keeping alive these achievements, keeping alive the initiatives is something we will have to really work together. Bengal Chamber has taken the initiative continuously in this area, and the Energy and Environment Subcommittee has been playing a vital role in aggressively pursuing the policies and the IEC components. And I thank everybody to actually cooperate and we work together. We in water sector are very alive to the changes happening in our part of the world, especially the salinity of water, which is happening, and then the rivers are getting drier, rivers are getting higher salinity, coastal changes in happening, the higher levels of seawater going in. So there are tremendous challenges. I think we'll have to work together and keeping in this. Thank you very much for and thank you.
So that was some very useful thoughts which Mr. Das Patnaik shared with us. He talked about fixing the debt crisis, fiscal stress. He talked about major structural change required in the electricity sector, net zero, and of course the water, energy and food nexus. This brings us to the end of this session. I now hand over the proceedings to Ongona.
Thank you, sirs. I would request our President-designate, Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, to please present token of our appreciations to our speakers who have joined us here. To Mr. Debashish Sen, to Dr. Vijay Prakash, and to Mr. Bandyopadhyay, to Mr. Ajay Bandyopadhyay. Thank you, sir. We will ring the bell at the lunch venue when we start the next session, the UK session. Thank you. You are requested to please take your belongings because the seating arrangements may be altered. Thank you.
Subsidiary of Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited, sole manufacturer of synthetic iron oxide pigments through direct red precipitation process, which is totally environment friendly, and Tata Pigments is an integrated management system certified company. Tata Pigments is the only company in the country which got certified by Bureau of Indian Standards. Company has also won the CII Energy Efficiency Award and now is in the process to acquire Green Pro certification for its products. To improve the business process, Tata Pigments relentlessly practices the concepts of Tata Business Excellence model. Only pigment company in the country having an online stake and affluent monitoring system. Our products are synthetic iron oxide pigments, decorative products, and industrial paint, the industrial and decorative services. IDCS, business of the Tata Pigments, seeks to address the problem of corrosion and support the industry through its three-pronged approach. In 2019, Tata Pigments Limited has started the byproduct management to maximize environmental benefits and return processed and clean scrap to the production units. Tata Pigments is the only authorized partner to make the Tata Agreto, India's first branded LD slag products. Our digital initiatives include S4 HANA, plant automation, CCTV surveillance system, auto email, auto SMS, barcoding. Our future aspirations include plant expansion, e-procurement, paint shade, selection using mobile app and mobile app based order booking. We are present in various social media platforms. We are heading towards creating colors for better world.
রাজু তুই কাউকে ডাকো তো সুরজিৎ এভির কাউকে একটু ডাকো अर्जेंट है सर हाँ सर अर्जेंट है कुछ क्या है बोल क्या हाँ हाँ अच्छा वो ना जहाँ पे स्टॉल्स लगे हैं ना अंदर से टी कॉफी हो रहा था रजिस्ट्रेशन থেকে ওখানে ডেলিগেট লাঞ্চ
Check 1 check
Check 1. Check. Hello, check. Check 1.
Tata Pigments is a 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited, sole manufacturer of synthetic iron oxide pigments through direct red precipitation process, which is totally environment friendly, and Tata Pigments is an integrated management system certified company. Tata Pigments is the only company in the country which got certified by Bureau of Indian Standards. Company has also won the CII Energy Efficiency Award and now is in the process to acquire Green Pro certification for its products. To improve the business process, Tata Pigments relentlessly practices the concepts of Tata Business Excellence model. Only pigment company in the country having an online stake and affluent monitoring system. Our products are synthetic iron oxide pigments, decorative products, and industrial paint. The Industrial and Decorative Services, IDCS, business of the Tata Pigments seeks to address the problem of corrosion and support the industry through its three-pronged approach. In 2019, Tata Pigments Limited has started the byproduct management to maximize environmental benefits and return processed and clean scrap to the production units. Tata Pigments is the only authorized partner to make the Tata Agreto, India's first branded LD slag products. Our digital initiatives include S4 HANA, plant automation, CCTV surveillance system, auto email, auto SMS, barcoding. Our future aspirations include plant expansion, e-procurement, paint shade, selection using mobile app and mobile app-based order booking. We are present in various social media platforms. We are heading towards creating colors for a better world.
A holistic smart power utility distributing electricity across 771 square kilometers in Pashchim Bardhaman, West Bengal. India Power, adding power to life since 1990.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group. offering a wide range of products, services, and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product, and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge.
Tata Pigments is a 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited, sole manufacturer of synthetic iron oxide pigments through direct red precipitation process, which is totally environment friendly, and Tata Pigments is an integrated management system certified company. Tata Pigments is the only company in the country which got certified by Bureau of Indian Standards. Company has also won the CII Energy Efficiency Award and now is in the process to acquire Green Pro certification for its products. To improve the business process, Tata Pigments relentlessly practices the concepts of Tata Business Excellence model. Only pigment company in the country having an online stake and affluent monitoring system. Our products are synthetic iron oxide pigments, decorative products, and industrial paint. The industrial and decorative services. IDCS. Business of the Tata Pigments seeks to address the problem of corrosion and support the industry through its three-pronged approach. In 2019, Tata Pigments Limited has started the byproduct management to maximize environmental benefits and return processed and clean scrap to the production units. Tata Pigments is the only authorized partner to make the Tata Agreto, India's first branded LD slag products. Our digital initiatives include S4 HANA, plant automation, CCTV surveillance system, auto email, auto SMS, barcoding. Our future aspirations include plant expansion, e-procurement, paint shade, selection using mobile app and mobile app based order booking. We are present in various social media platforms. We are heading towards creating colors for better world.
A holistic smart power utility distributing electricity across 771 square kilometers in Paschim Bardhaman, West Bengal. India Power, adding power to life since 1990.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group. Offering a wide range of products, services, and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product, and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge.
Pigments is a 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited, sole manufacturer of synthetic iron oxide pigments through direct red precipitation process, which is totally environment friendly, and Tata Pigments is an integrated management system certified company. Tata Pigments is the only company in the country which got certified by Bureau of Indian Standards. Company has also won the CII Energy Efficiency Award and now is in the process to acquire Green Pro certification for its products. To improve the business process, Tata Pigments relentlessly practices the concepts of Tata Business Excellence model. Only pigment company in the country having an online stake and affluent monitoring system. Our products are synthetic iron oxide pigments, decorative products, and industrial paint, the industrial and decorative services. IDCS, business of the Tata Pigments, seeks to address the problem of corrosion and support the industry through its three-pronged approach. In 2019, Tata Pigments Limited has started the byproduct management to maximize environmental benefits and return processed and clean scrap to the production units. Tata Pigments is the only authorized partner to make the Tata Agreto, India's first branded LD slag product. Our digital initiatives include S4 HANA, plant automation, CCTV surveillance system, auto email, auto SMS, barcoding. Our future aspirations include plant expansion, e-procurement, paint shade, selection using mobile app and mobile app-based order booking. We are present in various social media platforms. We are heading towards creating colors for a better world.
Hello, check.
A holistic smart power utility distributing electricity across 771 square kilometers in Paschim Bardhaman, West Bengal. India Power, adding power to life since 1990.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group. Offering a wide range of products, services and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge.
Is a 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Utilities and Infrastructure Services Limited, sole manufacturer of synthetic iron oxide pigments through direct red precipitation process, which is totally environment friendly, and Tata Pigments is an integrated management system certified company. Tata Pigments is the only company in the country which got certified by Bureau of Indian Standards. Company has also won the CII Energy Efficiency Award and now is in the process to acquire Green Pro certification for its products. To improve the business process, Tata Pigments relentlessly practices the concepts of Tata Business Excellence model. Only pigment company in the country having an online stake and affluent monitoring system. Our products are synthetic iron oxide pigments, decorative products and industrial paint. The industrial and decorative services. IDCS, business of the Tata Pigments, seeks to address the problem of corrosion and support the industry.
Good afternoon. The people who are at the back of the partition, you were requested to come towards the front. As we mentioned, the seating would be altered, and we would like to, have your participation at the front in case there is chairs here, and if required, the hotel colleagues will add more chairs at the front. So you may please, at the back, those who are sitting, this partition would be, the hall would be parted. So you are requested to please come to the front. So we'll be commencing the session, next session, the post-lunch session, which is UK country session on clean transition policies and technologies. So this session would be opened by the immediate past president of the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Dev Mukherjee. In this session, we have Mr. Nick Lowe, Deputy High Commissioner, British Deputy High Commission in Kolkata. Ms. Libby Green, Climate and Energy Lead, British High Commission, New Delhi. And we have the other speakers who have joined as part of our UK delegation. I believe Mr. Niklo will be chairing this session, and he will be introducing the delegate members. So we will be commencing the session. I would request our guests at the back to come to the front, and I will request my colleague outside the hall, if you could inform the people and ring the bell, intimating that we are commencing the next session, that is UK country session on clean transition policies and technologies. And I would request our colleagues from the British Deputy High Commission and British High Commission. We have our speakers in the hall? Okay. Shuchishmita, if we could please inform the people outside the room that we are starting the session. Hello. I would request the dignitaries on the dais to please commence the session. I'd request Mr. Dev Mukherjee, if you please commence with your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You will have to bear with my broken voice. I thought last night I had lost my voice completely, but it's now a shade better. Thank you very much. And this session is going to be really very interesting because we are going to talk about the India-UK partnership and collaboration for, as I understand, the clean transition, and largely from policy perspective. You would agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, technology, finance, and policy are the key drivers in the clean transition process. And the key enabler in all these three drivers is innovation. Because innovation is something that UK is really great at. And over my last almost 32, 33 years of business experience with UK, I find that when you talk of innovation in terms of technology application, in terms of designing a business and delivery model, in terms of structuring finance, they are really at the top. So I think this collaboration between India and UK for all these three key drivers, technology, finance, and in policy matters, innovation and UK knowledge and best practices could play a significant role in delivering value in the clean transition process. Primarily in terms of technology, as I understand, there would be 5 principal areas that we are looking at. One, of course, is electrification or electrifying transportation. Now here, just a pointer for the speakers, when we talk of electrifying transportation, bear in mind, we should also think about the green electrification, not the mixed grid or the fossil fuel-based grid, so to speak, electrification. Need the complete value chain in terms of greening the electrification process. You talk about the second area is buildings, the built environment. And when we talk about net zero buildings, we should also think about net zero going towards net positive. And that will be the next step to go, and I'm sure you can play another innovative way of looking at how we could make the built environment not only net zero, but net positive. Then, of course, we have the third area of reduction of GHG emissions in industry and agriculture. Good practices, precision farming, resource-efficient, optimized agricultural practices, etc. The fourth area, which is now a lot is happening, and I find one of the small MSME companies from UK is participating, is in green hydrogen fuels, hydrogen fuel cells. And finally, of course, a lot has been talked about energy capture and storage. In terms of finance, you know, there is now a steady shift from traditional finance, which is profit above all concept, to what is now called SRI investing, which is not just green finance, but sustainable, responsible impact investing, where we are not only talking about the greening, but also about the aspect of social welfare and inclusion. Now, greenwashing is something that is happening in terms of establishing or getting the right tick in the box for the green agenda. But we have to go beyond greenwashing and really make SRI investing as the benchmark. Be that as it may, I wouldn't like to take more of your time. I hand over to Nick to carry on the proceedings, and I'm sure there would be some good takeaways in terms of the areas of cooperation between India and the UK in terms of business practices, policies, and innovative ways of technology application and business delivery models, including finance, in the clean transition process. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, namaste, namaskara, salam alaikum. Very good afternoon to all of you. I've been asked to say a few words. The problem is I'm rarely a man of few words, but this afternoon I am going to have to be, because otherwise we're all going to be going home at about 3 in the morning. We're already running very significantly late. And I am surrounded by brilliant subject matter experts, both on the dais and in the audience, who will speak in an informed manner. 3 things I want to say to you very quickly. The first is the biggest and most heartfelt thank you can ever imagine. Colleagues from BCCI You have been at our side unfailingly in the 3 years I've been here, or maybe it's the other way round. We've been at your side in the 3 years I've been here, working together, we've really amplified the climate change message. And the difference in attitudes, the difference in activity, the hard progress we've made in terms of policy development and implementation over that period of time has been absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much. Secondly, a big thank you to all my colleagues from UK companies and other parts of the UK and India network for coming to Kolkata for this event. We hope to see you back regularly. And thirdly, and I better do this, just straying into the personal domain a little bit, I spot 3 or 4 people in the audience who sent me very kind get well soon messages. I had an argument with the surgeon's knife yesterday, and I feel great, but it's really kind that many of you have sent me little messages to get well soon. So thank you very much for that. Second thing I want to say to you, when I arrived 3 years ago, I used to have to Google, big climate events of the last 2 or 3 months so that I could do a bit of context. Sadly, and it is sadly, I no longer have to do that. From Seoul to Sacramento, from Argentina to just about anywhere else you can think of, but let's go to my own country. Climate change is not only on the horizon, it's not only at the end of the path, it's actually banging loudly on the door. In my own country, 3 of the 5 most violent storms since we started recording these things already this year. The worst drought since 1935. Hey, I'm not a young man, but even my mum isn't old enough to remember the drought of 1935. Things are changing, and they're changing right in front of our eyes. This is really urgent. The time for action is now. No more time to sit back and ponder policy options. The third thing I want to say is a message of hope. We showed what we can do through common purpose, through shared action, through working together across the international community after the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. Many of you will remember we were told it was inevitable there would be a global depression, and there wasn't. COVID looked pretty existential when it first started. It's a war we've now won. Battle is still going on in 1 or 2 places, but essentially we've beaten it. We can and we will do the same with climate change. The Glasgow Climate Pact is our way forward. A remarkable achievement. I actually read, shortly before it started, the UK government's prediction of where it would come out. What we achieved in Glasgow was significantly better than that. It is a genuine roadmap to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. At the moment it exists on paper. Our duty, and that's everyone in this room, whether as a private individual, as a consumer, working in your companies, your universities, wherever you are, it's our duty to ensure that results in the global action we need to defeat climate change. We got some truly brilliant people speaking to you this afternoon. That's more than enough of me. I will have left by the time of this event next year. My sincere thanks to each and every one of you for the role you've played in making this a very, very special 3-point-something years for me, and I wish each and every one of you collectively every personal and professional happiness and success in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. I will be even briefer. I spoke this morning about the policy process, everything we're doing to keep 1.5 alive. And I think COP26, for me, really showed that the international process is working and that this high-level dialogue we have each year to set targets and keep each other on track is the right one. But this session is not about policy, it's about practical action. So I'm going to leave it to the others to cover that, about how, in reality, we can make these emission reduction targets. So I'm really excited to hear from UK companies and others about how we can do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to come to Kolkata, and thank you, Mr. Mukherjee and Bengal Chamber of Commerce for this invitation. If I'm not wrong, I participated in the conclave last year as well as one of the panelists, and I'm here again this year to talk about the most important aspect of energy transition, which is finance. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rahul Tabhane. I represent UK Export Finance in India. UK Export Finance is a UK government department, and in India we operate under the umbrella of British High Commission Network. I am based out of Mumbai, and over the course of next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll try to give you a brief introduction about who we are, what we do, and how we can help Indian companies or Indian entities in terms of energy transition by providing that crucial financing support. So brief background, we are a UK government department operating since 1919. We work very much closely with the entire UK government, UK Treasury, and the British High Commission Network in India. We provide debt finance, which is typically in the form of UK sovereign guarantees or direct funding, which is accessible across all sectors, but we have a special focus on social, sustainable and clean growth. In fact, in line with the policy of UK government, we have also pledged that by 2050, we will make sure that our entire portfolio of assets will be carbon neutral. We can provide financing for equipment finance, asset finance. We can also do non-recourse project finance for clean energy projects. Within UK, we can provide working capital or trade finance solutions if you are a UK entity or an Indian entity with UK operations. In FY22, we provided 7.4 billion pounds of financing across 70 plus countries. With respect to India, we have allocated a capital of over 4 billion pounds, which is roughly 40,000 crore rupees. To get involved in any financing transaction, we require a minimum 20% UK content, which you can derive via inclusion of UK raw material, UK goods, UK services, or UK technology, which can be brought to India for Make in India. We have a capacity to fund directly in Indian rupees, apart from all the major foreign hard currencies. With respect to Indian market, we require a minimum transaction size of 10 crores. This is a typical schematic of how the structure works. So you will have a UK company, you will have an Indian entity, there will be a contract in between them, and we, along with our banking partner, arrange variety of products, whether it's a buyer's credit, standard buyer loan guarantee, or sometimes direct funding from UK government to facilitate such contracts and projects. Overall, in summary, the proposition that we have on offer is an unconditional guarantee of UK government, which is one of the top-rated countries across the world. For clean projects or green projects, we can provide a financing term of up to 18 years of repayment, which is over and above your project construction period. We can provide financing in 60 plus currencies, including Indian rupees. We bring a profile of global banking relationship with us, We interact with almost 100 international as well as local banks in India. We provide flexible transaction structures so we can accommodate various structures of financing based on the requirement. We can also provide support for procurement within India. So if you have Indian construction partners who are working with you, we can provide financing for those contracts as well. We require 20% UK content, as I mentioned in the beginning, which is a key aspect for our involvement. And if required, we can also help you in identifying the relevant UK companies that you can work with. Here, I have my colleagues from the UK Department for International Trade, along with whom we work to do such supplier fair matchmaking events. Some of the case studies I want to talk about here, because it's an environmental and energy conclave. So a recent case study of a 1.35 gigawatt solar project that we supported in Turkey quite recently for a private IPP player. We did a £217 million financing on a non-recourse project finance basis. We had the likes of GE and other companies from UK involved in the project. It was the largest support that we provided till date for a solar project, and we worked with a global bank such as JP Morgan for this. The second case study is about the offshore wind project in Taiwan that we did last year. We know that there has been a lot of talk about offshore wind in India, and we know that there would be a few tenders which would be coming very soon. We are quite equipped to deal with such kind of projects because we have an experience of financing 3 such projects in recent past. This is one about the Taiwan project. Again, we did a project financing, £230 million. It was called as Formosa 2 project. It was led by marquee investors such as Macquarie and Swanco Renewable. And we did a local currency financing here in Taiwanese dollars. And we can do the same in India as well in Indian rupees. Another case study for another wind farm. Another aspect of clean transition is low emission buses, which we did for Mexico City. We provided buyer's credit facility again in Mexican pesos, which is a local currency for Mexico, approximately £44 million. We had a UK company, Alexander Dennis, providing these buses to Mexico. And again, it was a transaction which was supported by a bank, Banco Santander from Spain. Another case study of delivering water and wastewater treatment solutions. This we did in Iraq for one of the regional governments of Kurdistan. It was direct lending from us. We provided £28 million to them, and it was basically delivery of water and wastewater treatment solutions by UK companies there. Another case study for clean drinking water in Ghana, £27 million. Here we directly worked with the government of Ghana, wherein the project sponsor was the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. So this was all about what we can do on the Indian side of things. So if you have any energy transition related projects or contracts wherein you are dealing with UK companies, we can very well support them in any currency. With respect to if you're looking at UK as a base for your investments or international expansion in the areas of clean energy, we can support that as well. So if you are looking at investing in UK and put up your export-oriented units with at least 5 to 10% of revenue which will come from exports from UK, then we can also support investment capital for such kind of investments. You need not be an existing UK investors for any Indian company or international company who's looking at UK as an investment base. We can support them. It is again sector agnostic support which we have, but again focus on green energy, manufacturing setup, future mobility. I mean, those areas of investment will be seen on a priority. The loan tenors that we can provide can be between 5 to 10 years. We can do working capital support as well, and of course, short-term trade finance. So all the aspects of finance in terms of running your UK operations or expanding your capacity within UK in the areas of green energy and energy transition, we can very well support that as well. So that, in short, from me on the financing part of it. I'm very happy to be part of this conclave, and thank you so much once again to Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the privilege of being a compere for the next 30 minutes or so. Rahul, thank you very much indeed with that. So what have we told you? We have told you that lack of upfront finance, your bank not wanting to lend you the money should only very rarely prevent you from sourcing goods or services from the United Kingdom. Rahul and his colleagues here to help you. Even if you don't remember the name in 3 months' time, come to me, come to one of my colleagues. We'll point you in the right direction. David, you said something that I liked very much earlier, which is the UK's reputation as a hotbed of innovation, of development of new products and services. Absolutely true. One of the world's best 2 universities, 2 of the world's best 4 universities, 4 of the world's best 8 universities, less than 1% of the world's population. It's quite a remarkable statistic. Over 100,000 Indian students will be travelling to the UK in the month of September to begin their university courses. Think innovation, think of the United Kingdom. More Nobel Prizes in the sciences than any other country on earth other than the United States, and we got about 1/6 of the population of the United States. We are going to inform and entertain you in the next 30 minutes. We are going to show you the future with 6 presentations from colleagues on the dais or joining us virtually. I think you're really going to enjoy it, and I am going to hand the microphone over to my friend and colleague, Nile Ball, Owners, Engineer and Product Assurance in Green Hydrogen. Sounds exciting, Nile. And I'm told we have to finish by 4. So please can I ask everyone, that's difficult, 5 minutes each, please.
Good afternoon. Lovely lunch session, and I'll try and make it as interesting as possible to ensure that the topic is not going to be mundane and we take out something from this discussion and go forward with some value additions. LRQA, a new brand, but this is erstwhile Lloyd's Register, which is 265 years old. I heard some of the speakers talking about 200-year-old today, earlier in the morning, but this is 260 years. And before I start, a big thanks to the British High Commission team, the UKTI vertical in that, where I had the privilege to visit UK with the UKTI delegation this time. Thanks, Anna, about mentioning about Grimsby. Amazing advancement in offshore wind, and the amount of research work done in various universities in UK, which I wish that our own industries take up those role in the field of green hydrogen. I've not come here to market this, but I thought it well that we should mention about this advancement in the subcontinent of UK. Moving forward, just a couple of slides. We are located across the globe. Those are type of number of clients that we handle and the number of people that we engage in delivering the value proposition. We are very well known in the industry for last 260 years for classification of ships and for inspection. But now we are not going to discuss anything about it. We are going to go and discuss here about what we can add to the society in terms of quality assurance and safety in the field of green hydrogen. So we did a little bit of research, and if you see that the research, the number of hits that has happened over the last 1 year on the internet is sustainability, and within the sustainability, ESG. And when you go deeper into that column of ESG, you find that the maximum people have searched electrolyzers, supply chain, pipelines, and about regulatory framework. Moving forward, we took this as a clue, and then we said, what can we do to the industry based on these particular topics? Now, currently, the moment you discuss hydrogen, and you go a little bit further, you ask some of us, our fathers are a little bit aged, and ask them about hydrogen, and they will immediately think about the Hindenburg accident. So, why I raise this question, there are 3 major issues. There are a lot of people who are very well equipped with the hydrogen technology, but they are not available at the place where the projects are being installed. The other part is the framework and the regulatory framework on which these hydrogen systems would operate. They are not well defined. China is doing leaps and bounds in terms of hydrogen run buses. However, there is a little bit of a lack of focus on the safety studies. The Chinese standards have not touched too much on the safety studies, which is very well touched by the EN standards. So there is a mix and match of this. And the third one is the acceptance of hydrogen amongst the community. I was hearing, I will not name the organization, where they are putting up a hydrogen storage tank very near to their residential facility. And moment they are putting up that plant near the residential facility, there were a lot of questions from the entire community were saying that, is it safe for us to have that hydrogen tank there? So as we go forward, I've just put up a picture here. You will see more and more of these across India. These are dispensing stations. You have the electrolyzer, you have the intermediate storage tanks, you have the compressor, you have the high pressure storage, and then you have the dispenser where the cars will come, the buses will come, and you will load the hydrogen into the vehicles as it does in the petrol pump. Now, why I've shown it, that LRQA has now defined what is known as an approval in principle. Whenever a company is going to set up like this, before they actually design it, we go deeper into their design basis. Initially, when they are absolutely starting to design the whole setup, we check whether all the hazards and the failure modes have been addressed properly, and the actions that they have planned to take care of those hazards, whether they are adequate or not. We also verify whether the standards, codes, and regulations that they have applied to the individual systems of this particular whole area, are they relevant and are they going to be robust? And third thing, what we do is we review the design philosophies. We review the design basis, and based on that, we give them a thumbs up, a certification which is known as an approval in principle, mainly to their financiers and to the stakeholders, telling that this technology, what they are trying to choose, is going to be all right. Now, let me tell you, hydrogen is still nascent. And when I say nascent, there are a lot of people who do the safety studies. They have done it for LPG, LNG, and all the stuff. And you will find that those are the people who are actually switching over to hydrogen. But hydrogen, in its own, has got some very critical properties which we cannot overlook. Two of those examples I'll tell you in our recent HAZOP workshop, what we found. The pooling effect, that means when the hydrogen has been dispersed, how does it pool? It doesn't pool like a normal LPG or an LNG gas would do. If you have a gravel sort of a atmosphere, the pooling effect of the hydrogen is completely different. We were doing a workshop in Sweden where we were doing it for the fire department. And one of the questions which was taken up by surprise, he says hydrogen is colorless and it burns without any color. So if there is a hydrogen burning in the corner, you just walk into that and you get burnt, but you don't know that its hydrogen is burning there. So how do you make out whether the hydrogen is burning? Any answers? The way you can do it is through an infrared camera. So if you have an infrared camera and fit it in your process safety area, you will easily pick up that there is a hydrogen leakage and there is a fire which is already taken place. So these are all the things that goes into the safety study and onto the gas mapping, and whether you have adequately addressed all the detection systems. Going forward, this approval in principle is already applied. So many companies have started coming in, and we have been serving them over the last, these are all in the last 1.5 years that we are serving all these companies. I'll quickly finish off. I would like to see, this is again a system which is the dolphin management system. In the North Sea, there's a pilot plant where they're getting the wind energy to run the electrolyzers to make the hydrogen. And this is the 2 megawatt pilot plant, which is going to be installed by 2023. And we are involved in the complete process safety of this whole plant. I will move forward. These are the various features where we will be involved right at the pre-feed engineering stage, design, build, and commissioning stage. These are the few of the examples of what we are doing across the globe. Last two slides. This is the largest hydrogen storage tank that we certified last year. which is installed at Sriharikota under the PESA rules. And last slide is, there was a company in Germany which wanted to make FRP equipments for hydrogen storage, and they were struggling to have a certification regime. So we closely worked with them, and we took some good parts from pressure equipment directives of European standards, and we took ASME Section 10 from the American standards. And then we joined together and developed a very robust certification scheme by which the whole world can now buy it from them, saying that these Type 3 cylinders are safe to operate and store hydrogen at high pressures, as high as 1300 bar. Thank you, gentlemen, and I hope this is interesting for all of you.
Nile, thank you so much for that. I told you it would be good, so you showed you the future. It's green hydrogen. Nitin Mahajan from Synaptech to speak, please. Cable conditioning, monitoring and protection for the transmission and distribution systems. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nitin Mahajan, as Nick told. Myself looking after business development activities for Synaptech for India, GCC and Southeast Asia. So what I would be explaining here is like what rightly Mr. Day has explained, that we are focusing more onto a green energy production kind of a thing, like hydrogen, wind is there, solar is there. But how do we address the whole value chain down the line? How do we cater to all those activities? And what is the process that we follow to that? Now take an example, like we are using in a normal, like this particular substation is mainly for the engineers who are working into an electrical sector, mainly in generation, transmission and distribution, who works in protection as well as in asset management activities. So here take an example for a substation wherein 6 tons to 15 tons of copper control cables are used. So if we are able to eliminate that, that would add to the green technology, right? Like we are able to reduce the carbon credit. Now take an example that fiber at the moment is used, our technology is fiber based. So fiber is at the moment used for communication purpose for the measured parameter, including a lot of electronics in between. There are like say auxiliary powered IDs are there, a lot of telecom requirements is there. Now in this case, if we are using fiber directly as a medium of measurement, and eliminate all those in between whatever electronics are there, then that would also add to the carbon credits. Then like electronic waste recycling is a big issue for us. So we can cater to that particular thing. Now our technology is a distributed technology wherein all the electrical and mechanical parameters from the remotest location up to 60 kilometers can be gathered to the main substation level. These are the main issues that an operator has to look out, because all this petroleum team has to go to those locations, monitor everything and do a lot of activities. So that also costs to the carbon credit. So that's where we come in. Like say Synaptech has a technology wherein we use fiber as a medium of measurement. We just hook up passive sensors in the system that drastically reduces the capital cost of whole of the protection and monitoring system. That has negative carbon footprints, and also it reduces whole of the outage time, because each and every parameter, whether it is electrical or mechanical, is accessible permanently synchronous at the substation over fiber. There is no need of an operator to go to that particular location to routinely check that. He can go there only when it needs to be. Then whole of the sensing system is completely passive. The conversion of electrical parameters over fiber is done with an element wherein there is no electronics involved, there is no processing involved. So that's where we also contribute to the carbon credits. Now these are a lot of some of the customers here, like in Europe we have a lot of installations, in North America also. Recently we installed one system in Tata Power. So the basic concept that I was telling you, like we have only one powered equipment, as you can see here, interrogator, that particular box, and from that one single mode of fiber leaves and it connects to 30 numbers of sensors in series in daisy chain. Now these are all terminologies engineers would understand. So this never happens in any kind of an architecture in protection and monitoring system in electrical sector. So this fiber can reach up to a 60 kilometer, like say you are sitting here, it's a control station, and 60 kilometer around the Calcutta city. So you do not have to have a control station at those particular locations. Wherever substations are there, you can take, as long as fiber is available, nowadays it is everywhere available, you can take the measured parameters back to the control station, you can visualize it, you can manage it, you can control it. So no need of adding a civil structure at that location. That also adds to a carbon credit. Okay? So all these benefits are there. Now here, we contribute to very complex protection systems, which normally in traditional protection architectures are not available. On top of that, when we get whole of the data back to the control station in real time, permanently synchronous, it adds value to the operator to find out what are the causal factor of the fault. So that leads to like some kind of a maintenance that can be taken so that those faults doesn't occur in future. Then again, once you create a whole of the historian, it can give you some kind of an asset performance management, like what kind of a diagnostic 5 years down the line, how my system would be behaving. So all these areas we work in. So there are some typical applications wherein we find, like in India, so this mixed circuit protection is there, wherein operator does not know whether the fault lies in which section. So here we put our instrumentation at the remote location away from the substation up to 60 kilometer. So any voltage level, any current, 5 different cable sections can be monitored only by one instrument over one single mode optical fiber. So that's a very revolutionary technology that we are introducing in India. Now this is how the fiber is connected, and this is the installation time gets reduced down, like say for if any installation system takes 1 month of time, we can do it in hardly 3 to 4 days of time. It is as good as a broadband connection coming to your home. It's that way. So this is one application. Another is cable condition monitoring, wherein cable management systems become very critical in the cities, in the metros, where the overhead line sections are getting converted into cable for various supplies. So we can put a cable monitoring system to different locations at the inaccessible locations, and you can get whole data synchronously, permanently back to the control station so that you can manage your circuits. These are the different applications wherein multi-nodal, multi-ended systems, management system protection, digital substation. We have certain applications in railways. We have for renewables also. So this is what we have. Like it doesn't need any capex. It doesn't need any kind of an OPEX. It has a very less risk. On top of that, the resilience of the system increased drastically, and also safety and controls are also enhanced. With no power, the sensors getting illuminated over light, and the reflections are happening over the same fiber back to the control station. So this also adds to the revenue of the whole of the utility. Thank you so much. Thanks to DIT. Thank you.
Nitin, thank you very much for that. One or two of the more eagle-eyed amongst you will have spotted I've just acquired a bell. So with apologies to next speakers, I will be dinging the bell after 4 minutes, and I'd ask you to finish your presentations within 1 minute to the bell. Sorry to do that to you, but we are running significantly over time. Saurav, it's you. Saurav Das from Green Enco. Very much enjoyed the last Green Enco presentation. I was at risk management and optimization of solar and energy storage assets. Saurav, please.
This one. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, British High Commission team and BCCI for providing this opportunity to present Green Enco. Green Enco started 5 years back. We are mainly managing the risk for solar and energy storage project. For the investor, developer, EPC, IPPs, etc. With over 5.5 gigawatt portfolio in last 5 years in 15 countries. We are market leaders in Southeast Asia, in terms of our product completeness and our ability to execute multiple services across the project lifecycle. This is a result of an independent market assessment by GenServe. We focus on investment risks for operational and new build solar and energy storage projects. In terms of technology, we are providing utility and commercial and industrial project, which is comprised of rooftop and others floating solar project. We are also into this energy storage and hybrid kind of project. Our main service vertical are comprised of asset optimization, which is mainly into the solar asset optimization, technical due diligence, design optimization, which is for this mainly in the new development of project, floating solar, energy storage, and repowering. PV APM is one of the leading service vertical, which is a systematic approach using in-house developed artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms driven by the human intelligence. Here is some selective example of PB-IPM benefit in India and European context, average 10% in Indian context and around say 8% in European context. We have achieved to increase the operational solar asset. We have recently signed an MOU with Telangana State Renewable Energy Company to providing this PB-APM service, and also an MOU with Arthi Energy Independent Power Producer in Turkey. We are in discussion with another stock exchange listed company in Thailand to provide these services in Thailand as well. This is a traditional owners engineering services we are providing for the investor, developer, EPC, and others IPPs. This is from the feasibility study to asset management. We are providing our services across the globe. Here are some case study. You can see that we have provided our services in UK, Denmark, and Netherlands, Mongolia, in India, and New Zealand. In New Zealand, we are currently providing a project which is the capacity around 235 megawatt. This is a value engineering service. We are providing a design optimization for the new build and solar energy storage project. This is the repowering solar asset where we are extending the life of operational existing solar asset. We are providing our assessment for technical, commercial, and compliance interface and providing a proper solution to so that the existing solar asset can generate more revenue from this project. This is another, we have developed another software to provide techno-commercial and techno-commercial viability for the solar and energy storage project. This is our presence globally. In last 5 years, we have provided approximately 15 countries with our 45 partners. You can see some of our renowned partners from UK, Europe, and India as well. This is why Green & Co. Green & Co. is a team of expertise which has almost 10 gigawatt of expertise in this particular renewable energy segment. And the management team is mainly from the Kolkata, and one office in London and one is in India, here in Kolkata. This is the contact details after this presentation. If you have any question and query you may have, then we can discuss later. Thank you.
Saurav, amazing job. You came in at under 5 minutes there. Well done, sir. Well done indeed. Nilesh Jadhav, from Humble Hydrogen, a company we first came across at the Bengal Global Business Summit. You made quite a splash there. I know you're going to do the same here. Lovely title, Hydrogen Technologies for India. Let's go.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Myself, Nilesh Jadhav. I am from Humble Hydrogen. So, everyone knows about hydrogen. So, hydrogen is a future fuel. And as everyone knows that, like Mr. Nilesh Bal mentioned few words about electrolyzer, fuel cell, dispenser. So, how these things work exactly?
Nilesh, can you just lift the microphone a bit?
No. Okay, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So how these things will work? So my presentation, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is basically a system. So we produce hydrogen from electrolyzer. And if I'm talking about the green hydrogen, so we use renewable energy, means solar energy or wind energy to produce hydrogen. So basically, solar energy will go to electrolyzer. Electrolyzer uses water to produce hydrogen. So water means H2O. So electrolyzer will split hydrogen and oxygen separately. So we use hydrogen for the application like refueling the buses and cars or any refinery work. So, and oxygen, there are a lot of other applications. So if I'm using hydrogen, so basically the problem with hydrogen is density. So to store the hydrogen, basically we need high pressure storages. And the second thing is, everything is safe. The people will question, like a lot of people question me about what about the safety, but we are closely working with LRQA for all the certifications and PESO also. So after the storage, if I'm going to refuel the vehicle, we need a dispenser. And there are some standards to store hydrogen gas into any vehicle, like this example, Toyota Mirai. So there are some standards like with 700 bar pressure, we can refuel Toyota Mirai, and the Toyota Mirai will consume more than 5 kg of hydrogen. And the average range is 1,000 kilometers. That is also totally depends on how we are driving that car. The second application is we are using hydrogen to produce ammonia and refinery also. There are a lot of applications, like we can produce heat, we can, like CHP system, the fuel cell will produce electricity by using hydrogen. So hydrogen in and electricity out. Byproduct is oxygen and water, so completely green thing. So we are a manufacturer of electrolyzer. The size is from 100 kilowatt to 20 megawatt. Then fuel cell from 200 watt to 1 megawatt. And I'm talking about alkaline and PEM technology. We are also working on hydrogen storage up to 1,000 bar, because if I'm talking about the refueling stations, so refueling station needs 1,000 bar pressure to refuel the trucks and vehicles. So this is, our office is in Kolkata, manufacturing setup, and lab is also in Kolkata, Dahiritola. So that's it. Thank you. I'm not taking time. Thank you so much.
Nilesh, bonus points to you. 3.5 minutes, marvelous, but 3.5 minutes really worth listening to. Two more speakers for you, both joining us from the... right. Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Jonathan Pearce from the British Geological Survey, talking on carbon capture, storage and utilisation. Jonathan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'll try and be as quick as I can. My name is Jonathan Pearce. I'm the head of CO2 storage research here at the British Geological Survey. I'm going to be talking to you today about some work that we're doing with our colleagues and counterparts in various parts of India at the moment. Before I start, a quick word about the British Geological Survey. We're a government agency now. We are approximately 187 years old this year, so not quite as old as Lloyd's Register, but nevertheless we are very specialised, have very much experience in understanding how we can exploit our natural resources in a sustainable and responsible way, how it can cope with environmental change and be resilient to environmental hazards. And particularly for today, we have a very large team of people, over 100 people, looking at various aspects of decarbonisation and the energy transition to a future low-carbon supply. One of those activities is investigating carbon capture, utilisation and storage. This is a mitigation option to mitigate against climate change that's been very, very widely recognised globally as an important tool in that fight against rising CO2 emissions. It's really designed to decarbonise those so-called hard-to-abate industrial and power sectors, as previous speakers have alluded to before the lunch break. Just to give you a sense, in 2020 there were about 65 commercial facilities, CO2 capture and storage facilities in operation or under construction or in development. So the number of projects that are developing is increasing year on year now. And also, importantly for India, there are several capture and utilisation projects already operational at a commercial scale, producing soda ash and fertilisers particularly. And there are also future plans for further utilisation in enhanced oil recovery to increase oil production and also at the same time reduce the carbon footprint of that oil. So we are helping and investigating whether the geological storage of carbon dioxide is feasible in India. We're doing this with colleagues at the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay and also the National Geophysical Research Institute in Hyderabad. And we really want to answer two questions. Can CO2 storage be safe? Can we demonstrate that safety? And also, what are the public and stakeholders' concerns? So we are working very closely with colleagues using our laboratories. We're very pleased to be receiving colleagues from Hyderabad in a couple of weeks' time now to spend several weeks with us working in our labs, looking at how we can detect CO2 in the relatively shallow subsurface, or at least shallow to us as geologists, down to about 1 kilometre, focused primarily on storage in basaltic materials in India. And also, we're also trying to map how where CO2 storage could be undertaken in certain parts of India. At the moment, we're focusing primarily on the Cambay Basin, which is very close to Mumbai, which is also an oil and gas producer in the western part of India. So we're looking at two aspects: how much we can store and how can we detect it in two different rock types. So at the moment, we have not identified any particular showstoppers from a technical point of view. We're also very keen to understand how society might view CCS in India. And my colleague, Dr. Hazel Napier, is joining me here today in this session, and she'll be staying on for the next session as well. And she's going to be leading our research and developing our network, if you like, on understanding the societal concerns in India from a fairly a low start at the moment, low understanding at the moment. So we think that it might be feasible. It may be a feasible option to decarbonise Indian power and industry, whilst at the same time increasing economic growth. But there are definitely a lot more work to do on all aspects of the development of CCS from a policy and regulatory point of view, as well as from an understanding of the storage potential, storage capacities in India, and also the technical applications, how it might be applied in different parts of India. So with that, I'll stop sharing and conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention today.
Jonathan, fabulous. Thank you so much. And, you know, such a substantive, broad-ranging area of work, and you kept that to under 5 minutes. Top job. Thank you so much. And finally, Gagan Agarwal, NPTC Group of Colleges. Gagan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gagan, and I work with the NPTC Group of Colleges out of Wales. We are a further education college offering extensive skill-based courses across different domains. Automotive is a prime area of interest to us, and within automotive, we started offering various programs in electric vehicles. We are a leader in electric vehicle skills training in the UK, and now we are looking at offering a lot of skill-based courses in electric vehicles from India as well. So we will be offering vocational courses with British affiliations and accreditations suitably aligned for Indian industry and automotive sector development council in India shortly. And we will have UK trained instructors suitably assessed and qualified both from the UK and certified by ASDC. In about 2 months' time, we would be ready to offer such training to students in engineering colleges, as well as offer upskilling training to corporates also. I have a small video that I will just play, which talks about our pedagogy and instructional teaching that we deliver. We hope to offer the similar learning environment to the students in India as well. And this facility will also be up and ready in about 3 months from now. So I'll just quickly share my screen and run a small video. I'll keep it on mute. This is our EV lab. This is how trainings are delivered on an EV rig. This is one of our instructors. This is a Toyota hybrid EV vehicle. This is how students learn. I'll just forward this because we're short on time. So we offer trainings from level 1 and upward. So we hope to indigenize all of these level trainings as well with ASDC support also. So there will be a range of programs available for students to take up for private as well as commercial vehicles, four-wheeler and beyond also. So hopefully in 2 months' time, we'll be ready to offer everything. We have 4 such centers across Wales. That's all from me. Thank you.
Gagan, thank you very much indeed. I'm in awe of people who can do that. My dad was one of these people. You could put a pile of components in front of him and you could create an engine in about 2 hours. I'd be completely lost. So congratulations to you and all the good work you're doing. Hamanti, I'm going to turn towards you because it is now 4 o'clock and we were asked to stop at 4. How much more can we squeeze out? And I'm willing to be told nothing. All right. Dinesh, you've come all the way across India to be with us.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks, everyone, for hosting us. I'm Dinesh Arya. I lead the National Energy team. We don't have a time for a question, but we will be here. Please talk to us. Thanks to all the company for here. So I'll tell you what I do and my department does. My main role is, and my department role is to make sure people-to-people engagement happens. Because I am a firm believer that when 2 people talks, business happens, and it happens. Whatever activity we are currently doing or done in the future is under the UK-India Energy for Growth Dialogue. This is a G2G forum started from 2017 between both the nation under the energy sector. We have been mandated by Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas to bring UK technology and innovative companies so that when you execute your project, you have the best of the solutions from the world. I'll just share what in this financial year, me and my team has done or will going to do and invite you to be part of it. In June this year, we have taken 80 people from India on offshore wind and hydrogen to the UK, including Secretary MNRE, Joint Secretary MNRE, Tamil Nadu Energy Minister, Energy Secretary, and Gujarat GVNL head, to make sure they see how the offshore wind farm looks like, so that whatever be executed in the UK waters, it can be done in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Hydrogen, humongous 40 people we taken along in the June to showcase what is available in the UK and again how India can join the bandwagon on hydrogen. This month, next month, September 19th, 23rd, I'm taking 30 people from various distribution companies to the UK, again to talk to the UK supply chain and bring those innovative solutions in India. In December this year, from 4th to 6th of December in New Delhi, I would like to invite all of you to join us for the Hydrogen Association of India annual event. UK will be going to be partner country. Come meet the best of UK hydrogen companies. Following, in the last quarter of this financial year, Elecrama, the largest event in electricity sector in Asia, happening in Delhi from 18 to 22nd Feb. We will be again going to have more than 20 companies there as a UK pavilion. Come join us and talk to us to do business. That's it. Thank you.
Dinesh, thank you so very much indeed. I'm Monty.
Thank you very much, Nick. So I have been given the easiest task, but an important one indeed. So let me first start by thanking Mr. Devi Mukherjee. Despite being unwell, he's been a great supporter and for opening the session. To Mr. Nick Lowe, Deputy High Commissioner, for chairing the session so fantastically and keeping the time. To Ms. Libby Green for coming down all the way from Delhi and enlightening us and for her remarks. To Rahul Tabane, who's the country head of UK Export Finance, who has given us a glimpse of what UK has to offer on sustainable finance. To Niloy Ball from LRQA for his enlightening speech. And to Mr. Nitin Mahajan as well from Synaptic for his speech as well. Mr. Saurav Das from Green & Co for all the introduction about what your company does. To Humble Hydrogen for being so brief but fantastic. Carbon capture and storage and utilization, this is one area that we have been trying to engage with in West Bengal for a very long time, and British Geological Survey has been supportive and they have been working in Maharashtra, and we would like to explore opportunities here in this part as well. So many thanks to Dr. Jonathan Spears for taking time out and joining us online, and to Mr. Kakan Agarwal for joining us from NPTC Group of Colleges to share their work on EV skills. With those words, and of course to Mr. Dinesh Arya for putting the delegation together, thank you very much for that. And many, many thanks to the entire team of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries for being such a fantastic host and for organizing this so well. So for any question, please do refer to us. We'll all be outside waiting. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Hoymonti. Thank you, Mr. Ms. Libby Green, Dinesh, and rest of the delegation member. If you have any questions, feel free to us. We will share with the team, and I believe they will be responding, accordingly. So I would request Mr. Dev Mukherjee, the immediate past president of the Bengal Chamber, to please present a token of our appreciation to the member of the delegation. We may start with Mr. Dinesh Arya. Ms. Hoymonti Poddar. Though we consider Hoymonti very much our team member, to Ms. Nilay Bhatt, Din Mahajan, Mr. Saurabh Das, and Mr. Nilesh Yadav. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to the next session, grid stability, renewable integration, and cross-country connectivity. This session will be chaired by Mr. Arun Mukherjee, Mentor Energy and Environment Committee, the Bengal Chamber. The session will be joined by Mr. Harish Saran, Executive Director, Commercial Operations and HR, PTC India Limited. Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Executive Director, DTCSC Limited. Ms. Mona Lisa Hazra, Regional Energy and Clean Energy Specialist, Indo-Pacific Office, USAID. Mr. Sithat Shorkar, Delivery Manager, TNCC, Electricity Transmission National Grid. And Dr. Ziao Zhou, Operability and Policy Manager, National Grid. Both of them are joining from UK. And Mr. Pramod Singh, President, Regulatory and Commercial, India Power Corporation Limited. So we will just take a couple of minutes to change over for the next session. In the meantime, if I may request the speakers who are at the venue to please join us on the dais. Mr. Arun Mukherjee, Mr. Harish Saran, Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, and Mr. Pramod Singh. And as you understand that we are running behind schedule, and Mr. Harish Saran also, I understand he has to join for another meeting which is at 5, thankfully close to the venue. So I would request Mr. Mukherjee, if you could do your best to make the session more compact, if I may say so.
Speakers physically available, how many speakers? Good afternoon, and a very special warm welcome to our distinguished speakers present physically and virtually in this session. Climate change has emerged as an existential question before the world now. India must generate 18,900 to 22,300 terawatt hour per year energy by 2070 if it has to develop its economy and achieve net zero at the same time. This is a threefold increase in consumption from 2019 based on Human Development Index, expected population growth in 2070, and actual energy use in 2019. Major transition in the energy sector will involve substantial reduction in fossil fuel, improved energy efficiency, use of all possible renewable energy resources after integration to their best possible and effective uses. As per the study of Standard Chartered, India will require $12.4 trillion to transition to net zero. To deal with such a huge electrical energy, what is most important that we have to have a smart grid besides generating this power. The evolution of the smart grid right down to the device level with the consequent ability to transform from static to dynamic information-based interactive system functioning in real-time and systematic way will achieve significant cost and energy efficiency. Some of the critical areas to be addressed are balancing area, capacity value, flexibility and demand response, variable renewable energy, storage, additional infrastructure, application of IoT, etc. In the integration arena, renewable energy penetration is highly variable by state in India. The share of solar and wind in 10 Indian states is much higher than national average of 8.2%. Solar and wind account for around 29% of annual electricity generation in Karnataka, 20% in Rajasthan, 18% in Tamil Nadu, and 14% in Gujarat. These states already have a higher share of variable energy, renewable energy, and are already facing system integration challenges. This situation requires export of more power to other states, allow renewable to displace some coal-fired power plants locally, curtail more solar and wind to ensure system security. The main renewable integration challenges include the increasing variability of hourly demand, increasing ramping requirements due to the impact of solar and net demand, short-term frequency variation, and voltage issue. When it comes to the cross-country connectivity, we know the SARC energy ring concept was first conceived in 2004, and since then, progress has been made in bilateral electricity interconnection and trade in several South Asian countries. This cross-country connectivity improves the energy security, affordability, and sustainability. It also helps to deliver an increased supply of electricity, provide enhanced energy security by diversifying supply, reduce cost through arbitrage and economies of scale, tap into underexploited energy resources as hydropower, allow greater use of variable renewable energy through balancing generation over larger pooled areas. An interconnected grid covering the sub-region is an essential enabler for power generation infrastructure and development of cross-border electricity trade. The direct benefit of full power grid interconnection could reach $9 billion each year in direct savings and reduce GHG emissions by more than 9% per annum, compared with business as usual without accounting for social and environmental benefits. Basically, these are the macro level scenario of grid connectivity, cross-country connectivity, and integration. Under this pretext, I would now request Mr. Saran to share your views. Yeah. Only thing, we are running quite late in our schedule, you know that. So I would request you to, if you can stick to 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. This topic is very important because, as you know, India is moving very fast as far as renewable energy sources are concerned. If you see the data, I have a data available with me. In the year 2018, the renewable energy sources were having a capacity of 69,000 megawatt, which has come to almost 110,000 megawatt in the year 2022. Now this is a very good sign because India is the only country, not only India, South Asian region is the only region in the world where you see sun almost 300 days in a year, which is not the case in case of other European countries or American countries. So this is a gift from the God. And moreover, 1/5 of the population is in this region only. So we have to utilize, we must utilize the available resources to its, so that they can be optimally utilized. Now why there is a need of integration, especially in a country like India. See, our load is basically, if you see the profile of load of India as a country, we do need power round the clock. Even during the months of July, August and September, when 60% of the country is flooded, there are certain states which require power because of their agricultural needs. So with the addition of so much of renewable energy into the system, integration is very important. Now, how this integration can be done? When the focus is to do away with the thermal in the next, say, 30 years or 35 years, integration can only be done by developing new technologies, by developing new hydropower plants. Constructing, as you know, constructing hydropower plants in India is a major challenge. They have their own socio-political issues. But that can be met by encouraging development of such power projects, especially hydro projects, in our neighboring countries like Nepal and Bhutan, which have huge untapped potential for developing hydro projects, not only run-off river type of projects, but also reservoir-based or pumped storage-based. Because to integrate the system, the pumped storage is going to play a vital role. Not today, but after 10 to 15 years, it may become a necessity. And for that, you need a lot of space. So when we think about integration, for integration, we have to have hydro, wind, solar, and open cycle gas power projects, because they have a very good ramping capacity. They can be brought into the system very fast. Solar and wind, as you know, they are all nature dependent, and hydro is going to complement it. So during daytime, when wind is blowing, sun is shining, you are getting a lot of power from both these sources. But the moment sun goes down, the demand in the country comes up, because we have a very big, very large peak power requirement in the country. So at that time, hydropower projects or your pumped storage projects can play a vital role. They can come to the rescue of the system also, because system operators are also facing a lot of difficulties in maintaining the grid stability. Because the moment wind goes away or the moment sun goes away, the system gets unstable. So it becomes a major challenge for the system operators to maintain not only the load frequency, but to also ensure the stability of the grid. So in my company, in PTC, what we are exploring, we are thinking of a product where we can give round-the-clock power from the renewable sources by integrating all the available sources with each other. Like from morning 7 to evening 5, I can utilize the solar power which is available. In the evening peak, I can use the hydro sources. Certainly reservoir or pumped storage sources are necessity, they are must to maintain the system. During night time, few hours I can get support from the wind sources also. So when the wind stops blowing, again I will have to resort to the pumped storage. So hydro and pump storage, until or unless we have a huge capacity of hydro and pump storage, the integration will be a challenge. So as you know, recently one of the company has backed a contract also where they are planning to generate 400 megawatt of round the clock power with integrating all these sources. And certainly I have forgotten one more source which will again play a vital role. The moment it gets economical, it becomes viable. That is the battery storage. So the moment battery storage comes, yes, then we may start thinking of doing away with the thermal power projects. This is all I can tell you about the integration. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. In fact, it is absolutely clear how, with the variable loads, we can manage the supply and how the hydropower and the pump storage are very, very important for the integration. Thank you. May I request Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee? Yeah, please. Sanjay, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon everyone, and thank you BCCI for this opportunity. I have maybe 8 to 9 slides to help me speak, and I'll try to restrict myself, if not 5 minutes, maximum 6 minutes. So taking forward what Mr. Saran has already said, taking forward his views, I'll just start by saying that where are we currently? Currently, Indian installed capacity, first of all, India has done great in power. I start by saying that, and being a member of the power fraternity, I take pride in it. 400 gigawatt, almost 400 gigawatt is the installed capacity, out of which 60%, around 60% is thermal, and around 28% is renewable. Now, 6 to 7 years ago, the figure of renewable was around 14%, so we have doubled the installed capacity in renewable in the last 6-7 years. That's where we are. So the takeaway from this slide is that thermal is growing very slowly, renewables are growing very fast. Now, where do we want to go? By 2030, we want to see a renewable energy target of 500 gigawatt around, and 50% of our energy consumption coming from renewable. This means that almost 30% thermal is going to go down, almost 50% renewables are going to come up. Now, what has been done in the power sector to promote this integration? A few points. Transmission planning for integrating these 500 megawatt of non-fossil fuel has been planned. Then waiver of transmission charges for renewables is already there. A pan-India market for renewable energy certificate trading is there to promote renewables. For distribution companies, it has been mandated to, in a growing pattern year on year till 2030, almost 43% of energy must be from renewables. Then the green term-ahead markets, the green day-ahead markets, to enable the distribution companies to source green energy. Then green energy open access for more than 100 kilowatt. A few things to name about which are going to enable this integration of renewables into our system. Now, fine, we want to go there, integration is going to happen, but what may be the challenges, what may be the issues to deal with? See, we have a particular, as Mr. Saran was saying, we have a particular load curve, a daily load curve, and solar will fit in for the few hours of the day, during which time thermal has to go down and again in the evening has to come up. So the issue that we have to handle going forward, or we have to learn to handle, is that the very fast ramp up and ramp down of thermal generation in order to enable solar to be integrated into the system. Just to share a figure, it will be almost tens of thousands of gigawatt during the evening time, which has to come up very fast in a very short period of time. There are technologies though, there are other factors which we can bring into our system to handle this, but this is going to happen. But please keep in mind, when these thermal plants were designed, they were not designed like this. So some technology has to come in there. The other challenge is that while I have already spoken about thermal generation backup, ramping up, ramping down, then the existing long-term PPAs that the thermal power plants have with the distribution companies, that has to be handled prudently. I say handled prudently because there are many issues linked with it, commercial, technical, etc., etc. Those have to be handled very carefully. There are a few technical issues like voltage sag, voltage swell, which will come alongside the inverters that come with solar panels. So there will be voltage flicker, harmonics will be injected, power system will get polluted. So those have to be handled. And another thing is that a very important role battery storage is going to play going forward for renewable integration. Battery storage is very space consuming and very capital intensive right now, but a lot of technologies are coming in when this may be adapted easily. The government currently is working on how to make battery storage as part of ancillary services. So that is also going to happen. Now, we were talking about, Mr. Mukherjee was talking about cross-country and cross-continent connectivities. See, if we say that the sun is always shining in some part or the other in the world, and battery storages are not there, say, let us assume, and yet we want renewables to be consumed throughout the world. So why not the India's vision we take forward, that one sun, one world, and one grid. So cross-country connectivity, cross-continent connectivity, we are now talking about, though it may sound very futuristic, but let me share a few facts. Late 19th century and early 20th century, we had telegraph cables, submarine cables connecting countries and continents. Even today we have optical fiber cables connecting internets. So why not power cables also, cross-country and cross-continent? But there are factors to be considered, huge investments required. The regulatory framework, that is also international regulatory framework, has to enable it, and there are definitely operation and technical matters to be handled. But we may be, what should I say, a global electricity grid is definitely technically feasible. I would end in this note. If there are questions later on, we can take it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. In fact, being a person from the utility and the distribution, he has shared the options, the solutions which are practically possible over a period of time with the help of technology, with the help of innovations. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Pramod Singh to share your thoughts. 5 minutes, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon. I stand here for India Power, which is a distribution company and supplying power in Asansol and adjoining area, which is more than 600 kilometers. At the outset, I must thank the organizer, BCCI, UK Embassy and others, who have really put together a very important discussion in terms of grid integration and energy transition. While Mr. Mukherjee and Mr. Sharan has given the overall perspective on the sector side, I would like to basically spend next 2-3 minutes seeing it from the lens of a distribution company who basically is looking at it more from a perspective of how we make this ongoing objective of decarbonization, decentralization, digitization, and name it in terms of the grid integration into affordability, accessibility, and availability of power. Because the distribution company is the link and the nodal point which connects the whole power ecosystem into the consumers and the service thereon. Clearly, if we look at it from a perspective of the sector, as Mr. Mukherjee did mention in terms of the way we have trended in terms of the generation capacity addition, we have done a marvelous job in terms of, just 10 years back, we were all grappling with shortages and deficits. Largely, it has moved to a situation where we are more comfortable. At times, we also need to manage surpluses in some of the region, in some of the states. Renewable has done a fantastic job in terms of the capacity addition. On the transmission side, it has basically looking at if the degree of congestion and the isolation in terms of various regions to where we are today in terms of the grid integration on the EHV and the transmission line side. That has been something which have been fantastic. Most of the benefits are now getting seen in terms of an integrated grid, resulting into one India, one grid, one price, and you name it. And gone are days where you would have few and far in between situation where you would have one power price on short-term market or exchange in terms of the electricity prices. Today we see a large number of days, or almost all the days where we have an integrated operation in terms of the power market. Clearly, in terms of power market, and which was my next point, as we see, they have been in last couple of years a lot of product which is getting introduced. So what was, as a distribution company, we had to contract on short term for more than, so if you order right now, when the power would get delivered, has really gone southward in terms of duration. In terms of earlier, it was more than 2 years, 2 hours, on the exchange. Now it is less than 1 hour and less than that in terms of some of the other ancillary market and all. So a lot of movement in that context is happening. But having said that, some of the important element which basically is in terms of this transition that we're looking at is the type of disruption that we are seeing in both from a demand as well as supply side. From a demand, it is no more a total demand that we're talking about. We are talking about net load, which basically means in terms of what's your overall load and how much of renewable, wind, solar, you name it, would come in and kind of get subtracted with your overall load. And that's something where the whole intermittencies, the variability and other things come. So as a market party, as a sector participant, we are all learning the rule of the game in terms of how do we do that in terms of our day-to-day demand, short-term, long-term power planning and others. And also in terms of the way we look at from a supply side. So renewable is something which is basically in terms of the overall power basket is increasing by day. But at the same time, what is also happening is the type of decentralization of generation and other things which are being attempted at. We are looking at rooftops, we are looking at other greener way of meeting energy need and making the grid more bidirectional in terms of today a consumer is not just a consumer, but leading to some of those framework where they can kind of do export of power also or behind the meter activities and become more prosumers. So to that extent, even the disruption in terms of supply side is happening. And to add to it, the earlier speaker talked about cross-country and some of those things, which basically then increases the whole canvas of possibility in terms of how a supply side should be looked at, especially on the renewable side, where you have so many sunny days and so much of time zones to kind of cater if it is more integrated, not within India alone, but in terms of the neighboring countries and others. So to that extent, it really, to that extent, makes a lot of other variable coming into the overall planning of how to look at meeting the changes in terms of demand, supply, and others. I think, leading to all this is how do we look at preparing ourselves and responding to the grid for the future, which basically means in terms of how the supply changes are happening, how the demands are now getting addressed in terms of the requirements, both ends, is something where we need to look at preparing in terms of how the grid responds to these changes, not only at the generation end or at the transmission end, but also in terms of the tail end of the system, which is the important pivotal point of serving the consumer, which is in this case the distribution. And there were certain suggestions in terms of some of the things from a policy regulatory perspective, from a generation flexibilization in terms of what is the technical minimum. Today what happens is we are into a debate of how do we promote renewable. In the morning we heard, and I was not there, but I was told by my colleague that we are talking about phase out or phase down of thermal.
Mr. Singh, just 1 minute.
Yes.
One more minute.
So to that extent, to us it seems there has to be, have to prepare for a coexistence of thermal and renewable in terms of the mix. We talked about RTC, making it RTC between various combinations of technology. Thermal could be one of them in terms other than battery storage and others. Clearly, what is also important is this sector has a lot of investment from various segments, be it generation and transmission, and to that extent, we need to also see how we can protect the investment made on those, even if we are now getting into the energy transition of higher renewable, net carbon and net carbon zero and others. So it is important that we look at from a continuity side of how do we maintain the supply. Also, so basically, and since due to paucity of time, I just wanted to end and conclude that while there are a lot of transitions which is happening both from a supply and demand side, this transition is something which is just a beginning, I am told, in terms of the hypothesis. We are going to, we have to prepare ourselves to more acute and prominent changes which will happen in this regard. I would end there and maybe address to any of the questions later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. In fact, you have really explained all the challenges and the pain, what the electricity industry has to go through, is going through, and possibly with a positive note, everything is going to be resolved in future. Thank you. Can we get Miss Jaya Hazra? Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay.
So
please open your video.
I have?
Yeah. You are visible now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chair, and the other speakers on the panel discussions. And it's a great opportunity. Thanks to BCCI for inviting me for this particular panel discussion. Most of my, the speakers before me have already touched upon some of the, key things that need to be undertaken for India to reach its 500 gigawatt of renewable energy target in terms of, grid integration, stability, and so on and so forth. Obviously the the Indian grid needs to be strengthened, and lots of efforts are already being undertaken towards that. I will particularly, what I'll do, just so that I'm also optimizing of the time, is focus on some of the things which USAID has done, and talk primarily on the CBET part, which Mr. Sarat was also alluding to, how cross-border power trade can also help in terms of, integration of more renewable energy. But before I do that, I quickly wanted to talk about some of the interventions which USAID has already undertaken in order to support, large-scale integration of renewable energy through its effort. One of the things that most of the speakers spoke about was, adopting these technologies which could help in integration, be it battery energy storage system, pump storage, tools for system operator in order to manage the grid, such as AGC and so on and so forth. And market products also came up in discussion several times. So we have been engaging with the government of India in all these parts, all these elements. We had a program under which we validated the battery energy storage system, and currently we are looking at working with the government of India and supporting, looking at how pump storage could potentially support large-scale integration of renewable energy. We are also looking at, tools such as synchronous condensers in terms of helping maintain the grid stability, and continuing the support or continuing the work which we have been doing with CRC on the power markets. We work with them, supported, or rather they use some of our work on the power market reforms. But let me just now focus on the cross-border element of it. Why and how CBET can support large-scale integration was beautifully brought in by Mr. Saran. Lots of hydro potential among the neighboring countries, which beautifully complements the resources within the region, in the sense that India's large RE targets can really benefit from the hydro potential which countries such as Bhutan and Nepal bring to the table. And the government of India has also recognized this in the form of the One Sun, One World, One Grid, the initiative which has been undertaken. So USAID again has been working since quite a number of years on regional enhancing or promoting regional energy cooperation. And one of the, while we now understand that how cross-border power trade can help in benefiting the region as a whole, using the diversity of resources, the complementarity in terms of the demand requirement. There are still, the region has not met its potential in terms of how much cross-border power trade can happen in the region. It's still one of the least interconnected region, and several, reasons behind that, whether it's political will, whether it's lack of, supportive regulations or different regulations in the country. Transmission interconnection is one of the major challenges. While there is a huge potential, there's a lot of interest, but we don't have enough transmission interconnections for the cross-border power trade to happen. And then while India has a vibrant power market, the other countries don't, and how do we have a regional power pool is something the region needs to look at. And again, as I mentioned, we've been working on this promoting cross-border power trade since a very long time. And some of the ways which we think can push, really move the region now, which has pretty well-established bilateral trade between India, Nepal, India, Bhutan, India, and India, Bangladesh, is now to take it to the next level. And Government of India has been pretty proactive in terms of bringing in certain regulations which support the cross-border power trade, in terms of, also allows for, trade between two countries which don't have, a border, via using the India as a corridor, as well as as well as participation of other neighboring countries in the Indian energy exchange. So lot of positive regulations have been brought in, especially India has been very, very, proactive in terms of showing a great leadership in terms of looking at the neighbors and looking east in its looking east policy. And a few things which would help promote cross-border power trade, would be in terms of, bringing in certain institutions and forums or regional networks, which could help bring the key players or stakeholders together to come up with common minimum grid code, coordinated system operation practices, and so on and so forth. And through the program which we have been working, which is called SRE, we have been, advocating for regional forum for system operator or regional forum for transmission utilities, just as a informal network of system operators or transmission utilities to come together from the region, where they could not only exchange information, share knowledge, but also over a period of time they can move towards, doing joint planning and having, coming up with coordinated system operation practices and so on and so forth. So I think institutions, regional forums, regional institutions can play a key role. Again, one of the barriers which we always find towards cross-border power trade is political will. And I'll just wrap up shortly. So, working with all forms, all stakeholders, including civil society, think tanks, parliamentarians, to advocate for, promoting power trade as a win-win solution would go a long way, and that's again we are looking at. And then engaging regional institutions, whether it's South Asia Forum for Infrastructure Regulators, SAFIR, or BIMSTEC, or SARC, are some of the ways that we can really push the agenda forward, and really, reach the potential which we have, which ultimately, will help the region maximize the use of its clean resources, whether it's hydropower in Bhutan or Nepal, or renewable energy in Bangladesh, in India. And Bangladesh can really, benefit in the sense that they can get renewable energy from India, solar or wind, or as well as hydropower from other countries. Sir, I see you picking up the mic, and I'm going to just wrap up. So this broadly, other speakers have already brought about things which need to be, which needs to be undertaken to ensure grid stability, integration of renewable. So I thought I'll just focus on cross-border power trade. Great opportunity to put in few words. So thank you so much, sir, and I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, you have shared the outside activity, how the whole stakeholders' participation, their involvement, and development of their roadmap can be developed for the cross-border connectivity. Thank you very, very much. May I now request Thitodi Sarkar.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon. Good morning from the UK. Can everyone hear me and see me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
only thing, Mr. Sarkar, if you are on the line, you have got 5 minutes time to share with us. Thank you.
Sure. So thank you very much, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for inviting us to your conclave today. It's a great opportunity. So I've got my colleague over here, Dr. Zhao, who's joining me. He will go through a very quick presentation for presenting the UK perspective, and then I'll come in later to kind of bind it all together and show how we, from an Indian and UK perspective, can use all this information in going forward. Dr. Zhao, please.
So, good morning, everyone. Can you all see my screen? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Please
great.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you much. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to invite us to share our National Grid UK's experience on decarbonization. So as we can say in the last few years, we can say that the UK has made a great progress in terms of the decarbonization. And we got 65% of decreasing in emission from 2013 to 2020, last 7 years. And we can clearly see the trend is continuing. As an electricity system operator, what we would like to do is by 2025, I think we should be able to operate the system under carbon free. So what that actually means is that when the GB market provides that GB system with only zero carbon generation, then the ESOs, which is the system operator, we should making sure that would happen. We don't need to energize any of the carbon generation to operate the system. As some of the speakers already touched on, that's a huge challenge in terms of how we actually manage the system with carbon free. Because traditionally we rely some of the synchronous machine to provide a great stability services to us. And with more and more renewable generation connecting system, we can see that's a couple of big engineering challenges in terms of how we actually managing the frequency, how we actually managing the system stability, how we actually managing the voltage, and also how we actually managing the thermal, especially the not enough transmission capacity. If I'm going to show some of the trend of what we observed in the system, one of the big trend is around the declining inertia. As we all know, so currently the inertia is provided by synchronous machine, but with less synchronous machine connecting to the system, we had more and more renewable, which is based on the power electronics. We can clearly see the system inertia is declining. That means making the control the frequency is going to be much more difficult in the future. And another trend we also noticed is that declining of the short circuit level. Short circuit level traditionally was provided by the synchronous machine again, but with power electronics only got very limited over current capability. So the input, the short circuit current from power electronic devices or from renewable generation is not as high as provided by synchronous machine. That reduction of the short circuit level does posing some of the stability challenge for us. So from protection point of view, it means that some of the transmission protection might not be able to function properly. And from a stability point of view, it might mean that we can't control the voltage, and we can't making sure that plant got enough short circuit current to support them during the fault. So what we actually do about that, there's a couple of things we are doing. One is that we initiate a stability pathfinder project to making sure we procure the right service we need. And we also changing some of the standard, making sure that power electronic devices can actually provide support to the rest of the system. We also initiate some of the stability market development as well. This is just an example. I'm showing that we are working with current doing Scotland to buying additional services. And this is another work we've done in terms of the grey code to specify the new requirement for the power electronic devices to provide support to the rest of the system. So we not only have to mention about some of the stability issue, we also have to be aware of some of the transmission capacity issue. And we need, as we can see here, there's a huge power need to be transferred from one part of the network to another part of the network. But relying on traditional reinforcement, building new lines may take a very long time. So we need to come up with new ideas how to actually increase transmission capacity. Some of the innovation project we've done with to employ latest power electronic devices, fax devices, to improve the system capacity, at the same time making sure that we meet the right time scale, and we're making sure that project will be delivered very quickly and increase capacity as well.
I'm sorry, Dr. Zhao, you have to finish it now.
Sure, all right. So as I said, I probably leave that to my colleague to wrap up to say this the things we'll be taking from UK.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhao. Can everyone hear me again?
We can hear you. You have got only 2 minutes to share.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for presenting the UK perspective. So I was going to come back to say that basically these challenges are not solely limited to the UK or India or any country. Going forward, what we have to do as different transmission distribution companies is we have to come together and share our practices, what we have learned. We have already faced some challenges and we have solutions to them, which we can share with you. The Indian transmission and distribution companies have faced other challenges, and the UK would be very happy to learn from those challenges and the solutions that have been presented. So in a sense, I think these types of forums will help us going forward to build relationships between different companies. We should share technology, share learning experiences, and tackle this challenge going forward together, and not be, isolated, so to say, in these challenges in any sort of way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkar. We definitely shall be looking forward for this collaborative approach and working together to resolve the national problem what both the countries we are facing. Thank you.
We'll now request Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee to please present tokens of appreciation to the speakers here on the dais. So, to Mr. Harish Saran. To Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee. And Mr. Pramod Singh. So the next session is Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, Symbiotic Relationship with Sustainability. We requested, and she has agreed, Ms. Sonia Lal, Consul for Political and Economic Affairs, US Consulate General in Kolkata. She will be chairing the session. So we have as speakers Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty. Mr. Chakraborty is the chairperson of the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee of the Bengal Chamber and consultant Indophil Industries Limited. Mr. Jayanta Basu, journalist and environment expert. Molla M. Amzad Hossain, he is editor Energy and Power Bangladesh. Ms. Sweta Verma, inclusion and diversity leader India and APAC PwC India. Shweta would be joining us virtually. And just to inform to Ms. Lal that, since we were running behind schedule and we rescheduled the joining time of Shweta, so she'll be here with us from 5:15. So if it is all right with you, you may proceed with the other speakers, and after 5:15 you may call Shweta to share her views. So with this, I would request Ms. Sonia Lal to please take the session forward.
Okay, can everyone hear me? I think so, yeah. So good afternoon, my name is Sonia Lal. I'm the Political and Economic Officer from the US Consulate in Kolkata. I've been posted here for about 2.5 years and really enjoying the community here, so thank you for that. I cover the 7 sister states and Jharkhand, Bihar, and West Bengal in our portfolio on a variety of subjects. And this subject of DEIA is very close to my heart because I do think there's a lot of room to bring up more inclusion and diversity in a lot of the spaces and groups I work with here in West Bengal. I just wanted to say, from the perspective of the State Department where I work, I wanted to share with you our policy and take on this subject. So the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, said that conducting diplomacy that serves the interest and honors the values of the American people requires our workforce that reflects full diversity of the United States of America. So we have a tradition of, picking people from certain schools, that it's mainly male, centric, and the State Department is really working to change that and bring in diversity from all the states in the U.S. and different age groups, different gender identifications, and representing different communities in the United States. He says our diversity is one of our national strengths, and advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in our workplace is a national security imperative. And the reason for that is that people who get disgruntled or who are upset, you lose them in the workforce, or they could, do things that are not in the best interest of our organization. So that's why he says, has said repeatedly, that DEIA is a key for stronger, smarter, and more creative foreign policy, that we ourselves are inclusive. And here at our mission in India, we draw on the strengths of our community. We promote an inclusive and open work environment that honors and shares cultural diversity of both the United States and India. And we create a space for safe expression of both social and personal identity of diverse and dissenting viewpoints. I had a disagreement yesterday on something I felt like I needed to raise, and I was able to safely do it and have a discussion about it. And that, it's like it begins at home, it begins in your office, and that's something that we try to practice here at our consulate in Kolkata. And then specific to our consulate here, we strengthen our DEIA for all members by advocating on behalf of those who express a sense of alienation or exclusion. This happened a little bit during the pandemic, and it wasn't really anyone's fault. It was just sort of the situation, but it was good that we had the forum for people to kind of raise their voices about what would help them going forward. We capture data to develop and support initiatives that build awareness and promote sensitivity to the unique issues we face as individuals and as members of distinct groups, and we communicate our progress on those efforts. We create opportunities for open, honest, and courageous conversations that lead to tangible, actionable, and measurable change. Our council respects and serves all members of our community. And for any organization, a key feature is sustainability, which includes diverse communities and the unique voices they represent and support. We work on collaboration on a diverse range of opinions and approaches. And we tend to make decisions that are, traditionally we were a hierarchical organization, but we're having conversations and making decisions more kind of in a collaborative group conversation. So those are just a little, few points that I wanted to highlight that we're working on. And then from our panel, do you mind if we, let's see, we can go in order and just begin with, each of you talking about sort of how you view this subject, or where you're making progress and where you think we can make improvements. So why don't we start with Mr. Chakrabarty? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. I know the time constraints and other things, so I'll restrict within 5 minutes as I believe. You see, now what we are discussing now, so far you have heard about the technology, innovations, and all other subjects which relates to science and all these things. But here I will correlate about the interference with the people actually. Here it is the people are the main center stage actually. You see, sustainability you are discussing from 1970-72, but last 30 years it has taken a momentum. Why? You see, sustainability is not a new thing. Sustainability has come from two words actually. One is your environment, and second is your development. Whenever there is a conflict between these two, then there will be a degradation to the society, to the ecosystems, to the nature also. And where sustainability comes into the picture. Whether you construct a dam, or you do for intensive agriculture, or do anything, there will be a conflict to the nature also. So, sustainability is appearing there to have a balance so that it does not give a bad impact to the future generations. Now, today we are having in India 140 crores populations. We are expecting to cross around 175. So what about the food production? What about the services? What about the things? So you have to grow for the development also. So the moment development comes, sustainability will be at its place also. So, take me anyway, I am just highlighting 3 of the parameters of the Sustainable Development Goals. One is your zero hunger. It was the mandate that by 2030 there will be no hunger belly in the world also. But this is a big challenge also. But still, 2 billion people in the world are not getting square meal nutrition in the country also. So, zero hunger is really a distant dream now, seems to like that. Because of this conflict, because of this COVID and other things just further diluted also. Now, second is zero poverty. You see, if you see the growth from 47 to 90, the growth is there where there is not such a distortion took place actually. But the growth from 1990 onwards in India, if you see, one section of people have grown, other section not grown to that extent. So it means it is not inclusive, it is not equitable, it is not well spread out also. And third is, of course, the equitable distributions also. You see, today we are responsible for the future generations. So this intergenerational equity have to be maintained. What we are getting today, we are getting free air, we are getting better environment, food and everything. Because this is because of our predecessors as much more responsible consumer, responsible producers also. But tomorrow, after 30 years, are we sure that our future generations will have the same impact or same food, same quality or same life? So their sustainability comes into picture also. Let us take an example from my background. I'm telling from the agriculture point of view. Today we are producing in India 315 million tons of food also. But still, you will find a section of the peoples are not getting proper nutritional food across the country also. Why? Because there is not an equitable distribution. There is not homogeneous in the movement also. So that's why there is a problem. So that's why diverse, they are equitable and inclusive has to be there in each and every front of life. So there is a challenge. And tomorrow you tell me, we are the sort of consumptions we are doing it today. Is it very responsible? We are not bothered about the fossil fuel, what is reserved today. What about the future? So as a responsible citizen, we must produce some alternate energies, which is the talk of the town, the solar energy and other thing, so that our future generation have the same standard of life, if not better also. So that way, I think, if you see the movement of our journey, we are not that much of responsible in moving forward our consumption, our resource utilizations, and our look to the future. There is some limitations. I think time has come when we need to review the situations and we need to have a more inclusive approach, more diverse and more equitable for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an interesting point. And just, from my conversations with people, the last mile connectivity in India is an issue for just delivery of goods in general. And I think that's, a good point you made about just agriculture and food distribution and being more inclusive about that. So thank you. And our next speaker is Mr. Jayantha Basu, a journalist and environmental expert, and would just appreciate your opinions on the same, sir. Thank you.
Thank you on the outset, with the kind permission of the chairperson, and thanks to BNCCI for inviting me here. I think throughout the day we have heard a range of issues linked to climate change and energy. I briefly would like to take you through to something which I call Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh via West Bengal. You all know in COP26 in Glasgow, in a way after Paris, Glasgow was a very important summit where after a huge deliberation, first time certain issues could be introduced in the Global Negotiation Pact. If you look at the Glasgow Agreement, there are 97 agreements, 97 pointers. Now, within those 97, there are at least 15 points which are extremely important for a country like India, even for a state like West Bengal. And if you look at those, the issues concerned to adaptation, the issues concerned to adaptation finance, mitigation, these are all there. But the one I would like to emphasize here is the issue of loss and damage. You know that previously the global negotiation, I have been kind of chasing it from 2009, being part of each of the climate COP, was adaptation, mitigation and adaptation. But since 2013-14, another new dimension was added, which is loss and damage. The whole idea is there's a huge number of people, Mr. Chakraborty was just talking about a huge number of people having not really equitable kind of services, and those people are getting affected. Those people are getting affected despite contributing nothing, virtually nothing to the carbon cauldron of this world. But they are getting affected. So what to do about them? This is all about the liability, all about the responsibility of the developed countries. From that perspective, loss and damage came into picture a few years back. But what happened? The developed countries thought that this loss and damage opens up a Pandora's box. So what they did was the discussion going on, and loss and damage was combined to adaptation. There was a fundamental difference. Adaptation is something of the future, and loss and damage was talking about something has already happened. So first time in Glasgow summit, loss and damage could get a different heading. Previously it was being connected to adaptation, now it's a different heading. Now under loss and damage heading, there are two very important decisions were taken in Glasgow. One is to further kind of, I would say, expand the San Diego dialogue, putting up in place a former dialogue on loss and damage throughout the world with an idea of mapping the areas of the world which merits loss and damage support. And second is, if everything goes right, then in this Charlotte Summit, this is the next Egypt summit, COP27, we are going to have a facility on loss and damage with a provision of finance perhaps. That's a very, very important step, and developing countries are pushing for it. I was just having a discussion of Honorable Ambassador of Egypt, and he said that the country is very keen to be providing that support. Whatever. The point is, loss and damage is West Bengal. I think I'm not talking about India as general, because right now we're in the state of West Bengal. West Bengal is one of the states which really, really merits a lot of loss and damage support. Be it in Sundarbans, be it in Kolkata, in the entire South Bengal. If you look at the Sundarban, which is a population of around 5 million, few people notice that Sundarban has a higher population than the city of Kolkata. Sundarban has 5 million people, Kolkata has 4.5 million people. Now the Sundarban, their people virtually contribute nothing to carbon. But this is the area, according to several international reports, according to the AR6 report which has been released recently, Sundarban has highest sea level rise in the country, also being accepted in parliament. Sundarbans, the fluctuation of cyclones is one of the highest in the country, not one of the highest, the highest. So clearly, globally, it's one of the hottest spots on climate change. But their people have not done anything. Sundarban ecosystem is at peril, so they need support. And now if you extend that to the city of Kolkata, I think the last 5th June, we had a very important meeting in Kolkata Press Club. Mr. Ghosh was also there. Our Honorable Mayor and Minister, Mr. Hakim was there. And we discussed about preparing a roadmap for Kolkata's climate change, a climate action plan for the city. And we are having discussion. I'm hopeful something very concrete will come out soon. I can't kind of elaborate or divulge more at this point of time. But what my point is, that if we need to get this support, we just cannot wish that we are going to get the support. We have to prepare our own documents. Our industry, our academia, everybody had to put forward a document, what are the situation of loss and damage in their respective area. Have we done it? No, we haven't. So I think it's high time, and I really would like BNCCI to take a lead on that, to really make a structure where we can actually calculate the loss and damage. Maybe the industry sector by BNCC, maybe be others in other sectors, and then combine that. I know for sure that Government of West Bengal, various key ministries, Ministry like Environment, Ministry like Disaster Management, Ministry like Sundarban Affairs, the Kolkata Municipal Corporation, they are keen on that, they are working on that, but they need to be hand-holded by the experts like you, and my urge to you that let's take this opportunity and prepare a real robust dossier for the city of Kolkata and the likes of Sundarban on the climate change and the loss and damage. Once we do that, we can really go to the next step, the next COP or before COP, and really can say through the proper channel of Government of India that we have really been affected by climate change in such a huge manner. So I think it's an opportunity, and this is a great forum to start this dialogue. This global dialogue on loss and damage has started formally. Unfortunately, we haven't done yet. So can't we start that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting that important topic. So next we have joining us virtually Ms. Shweta Verma. She is the Inclusion and Diversity Leader at PwC, based here in India. Let's see if she magically appears on the screen. So Shweta, can you check your audio because it looks like
Shweta, just give us 1 minute. We're checking the audio. Is it unmute from your side?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for accommodating the request to have me virtually here. And thank you for the opportunity to talk at this forum. I think it's a very, very interesting topic. Not usually, you usually don't have the inclusion and diversity leaders speaking on this topic very often, but very interesting that you are taking the lead and speaking on this topic. Well, I think everybody and the eminent speakers before me have highlighted about sustainability, sustainable development. I think it's a mega trend. And while the world is trying to achieve the sustainable development goals, the UN sustainable goals by 2030, however, in all of this sustainability conversation, it's very hard for organizations or for people to make the dots or connect the dots between sustainability and diversity and inclusion, and particularly from the organizational perspective. So, when you step back and think about that, what is the most quoted definition of sustainable development? It is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this is all about resources, how we use the resources, the finite, the infinite resources, and human resources are part of these resources. And it's all about the 3 E's usually that's spoken about: environment, equity or ethics, and the economy. In a lot of organizations, and when I look at PwC as well, we are talking about policies around and our goals around sustainability, ESG, but most often the conversation is around the environment and governance and the S aspect of it, which usually is which focuses on relationships with people, the equity aspect. How do we care our clients, our community, our people? That has still not been understood very well. And I believe that, when you look at a sustainable organization, it is just not about your net zero commitment, your climate change. That is extremely important and relevant for each one of us, and to have, and not in the larger interest of the organization, but humanity as a whole. But it is also a very important aspect for organization to create that culture which is a safe space for their people, who are irrespective of where they come from, the gender differences, the age, the community, the race, ethnicity, religion, caste, or sexual orientation, or their abilities. I think it's about how do we value that diversity of human resources that we have and encourage valuing the differences. I think therefore we have a very, very strong need to kind of merge both these goals of inclusion and diversity, and that can be a key ingredient for sustainable, successful sustainable efforts as well. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and how I can contribute to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really enlightening. So next we'll hear some remarks from Mr. Hossain, the editor of Energy and Power in Bangladesh. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you, BCCI, to inviting me this prestigious conference on climate change and energy conclave. Actually, I look into the issue in a different perspective. We are talking about the sustainability. So, relating word low carbon development, economic enhancement, reduce of poverty, everything we discussed. But look into the COP26, already Mr. Basu mentioned, we have achieved a lot. But especially the loss and damage issue came forward from the Glasgow, and we hope, and everyone hope from the developing world, the loss and damage issue and climate finance issue will be more discussed and get a complete shape in COP27. But if we look into the world scenario right now, the food and energy crisis and high price is because of Russia-Ukraine war and sanction by the US-led Western world. The energy cost is skyrocketing. So third world country facing lot of challenge for their development. And Europe also, they are the main promoter of climate finance and net zero target. But their financial ability also quiz is because of high price of energy. And they try to find alternative to Russian gas. They try to import LNG, coal, oil from other sources from the world, and it's highly cost. Otherwise, the Western world already pushed almost $70 billion to the Ukraine war. So I thought the COP27, we have a hope, but there is a main challenge, the world scenario, especially the $100 billion fund for climate finance. It's not yet achieved, but the world leader committed to fulfill the demand by 2020. But last year, up to last year, only 70%, $70 billion is contributed from the developed country, but Oxfam studies say it's only $22 billion. So the next COP challenge, one challenge is to fulfill the $100 billion, as well as after 25, the enhanced climate financing. If actually developed country fail to contribute finance for the climate change and other things, especially loss and damage, mitigation, adaptation, in every aspect. So there will be a big problem. In the meantime, the food and energy price enhancement, the third world country almost lost their reserve $379 billion so far, and their national currency compared to the dollar and euro, its exchange rate is falling 10% to 20%. So if, especially in our country, in Bangladesh, now we are facing very, very challenging. Our export, energy export was 22% in 2017, but now it is 48%. So government push almost 82 billion taka, $82 billion for subsidy, and out of this $52 billion taka, only 2 billion taka subsidy only for power and energy sector. So we have a big commitment through NDC, and our government targeted we need $50 billion up to 2030, and government contributed $7 billion. I thought the energy and food price enhancement Bangladesh failed to achieve their commitment for the sustainable development, especially the protecting the climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, those are really good points. I mean, you know, sustainable future is dependent on the energy price, and if we can include more renewables, then that's just a win-win for a lot of these concerns everyone's raising. So I know it's 5:30, and the next session should have began at 5:15. Do we want to go ahead and, do we have any questions from the audience before we end the session for any of our speakers? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for joining as our panelists, and I think that we'll try to segue into the next session. Yeah, hold on.
Before we close this, we have two very brief addresses by two of our speakers who will be speaking on green livelihood, and I believe without green livelihood, this forum would be incomplete. So I would request them to please join us on the dais. Mr. Ardhendu S. Chatterjee and Mr. Arnab Chakraborty, if you could please join us on the dais. If you could please join us on the podium, sir. For paucity of time, we are not going for a formal changeover, and we are requesting them to please address directly from the podium on green livelihood.
So I work with a NGEDO, non-government development organization, at various places, but today we are speaking about Sundarban. So Sundarban is special for two to three reasons. One, between Bangladesh and India, it is one of the largest deltas in the world. Second, it is very densely populated. And third, because biodiversity-wise, it is one of the most important. We have more kind of fish and birds and things than the entire country of Europe. So we, DRCSC, Development Research Communication and Service Center, okay. This is I don't have to say very much because most of it is written on the board. So it was found around 1982, and it says already the head office, Kolkata, etc., etc. We focus on the various kind of programs, but regarding today's subject. One, because as we said that it is a very densely populated area. Second, it is because many poorest people in this area are coming from that island. So it is actually the area where inclusion problem is very much there. Many people lose their life in search of livelihood. And so this is just a list of some of the NGOs as well as some of the companies like ITC, etc., with whom we work, and also with the funding agency. We have also worked with NABARD. So, to talk about it is basically focusing on livelihood security, removal of hunger, which is common to everybody who spoke here, and it is about environmental degradation, how to prevent environmental degradation, how to make green more green. So in Sundarban, we work with landless households, marginal farm families, households who are residing in vulnerable regions which are often inundated with cyclones and off-season rainfall also. So apart from the adults, we work also with children, because by the time they will grow up, actually the damage of all this climate change will be most felt by them. So in your theme, you use the word grid. So about green resources, we are a leading organization in the area of sustainable agriculture and forestry. So G is coming from there. Resilient, and it is also adaptive. So we try to do a lot of experiments, and here you can see some of them, that actually home gardens, floating gardens, and above water gardens, etc., and gardens in sacks which we can remove at the time of flood, and try to grow various kind of crops, not just one kind of rice, but various kind of crops and various kind of rice also, to see which one will work better. And we are a small organization, but our strength are people like you who contribute to some of the things. We try with the local people. Our strength lies with people. So one of the experiments that you see here is that how to harvest better the rainwater and use it for gardens as well as for agriculture and for various kind of things which they are doing. Waterborne, so we work mainly, our focus is women, because women are often subject to trafficking and other things in the island which is close to Calcutta. And so they need means of livelihood. And one difference that is there is that most of the large agencies They focus on hybrid animals, high-yielding varieties, fed with thing. Here, they are fed normal, and they are mostly local country breed, but selection from that. So, chicken, pig, duck, whatever is. So, here you can see again the women's who work as a group. So we give loan to individual through the group. We don't take back thing, but it is not donation. They have to pay back, but they pay to their group and new member get included. That also is a meaning of inclusiveness. Here is the large, you can see the solar dryer. We are trying to introduce large solar dryer where they can sell the vegetable or the fruits which are sometimes very cheap. Even though it is very close to Kolkata, the price difference is sometimes often 2-3 times to even 10 times, tomato or other things. So it is easier if they can protect it from the, and dry it in the sun, and either use it for themselves during the lean period or help in selling and making small income. This is example of children from the various school. They are encouraged to observe different days and also do school gardens. So experiment with many crops, and take some of the seedling to their own home. So here, here I don't know, see, but it does not matter. So this is some of the people who work with us. They, in their own words, they actually are saying how it has benefited them and how they actually work with what they do with the earning. So these testimonials are there, but because there is end of the day and time is less, so I think, and at the end, I on behalf of the NGO, DRCSC, thank commercial organizations as well as many government and quasi-government funding agencies with whose support we work. We work mainly to empower people, not to just give, because anyway, giving here in Sundarbans is temporary. You give anything, and tomorrow it is flooded away. So it is very important that we build people's own capacity to help themselves. And so, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may please share the testimonials with her, and it may be, shared by the Bengal Chamber social media handles. And we would request Mr. Arnab Chakraborty, Integrated Professional Assistance for Development Action, Pradhan, to please address us. Mr. Chakraborty, we would appreciate if you could make it, please, very briefly.
Okay, with this excellent backdrop, let me introduce myself. I work for an organization, an NGO, known as Professional Assistance for Development Action, acronymed as PRODAN. And with this excellent backdrop, let me share that for us, the NGO workers, climate change is not just an environmental concern. It is also one of the biggest developmental issues for the planet. And more so, its economic effect, especially on the poor people, has made it a major governance issue as well. Now we have talked about Sundarban. I will take you to the western parts of West Bengal, which is a part of Choto Nagpur Plateau. All the districts of Purulia, Bankura, Jhargram, the undulating terrain. There, in recent years, we have found that the frequency of agricultural drought has increased, the residence period of water that has decreased, and it has made the livelihoods of very poor people vulnerable. So that's why, let me bring your attention to this project called Ushar Mukti. Ushar Mukti means, it's a Bengali term, Ushar Mukti means salvation from barrenness. It's a project taken up by Government of West Bengal, funded by BRLF, Ford Foundation, WABAC, and Hindustan Unilever Foundation. And we are 7 partners. So the NGO partners, all of us together, we are working on this. Now let me explain what is the project all about. So in these western parts, this is a big challenge. The Government of West Bengal has taken up this program because it wanted to use MGNREGS fund to help in the recovery of the vulnerable ecosystem which has been damaged, destroyed, and degraded. And this is very much important, as I have shared earlier, because it supports the livelihoods of poor people. So the mission is also very noble and very inspiring. It talks about rejuvenating 7 rivers. I will skip all these slides and show you the rivers. So these are the 7 rivers: Kanshabati, Shilabati, Darakeshwar, Subarnarekha, Damodar, Ajay, and Mayurakshi. So what this project is all about is treating the catchment by adopting the principles of watersheds. So this vision is all about rejuvenating the rivers. These are the rivers which once upon a time were having clear water and used to support millions of poor people, quenching their thirst, helping them to grow their crops and lead a dignified living. I will stop here because of time shortage, and I will request the video to just a small video. I can.
Home to 40 million tribal citizens, the central India plateau is marked with undulating topography and declining forest cover. High runoff during monsoons causes erosion of precious topsoil. Therefore, tribal families can barely produce enough for subsistence. 6 districts in West Bengal are a part of the central India plateau. To address the region's water challenges, the government of West Bengal launched Ushar Mukti, an ambitious program to revive the soil and rivers of these tribal areas with a team of 6 NGOs led by Pradhan. A watershed is the basic unit of planning for water conservation. It covers several villages of uneven land where water from higher areas drains into a stream, river or lake. Setting up plantations, trenches and ponds in a watershed helps reduce runoff, store water and replenish groundwater flows. Thousands of functionaries were trained to map locations for structures, prepare detailed estimates and submit them for fund approval. Ushar Mukti has moved several important indicators in a short time. Yet one of its most encouraging achievements is women stepping forward to take the lead.
এইগুলা তো কোনোই নাই ছিল আগে দমে কষ্ট আজ পাহাড় নাই দেখাছে পাহাড় বলে কাঠ আনছি বোলামপুর লেগতি হাইদিকে ঝিমড়ি আছে ঝিমড়ি লেগেছিলি কাঠ অতদিন
একসাথে বসে মিটিং করতে পারছি একসাথে পঞ্চায়েতে যাচ্ছি আর ব্লকে যাচ্ছি বা ফরেস্টেও যাচ্ছি বা একসাথে আমরা চাষবাস করছি এটা আমাদের পরিবর্তন আগে তো আমাদের এটা হতো না
Ushar Mukti's success is a result of collective efforts of NGOs, citizens, government, funders and technology specialists. It started as a large program in a small part of the Central India Plateau. It can now serve as a model for the entire region, improving the life and livelihoods of tribal communities in the heart of India.
Thank you.
Thank you. At an individual level and of course at a professional level, this program has been very enlightening and enriching for us. I would love to believe that you share the same sentiments with me. So with this, we are closing the 15th edition of the Bengal Chambers Annual Environment and Energy Conclave. So of course, this has been quite a fascinating journey, and we are thankful and grateful to all of you who have been part of this journey. I'm actually feeling a bit emotional. I would request Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty, the chairperson of our Agriculture and Rural Development Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he is also the consultant of Indophils Industries Limited, to please present tokens of our appreciation to our speakers. So we may request him to please present to Mr. Ordhendu S. Chatterjee. To Mr. Jayanto Basu. To Mr. Mollaim Amzad Hussain. Mr. Hussain has traveled from Bangladesh for this program, and it is really our great pleasure to have him here. And to Mr. Arnab Chakraborty. I would like to personally thank Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty to help us curate the this green livelihood session. So thank you, sir. So with this, we are closing this session here. Thank you once again.